I knew it was around like 7. I knew it wasn't 8 though. So I was like, well, what time is it? She's like, it's 7:25, 7:30. I'm like, okay. And then she was like, and she walked into the area where everybody was eating. It was like, 1, 2, starts pointing out to the people that don't have their plates. Loud as fuck, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then turns around and looks at me, and I'm like, everybody's looking at me at this point. She's like, and you got 6 people in front of you, too? And so the kitchen's really backed up, and we close in 30 minutes. I was like, well, fuck, you don't got to tell me twice. I'm leaving. So she's like, and, it says we're open till midnight on the door. And I'm like, no, it's good. I'm leaving. I'll see you later. I wasn't a dick about it. I was like, okay, I'll see. She was following me, like, to the door to, like, leave. She was like, hey, we're just waiting, to get more people. We got to hire more people so we can stay open till midnight. But I leave at 8 o'clock, and I just don't want you to have your food too late, blah. And I'm like, no, it's fine. So I walked out, and I just wanted to say, shut up, bitch. I didn't say that, though. I just wanted to be like, damn, man. I just want some pancakes. Goddamn.
You're lucky that we weren't with you, because I probably would have said, hey, I want you to go and fuck yourself. And that's not how you talk to a customer. All right? I'm going to let you fucking know that. I'm going to email IHOP right now. I'm going to get me some free fucking pancakes out of this.
Well, I didn't do that. Instead, I drove to Olive Garden and drove through the parking lot and said, this place is way too fucking packed for me. Then drove to 99, said, nope, this place is way too fucking packed for me. So then I drove through Taco Bell drive-thru and got me 2 plain chicken wraps and just ate those on my drive to the forest. So that's my story. I know it's not that great, but it's just something, I thought I'd share with everybody, a little part of my life.
You didn't take anything out there to give to Bigfoot?
Screw him, man.
I had somebody tell me a Bigfoot story over the weekend.
All right, let's hear it.
I could call them up real quick, and they could probably tell it to you.
All right, stick your phone up next to the microphone.
Let's see if he's up.
Hello.
Hey, what are you doing?
Just hanging out here at the house. What are you doing?
I'm doing some cocaine off a stripper's ass.
Nice.
Yeah. Would you mind retelling that story about how you heard Bigfoot in the woods out there?
Okay. Yeah, the one I told you the other night.
Yeah, the one you told me the other night.
Okay. My name's not on this, is it?
No, we can just go by Stevie Ray or SRP.
Okay. Okay, you ready?
Oh, dude, I'm ready.
Okay. Well, quite a few years ago, I was had a little garden going, and I was going out at night to feed them. And so I had to go through a little stretch of woods to get down there to the garden. And I was in the process of feeding them, and I heard the sound that they make off the old show Finding Bigfoot about 100 yards off. And at that point, I quit feeding, and I turned around, and I got out of there because the hair on the back of my neck rose up.
So that thing off Finding Bigfoot, you're talking about the scream, the Bigfoot scream that they
yeah, the
generate?
Bigfoot scream.
Hey,
Yes.
Can you imitate it?
Oh my! I think it went something like woo,
Okay, that's good.
something like that. But it was terrifying, and I'm not really scared of too much. But in the dark, I wasn't wanting to take any chances.
Oh yeah, you ain't afraid of snakes or toads or bugs or worms or mice?
Nope, none of them.
None of them. Well, thank you so much, SRP, and we'll be sure to add this to the episode.
All right, thank you.
Love you.
Talk to you later.
All right.
All right, Hans, can you imitate that call again for us as well?
Sounds like one of those those gibbon monkeys. Yeah. Go whoop, whoop. Dude, we used to get them all. We used to get them all worked up at the zoo back home because we had this little zoo, and they'd start flinging shit at us and at everybody. So we would go up there and start calling at them, and they'd get all fucking worked up and grab poop off the ground and throw it.
Nice.
Little side note. You'd know that if you were from a town that has a big ass college that starts with a P, you would know the zoo.
That's a good story, though.
Yeah, we have a fucking trail that we only know by candlelight that we walk all the way back to. And that's how we get the deer. and call it the Ho Chi Minh Trail because all of us cousins, we have little candles that we walk back there to our stands with.
Interesting.
Gotta love Stevie Ray.
All right. So do y'all got anything else you want to add to today's episode? Dan, you got a story you want to share or anything? Or anything exciting happened to you this weekend? No? You boring fuck.
No. I mean, I could tell an old past story if you want.
That doesn't matter. It's whatever, dude. Or we could just roll it out. Doesn't matter to me. You don't have to say any stories if you don't want to.
Let's see. Do you want a story about how I hid underneath my oldest brother's bed when I was younger and watched him step on a fucking treble hook and get stuck to the rug?
Thought you were going to say something else. It's like, ugh.
No.
And that's how I learned what masturbation was.
No. How I got dragged in my backyard by my brother's dog.
Jesus, dude. Dog, you got depressing stories. This is depressing as fuck. Just roll this out. God damn.
All right. Well, I want to thank you for joining us today. And again, thank you for the support. You are amazing, every single one of you. Now, with that being said, Aaron and Dan, you want to roll us out?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Hey everybody, just wanted to let you know we're doing live shows at Largo on March 19th. It's a Saturday at 7:30 and 9:30. Head on over to largo-la.com to buy tickets. Now, if you're traveling a great distance and you want to make sure that you see all of us there on stage, it will only happen at the 7:30 show. Unfortunately, June cannot do the 9:30 show on March 19th. But that doesn't mean that that show won't be awesome. We'll have a How Did This Get Made All-Star plus a very special guest. So head on over to largola.com to get your tickets for March 19th. And yes, we will go to other places besides LA, but we haven't quite figured it all out yet. We will. I guarantee you. Boston, Chicago, we're coming for you. London, we're going to be there. Here we go, people. The show's about to begin, but before the show does, I got to tell you about my friends over at Tax Act. Okay? Tax Act is the best deal in tax. If your deal is getting the best deal, then go to taxact.com/made. Get simple federal and state returns for free. Taxact.com. You got this. File those taxes and be a fucking baller. Support for this podcast and the following message comes from HBO Now, the new way to stream all of HBO with no TV package required. Get all the series, movies, docs, sports, specials, and more. Download the HBO Now app on your favorite device to start your 30-day free trial instantly.
As Rick Moranis' character, Billy Fish, would say, listen up, you moron. This movie is the shits. We saw Streets of Fire, so you know what that means.
Schwarzenegger grow a baby in his belly, rock a rhinestone vest while whipping Justin to Kelly, or maybe see a burlesque show with Nick Crow and take a boat with speed to hitting cruise control. J-Man, Big Paul in the beautiful June, gonna take you from the goob all the way to the room. Ran the games of Street Fighter, helped to blow off steam, just a sucker punch the odd life of Timothy Green. Sharknado, the birdemic, how we staying alive. They calling in the badass and he's on the line, cranking 88 minutes cause they cool as ice, cause a bad Jim Barney looking kind of nice. Paul and June getting literal, Jason is getting laid. June is making sure all the monkey shots getting paid. They judge a bunch of movies while they're making the grade. Here's a real question for you, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth! And hello, people of Largo! We are so excited to be here tonight to talk to you about a very important piece of film. A movie that defies expectations and makes us all think about what a musical could and shouldn't be. Joining us tonight, my co-host, as always, Mr. Jason Mantzoukas!
What's up, jerks?
Welcome, Jason.
Thank you, Paul. How's everybody feeling? Good? Fuck you. Woo!
Jason, you will see that on stage we do have Flat Ronnie.
Thank God, I felt in danger. But now that I see Flat Ronnie is here providing security, I feel so much better.
Willem
More people
Dafoe
in
will
the
not
audience get
attack
it.
us during the show now.
Raven is being kept at bay.
We have tonight, unfortunately, June cannot be here tonight. So sad. Oh. But we have a How Did This Get Made All-Star here tonight. Someone that you've heard on the show before. Please welcome her back, Jessica St. Clair. Woo!
What's up? What's
Welcome.
up, dicks?
Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your show getting picked up for a 3rd season. Playing
Thank
House.
you very much.
If you have not watched Playing House, you should. It's amazing. Check it out. 3rd
Pause
season.
the podcast right now
And watch it.
and watch both seasons
It'll only
of
take
Playing
you
House.
22 minutes to finish all 2 seasons.
Really?
Wow, that's a minute each.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
They're half a
Yep.
minute each,
They're
really.
half a minute each.
Yep.
That would be amazing.
And tonight, please welcome our very special guest, now a Golden Globe and Critics' Choice winner, Rachel Bloom.
Yeah!
Welcome, Rachel. Woo! Exciting. Congratulations on all of the awesome stuff and your
Thank you.
amazing new show.
Thank you very much.
And definitely check out her show as well. You can check it out live. You don't have to even watch old episodes.
Yeah, we have new. It's called Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and it comes back on this Monday, June 25th.
Boom.
June 25th? I don't know. I'm drunk. Fuck
Did
you
you
guys.
just say
June 25th.
25th?
I'm so coked
Have
out
you
right
lost
now.
your mind? June 25th, 2022.
All right. Let's get into this movie.
Ooh, let's dig in. See,
Streets
when
of
you
Fire.
said Streets of Fire, Paul, I was like, I don't understand why we're doing this. I remember that as a great movie.
That's exactly what you said to me.
So I rewatched it. Turns out
It's a piece
I'm
of
right.
shit.
This movie is fucking rad.
No.
What?
I'm
what-
talking Moranis. I'm talking about Pere. I'm talking Madigan. I'm
Ed
talking
Begley
Paxton.
Jr..
I'm talking about Beggs Jr. I'm talking about every heavy hitter, not to mention Diane Lane.
Body be banging.
Unfaithful.
What?
Is that what it
I
was
was going
called?
to say, you're in Tuscany. What's the one where she goes to Italy and builds a house? Yeah, that's the good
Under
stuff.
the
Under
That's what I
the-
wish I was
Under the
watching. Every time, I've only agreed to be on this show once before, but then
You've
when
only, the other times you didn't agree, but
yeah, I
were
didn't
made
agree,
to do it.
but you've been begging me to
Yeah,
do
you
it.
really have forced
Famous-
into
Been
it.
begging me to do
A
it.
legendary appearance on the Pluto Nash episode.
Yes.
A mo-
And I will
a movie,
tell you.
a movie that confounded you.
Yes. I'm still trying to figure it out. And I will say that Pluto Nash and this movie have a lot in common in that it both makes me feel physically ill while watching it and sort of
Expand.
reminds me of the movie Howard the Duck in that way.
Have you seen that?
Yes. That's the last time I
Well,
felt
get
as
Duck
sick.
titties.
Hold on to that.
Got
Hold on
to get
to
those
that.
duck titties.
What?
We have some Howard
There's
the
Duck
Duck.
naked
tits?
duck tits in that.
Oh, now I'm remembering.
I'll pull up the image if you want. I
We,
have it
uh,
saved.
you.
We do
in
have
my
we do
file
have some Howard the
labeled
Duck
jerk-off
crossover
pics.
coming up, as a matter of fact.
Great.
That's a teaser for later in the episode. Rachel, your first thoughts on this movie, Streets of Fire?
Well, I thought what was amazing is they managed to take rock and roll, motorcycles, fire, because there's a lot of fire in it.
One
There's
might
a
even
lot of
say that
things-
it's in the streets.
Yeah. Like everything explodes in this movie. Like a tree falls down and it explodes somehow. They managed to take all these interesting elements and make it like the most fucking boring movie I've ever seen. Like
You're wrong.
It's
like I went and got a tea in the middle of it.
The credits alone take 17 minutes.
Yes,
17
longest
fucking minutes.
17 glorious
No.
minutes.
I wrote down that it's aggressively flat. It's
Yes,
like
yes,
yes.
yes.
and yeah, it's It's as if, like, I know that there's that comic book, Axe Cop, that's like written by a 5-year-old, and he's like tells his older, brother to write it. That's what this feels like. It's like, and then the motorcycle explodes, and then they kidnap the girl. It's like, it's just images of what a kid would be like. That would be the best movie of all time.
Well, like, the interesting thing to me, like, so this podcast is called How This Get Made. Like, I totally see how this got made because, like, the production design's super cool, and it has this kind of, like, wannabe, like, Blade Runner, Brazil, like, futuristic retro thing going on.
Footloose.
Slash Footloose.
Slash Howard the Duck.
Slash Howard the Duck. Slash every other piece of media that's ever been invented going on. But like, the plot's just horrible. But like, it could have been great.
It seems like
Could it have been?
Yeah.
Some might argue it is great.
Some might argue
would. No.
It was, by the way, envisioned as a trilogy.
Oh, I see that. Because at the end, well, I won't talk about the end.
Let's make those sequels.
Get Diane back from the Tuscany or wherever she is and get her into something, close fitting.
That's what she's doing. She's hiding out under a Tuscan sun.
Yeah, just waiting for the call.
Yep.
I will just tell you that they did title the next two movies. They were to be called The Far City and Cody's Return. Oh. And then Michael Paré did make an unlicensed sequel called Road to Hell in 2008.
No. By himself?
2008?
2008. This movie was made in 84, so he was still holding on to the Tom Cody torch.
He still had the old wrinkled trench coat. Wow. He took it out of his closet, threw it on.
That's blowing my
Michael
mind.
Paré in a documentary said,
documentary?
A documentary about
he made
movie.
himself.
Well, what are you making this documentary about? It's about this building here. It's an architecture documentary. Let me tell you about my career. Who are you? Who are you, sir?
He did say that he talked about how he was nervous to do the sequels. He wasn't quite sure he wanted to. Yeah. It's like the way Adam Driver was like, I don't know if I want to do Kylo Ren. It will define me too much, the role of Tom Cody.
Right.
Well, that's the great thing about the movie is throughout it, they repeat the name Tom Cody so much, and they have numerous times of him basically looking into camera and going and trying to coin different catchphrases with the name Tom Cody, where he's just like, Tom Cody will always be on the dry rub for you. It's like, what? What are you talking about? And like, you could tell like they were like, oh, it's gonna be Tom Cody action figures. No. It's gonna be like they were trying to make him.
He's a thinking man, Stallone.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what we kept thinking. My husband and I kept saying Stallone. They wanted Stallone for it, and he passed it up. And then they got Paré.
And then they offered it to Matt Dillon.
Yeah.
He said no.
Right.
Then they offered it to Swayze. Nope.
Like I too busy dancing.
By the time they got to Michael Paré, he was like, "Yeah, I'll do this."
Yeah.
The only thing that this movie needed was a scene.
The only thing.
The only thing. Because without this scene, this movie is like a B+. It could be an A+. All this scene needed was a scene that took place, what year was this made?
84.
A scene that takes place in 1984 where Ellen Aim is doing a song and gets zapped back to the 50s.
But that's not...
Because all of her songs are Pat Benatar songs.
But that's my question. Where does this exist? In what time portal? And I actually tried to pay attention this time because Pluto Nash, I phoned it in, right?
Well,
and I was really lost. This time I
think the makers of Pluto Nash would say that as well.
Yeah, they did too. But what the fuck time? They said another time, another
the
place.
first two title cards, first of all, you see a title card that says like, a rock and roll fable. Got it. Then they double down. They go, and not only is it that, it's also in another time and place.
Yep.
Is that an alternate universe, like a parallel, like quantum physics?
What do you think,
right,
Jane?
where we live?
I kind of like that because it told me it's a musical fable that takes place in a world that is not our own.
Which is basically the 50s.
Yeah.
And it's also the 80s.
But with music from now, or from now.
That is also the gay pride parade. Everybody is in pleather and riding motorcycles. I swear to God.
By the way,
is your
those
idea
are
of
all,
the gay pride parade.
Yes.
Those are all
Pleather
actually
and motorcycles.
Yes.
real bikers. They're not actors. They were real bikers that were recruited from the California motorcycle clubs.
And they are, we just heard, not thrilled you referred to them as the gay pride parade.
back. Oops. They brought their own wardrobe.
By the way, we did talk about who they offered it to. You know the movie that they wrote it for? Well, you all took a guess. I'll just tell you. Paul McCartney. It was written as a starring vehicle for Paul McCartney. He did Give My Regards to Broad Street instead.
What are you talking
What is going on right now?
That character doesn't even sing.
McCartney is Tom Cody in Streets of Fire.
Oh, do you think we shouldn't fight?
I mean, that makes, like, none of the sense.
I have to ask then, because Rick Moranis is cast, I mean, I feel like he was supposed to be a tough guy, and maybe his agent said, you know what, Rick, you've been playing the nerd, let's mix it up, let's try something different. And then he fought for this part.
Oh, Rick Moranis is a straight up asshole in this movie.
Yes, such a waste of a Moranis. Like when you
and he's committing 150%.
I thought Moranis was crushing it.
Listen, no,
he's a great.
Crushing it.
But was
he
it
was
meant
like,
for
I know what
Moranis?
I'm in. I'm in this movie. I'm gonna do it.
Yes.
I'm going whole hog, and he crushes.
Okay, but was it meant for Moranis? Do we know that?
We don't
Can
know.
we call somebody who is involved in the casting?
Actually, no, you know what? I actually do know that because he was best friends with Joel Silver.
Makes sense. Okay.
And so Joel Silver was like, this guy's in. We love him. I like an aggro Moranis. I mean, I was not used to seeing him.
But he was such a douche nozzle.
But he doesn't even have, like, when he does finally turn at the end, it's so unwarranted and
Oh, when he turns at the end, it's like, listen, you can fuck my girlfriend if you want. I get it. You guys are in love. And Michael Perry is like, you know what? I gotta get out of here. You fuck her while I'm not here.
Exactly.
No, I'm
and
talking
then it's
about...
like, I told Rick Moranis he could fuck you while I'm gone. Peace. I got it.
Yeah.
I gotta get out of here, Diane Lane.
But he
It is
also...
wild.
But he also has that other turn where I mean, again, we're skipping it forward, so we'll walk through the whole movie.
Spoilers for this movie.
Skipping forward. It doesn't, nothing happens except for shit gets blown up over and over
It's
again.
Mad Max. This movie is Mad Max Fury Road, really.
Yep.
They go
But with old-fashioned cars, motorcycles, and sledgehammers.
Yeah.
Also, never does the movie's about a kidnapping, but they never use the word kidnap. They call it stealing. They go, Ellen Ain got stole. And it's like, that's called kidnapping. There's a word for it when you take a person.
It's another
time
place
and another place
time.
where the word kidnapping
They don't have the
doesn't
word
exist.
kidnapping.
I will just show it. The movie opens up with like a Pat Benatar-esque Diane Lane rocking out, and she gets stolen by Willem Dafoe. But that's crazy. It's like, first of all, there's so many things to talk about. Like just the idea like a biker gang is like, let's steal
a woman.
That woman.
Well, there's also like weird...
To just kiss, right? He just wanted to kiss her for a couple of days.
Well,
I don't know what he's up to.
There's a lot of... Wait, but that happens in the opening scene. There's a lot of, like, kiss raping, where it's like, come here, and then they just kiss a girl and then leave her alone.
Yeah. It's a gentler pillaging.
Get away!
And I also just feel like...
Let's go into Richmond and kiss some ladies!
Not with tongue! Just strong lips.
Non-consensual kissing!
But what struck me as odd about this thing is not just the fact that a pop star's name is Ellen, because that would never happen, but how quickly the violence escalates. So she just finishes her song. Just body blows her. Rick Moranis is tossed off the stage. So normal, but then it heightens here. People are getting punched, thrown. Getting to my favorite part in a second. They're out into the street now. There's a panic in the street. And then all of a sudden, someone is kiss rape. Someone is hog-tied to a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Someone is hog-tied to a motorcycle and driven away.
Through the streets.
The streets
Dragged
of
through
fire.
the streets with a motorcycle. There is hyper violence in this.
It just started as simple stealing, and then someone's like, oh, fuck, tie him to the motorcycle.
Oh, but also it's important to point out the credits haven't happened yet.
No.
The
Yeah, you're
credits.
right.
This is the cold open.
Yes.
And then the credits happen later with many like star wipey things.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they commit to that star wipe.
Those edits are hilarious. It's as if that technology had just been invented.
Because some of it is like paint melting.
Yep.
Do you know? And then they wipe it. Yeah.
But they did that during a fight scene, which makes a fight scene really bad to watch. It's like, don't do it the middle of a fight. It's a weird cut. It's just like, it's like, oh, I didn't know what happened.
But it's also like the thing is like the credits have been rolling for 17 minutes, so by the time you're in the fight scene, it's literally like best boy, gaffer,
Yes.
assistant to makeup for one day when the makeup
Craft
lady was sick.
service. Yeah.
Like,
as someone's getting dragged through the streets, craft service by.
oh, that's who did it. Oh, okay.
They also refer to Michael Paré as a juvenile delinquent.
Yes, I wrote that too.
He's a man.
He is like
He's 39 years old, at
conservatively
least.
45 years old in the movie.
Also, why is he dressed like a farm boy?
Yep.
He's got a.
He's
like
from this town.
Like a. No, but where is he coming from?
He's coming. The army.
From the army.
No. It's a whole thing where you get put in this universe, you get put in jail, and then they, I think, make you join the army, right? Because the lady was saying, Madigan,
The
right?
lady?
The lady.
You mean somebody from Fraggle Rock?
The lady.
That
The lady
woman's
was
hair
saying-
The lady was saying.
Yeah.
The lady
But
said.
in this movie, for you, Rachel,
She's the
who
lady.
is the lady?
There's a lot of ladies.
Are you talking Amy Madigan?
I'm talking Amy Madigan was like, I was a delinquent too, and then I joined the army. I was like, joined the army, and he's like, I was in the army too. So I think there's some sort of system where you're in jail and then you can get out early to be in the army.
You've done
That
a
makes
lot of
sense.
thinking
Maybe.
about this.
By the way, the part that Amy Madigan played was supposed to be played by an overweight male. And
Makes a lot of sense.
That makes
makes
so
sense.
much sense.
she chose, they wanted her to be the sister. She's like, no, that part does not speak to me. I would like to be McCoy. And they're like, fuck it. Yeah, why not?
Actually, but that's why I loved it, and
She's great.
I thought that she was gay because there's that one scene where she's watching the lady
She's
strip
for
with her
sure
tits
gay.
out.
Yeah.
100%. She reminded me of who was in Andrew McCarthy.
Mary Stuart Masterson.
Yes, she's kind of rocking something of that with the black leather hat.
I definitely thought she was trying to say that she was a lesbian when she was like, "You're not my type."
Yes.
And then later when she was
Sleep on
like,
the couch.
she says that the guy cheated on her. She's like, "But that's that's before I was a soldier."
Right.
A soldier being synonymous with a lesbian.
Also, was that Amy Madigan's real hair?
Yes,
Did she
that is.
allow somebody to do that
Ouch.
to her?
Amy Madigan, if you're listening, turn off the podcast.
No. That was she.
Yeah, I
Let
think
somebody
she's
do
great.
that.
I thought, wait, and I'll forever refer to her now as the lady.
The
I thought
lady.
the lady was great.
I thought the lady's hair looked great.
And I
Come
felt
on,
like,
man.
I genuinely felt like the lady and the sister were gonna get together.
Me too.
Because the sister was straight up Joe Polnicek from Facts of Life.
Wait, the
Right?
sister was from Too Close for Comfort, right?
She was?
The daughter, the daughter of
yes.
Ted Knight, right? Deborah von Furstenberg or whatever her name is. Yeah.
Yep.
I
You're
thought
right.
there was a
Deborah
lot
von
of-
Furstenberg. Diane's daughter.
Deborah Van Velkenberg, that's her
Right.
name.
Wait,
I
but you were talking about like the farm boy look. Can I say like the suspender? There's a lot of suspenders in this movie.
And not a lot of sleeves.
And not a lot of
Nope.
sleeves. But there was one moment, and I said this to my husband. He was taking off the suspenders, and I was like, "Holy fuck! I think I have a fetish for naked men in suspenders." Because he did it, and I was like, like I got like
Yeah.
like I kind of want to like after just go on Pornhub and look at like men taking off suspenders after a long hard day.
That's why there's
In the
firemen.
world.
As a detective.
Fireman calendars are made basically for that.
Oh, you're
That,
totally right.
Yes.
that explains a lot because backstage you were like, you know who makes me wet? Larry King.
That big head.
But it doesn't
Probably eats you out for
That's-
17
by the way,
hours.
at this point, he is being kept alive by suspenders. If he takes them off, his body just falls apart.
I will say, I did do the Larry King show, and I did see two people underneath him with their hands up. It's a very complicated. It's a big Muppet.
Not a lot of people know Larry King is a Henson creation.
He was
Like from
actually
the Dark
in the
Crystal.
Dark Crystal, if you
He's a
look close
skitsy.
enough. And they just moved him out. He spun off from the Dark Crystal.
Hey, everybody, let's take a quick break to hear a word from our sponsors. Here's the deal. Valentine's Day is coming up, and you need to do something different. You need to do something smart. You need to do something that makes the love of your life remember you. And it's not flowers, and it's not that stale candy that you got at the supermarket. Okay, last year, the day after Valentine's Day, because it was on sale, and you figured, I'm going to be smart and get all my Valentine's Day candy for next year to this year. No, it's not that, okay? Give the gift that everyone is talking about and show your special someone just how much you care with a present you'll love, a gift that looks great and feels great, and something that says you deserve the best. That's right. Treat yourself and your boo to a matching pair of MeUndies, the world's most comfortable underwear. I've worn MeUndies, and I wear MeUndies. I'm not wearing them now, but I have, and they're in my closet to be worn. And I gotta tell you, they're pretty fucking comfortable. Why? Because they're like made of that modal fabric. I don't know what modal fabric is, but it feels good on your junk, okay? They have tons of cool prints and styles. New designs come out every month. You won't want to miss February's limited edition design from the legendary artist Keith Haring. This retro design is inspired by love, making it the perfect Valentine's Day gift. So grab yourself a pair and celebrate the holiday sporting matching underwear with your sweetheart. And MeUndies has a keep it for free guarantee. If you don't fall in love with your first pair, keep them. Get your money back. No questions asked. They don't want your dirty fucking underwear, okay? But I guarantee you, this year for Valentine's Day, head to MeUndies.com/bonkers and get free shipping and 20% off your first order. Don't wait till the last minute. Get matching pair of this month's limited edition print while you still can. Get 20% off your first order at MeUndies.com/bonkers. You order before February 4th in the U.S. to make sure your pair arrives in time for Valentine's Day. That's MeUndies.com/bonkers for free shipping and 20% off your first order of the world's most comfortable underwear. Everybody loves a chef. All right, there's like 1,500 shows on TV about chefs. There's even a show about little kid chefs. And let me tell you something. Most of those kids on that show could probably kick your ass in the kitchen. So it's now time for you to learn how to cook. You don't need to be bullied by that 12-year-old kid on MasterChef Junior anymore, okay? Because when you cook at home, not only will you have the knowledge that you're better than a 12-year-old, but it also means you're going to eat healthier, you're going to save money instead of ordering in all that expensive food full of butter, full of salt, that is kind of just killing you, okay? But you're nervous. How do I start, Paul? I have never cooked before. I burn water. No, you dummy. Blue Apron's got you covered. For less than $10 a meal, Blue Apron will deliver all the fresh ingredients you need to create home-cooked meals. Just follow the easy step-by-step instructions. Each meal can be prepared in 40 minutes or less. Okay? 40 minutes or less. No overwhelming trips to the grocery store. No more sad takeout from the same places that you've been eating at for the last 5 years. No matter what your dietary preferences, Blue Apron makes it a breeze to discover and prepare dishes. Now, here's the thing. You're like, well, I don't eat meat all the time. I eat like vegetarian stuff and vegan. Guess what? They got you covered. They got white pizza with Meyer lemon and arugula Brussels sprout salad. They got heirloom carrot and toasted farro salad with labna cheese and pickled dates. But if you're like, fuck it, man, I'm eating meat all damn day. Then they got seared pork and winter hash with Brussels sprouts and sweet potatoes and apple. I'm just saying it's gonna be good. Whatever you're making, you're gonna use ingredients that you never used before, like watermelon radishes, farro, and purple potatoes. And get this, all the recipes between 500 and 700 calories per portion. So it's delicious, good for you, and you're learning a skill, all right? And get this, right now, your first 2 meals are free at blueapron.com/bonkers. That's blueapron.com/bonkers. That's right, blueapron.com/bonkers. Blue Apron, a better way to cook. Okay, back to the show.
The movie had like elements of Batman, like the first Batman too, like the Christopher Nolan one, because it's like the side of the city that's just no one goes there. But I don't understand what's going on in that side of the city and why it's so hard to get out of.
And also, didn't we think that it's the same street just redressed? Because I feel like they're going around the same block. It must be
It's on the Paramount lot, isn't it?
Yes. The crazy thing about this
Which?
is...
Universal? Hold on. You? Do you know? Don't fucking lie to me, bro.
It is Universal.
You say Universal like you know what you're saying.
It's definitely Universal.
Okay.
It's definitely Universal. But apparently...
Let's go there now. Let's go there now and set some trash cans on fire.
Episode on that lot.
Because the cast was so young, Diane Lane being one of them, at 18 she got this part. They were still...
Oh my God. Is everybody okay?
Whoa.
There was like an audible gasp.
That was me. I guess.
She got kiss raped at 18 over and over
tied
again.
to a bed for
She
yeah,
sure
she's
is.
just getting that kissing rape. She was. They had to do a lot of child labor laws, so they shoot the movie during the day. So they constructed a tarp that was 1,240 feet long by 220 feet wide streets, and the tarp cost $1.2 million to construct. But now, the one thing I knew about this movie before going in, and when you watch it again, and I hope you do, everything is a little bit green because the sunlight hitting the tarp made it green.
Wow.
And also a lot of things needed to be ADR'd because the wind would hit the tarp and basically create a giant wind tunnel.
That's amazing.
That's insane.
I love that.
So yeah, when you watch the movie, green is it's not a choice. It is just, it's like if you put up a black tarp or something, you're just getting that, green tarp, yeah. So that's that.
It's to keep heat out?
It was to keep the sun out.
Because
they
But
shoot
a
during
tarp
the day.
is only going to make shit way hotter.
Well, I think it was like they needed to
They
keep
just
it
wanted
dark.
it to be darker so that they were shooting night.
For night,
So it
all the
looked
night.
like
Night
night
for day.
during the day.
Oh, right, okay.
Day
But
for
yes,
night.
it would probably
That
still be
tracks.
super
All right.
hot in there too.
Fine.
Well, all right. So we talked about Michael Paré. I just
Ooh,
want. Yeah.
does somebody, nerds, remember, tell me, what was was there a TV show that Michael Paré was on where it's a gang that's working for the police? It's not 21 Jump Street. Can anybody tell? Renegades? Really? That was for, really? Lorenzo Lamas?
That's like the thing he's known for.
All right, fine. No, that was a different
That's
show.
Renegade.
That's Renegade.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about a different show.
Greatest American hero.
no,
you.
he's not in that.
If I could murder you, I would right now. Your life is meaningless to me.
I know that this wouldn't translate 100% to the listening audience, but it's too good to pass up. When we're introduced to Michael Paré, we are introduced in a slap fight.
Oh, yeah.
And all
There's
I
a
want to
wife
do,
in
I want to
this too,
play
right?
this, and I want people here to picture Paul McCartney doing this.
Yes.
So this is only 11 seconds, so here we go.
Try it again, Punk.
A lot of slaps.
Also, you know what's disturbing is Ry Cooder's bed of music that plays, because there's really very few songs.
Yes.
It's not a rock and roll musical. I mean, I guess that's what a fable is. It's
Right.
just hillbilly songs playing underneath.
That is the definition of a fable.
Right?
Yep, it's a story told with quote-unquote hillbilly songs.
Right? That's what it sounds like. It just contributes to me feeling sick.
This wasn't a musical. I think it would have
No.
been way more enjoyable had it actually been like people bursting into song while on a motorcycle. It was
That's
a
what I
that would've been
movie.
great.
That would have been fucking awesome.
I feel like it was conceived as a musical. Paul McCartney said no, and they're like, oh, fuck it. We'll just, we'll have, a strip club scene.
Wait, was
and we'll
Michael
have,
Paré in Eddie and the Cruisers? Yes! Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, all right, so it isn't...
You guys are my best friends.
It's like
Is Michael Paré a good actor?
Yeah. The answer,
Wait, let's see.
unequivocally,
Is it-
yes.
because-
Wait, let's see. Let's let the audience decide. Audience, is Michael Paré a good actor by applause? Wait. I'll
Guys,
give you I'm going to say either
we're
one.
either doing it by applause or by vocals. Get it together.
By applause, is he a good actor? By applause, is he not a good actor?
It's hurting Michael Paré's feelings.
I
mean,
take
we
it
can
back.
we can
You
watch-
guys are my best enemies.
we can watch a little bit of its acting.
Moranis.
I know, but I didn't know if we should blame the movie for it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, we don't know. He was a new actor when he got in there, and he apparently had a lot of trouble with everybody.
I would have done anything for you. A long time ago, I would have thought you were worth it. Not anymore, babe.
Yeah.
Where do you get off talking to her like that? She's way out of your league, musclehead.
This is the grand I promised McCoy. You can keep the rest.
You know what's wrong with that guy? He's stupid.
Sorry, Billy.
What are you sorry about? Where are you going? Where are you going?
What are you sorry about? What are you sorry about?
He's pretty
Canadian.
He's pretty, I guess, flat.
Well,
Again,
that's what I'm wondering if they're all being told to deliver every line like they're dead zombies, because that's what is happening. But I wonder if that's a direction.
Well, I feel like it's a Walter Hill movie, and Walter Hill is like a legitimate like Hollywood director, and I feel like he's trying to make it a noir. He's trying to
or like
make
a Western.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying. So I feel like
it definitely feels like a Western.
Yeah, everything has that kind of like declarative, kind of big statement-y stuff. But everybody is flat except for Moranis, who is just line after line.
I do think he's crushing it.
He is crushing it, but the weird thing is, like, he's in the same exact wardrobe and to some extent the same exact setting of Little Shop of Horrors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only a couple years later.
Not a lot of people know he was doing the movies at the exact same time, and he was just going back and forth.
You
to the
just
same
literally, it's the same glasses,
Yep.
it's the same set.
He just wandered on by accident.
You want to be in this movie?
What are you guys doing?
Roll.
What are you guys doing? Shoot. What is this? A movie set? I just wanted to see what was under the tarp. What, me? Be in it? Yeah, sure, I'll be in it. I'm Rick Moranis. I crush all day and night. There is no Rick Moranis right now. Rick Moranis crushes in every movie from this era. Constantly crushing, constantly amazing.
I hear he's very picky.
And then he retired.
And then
Well, no,
retired
now
to
he's
raise
back.
his son.
Now he's looking for movie parts. And
He is?
apparently very, very picky.
Get him
and
on
turned
your
down
shows.
Ghostbusters and a bunch of
Done
different
and
stuff. Here
I'm gonna
is what he
fuck
said.
Rick Moranis. Season 3.
Or he can play a part in the show.
I'm gonna fuck this shit out of
fuck Rick
Moranis.
Moranis. Oh shit! I'm gonna fuck Rick Moranis.
Just to give you an idea.
It's weird that you said that, because I was watching this movie and I turned to my husband and I went, I hope Rick Moranis gets blown alive.
What?
He deserves
He seems
it.
like a really nice guy.
He just deserves it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, ladies, get ready for some disappointing news.
Yeah. What if you were like, I have the total number of blowjobs that Rick Moranis has received.
Nate Kiley did this research. It's accurate. This is
we called Rick.
This is a really. I felt like I needed to read this. This is a quote from Michael Paré about Rick Moranis.
I sucked Rick Moranis' dick.
Wait, is that you, St. Clair? Or are you doing Michael Paré?
That's Michael Paré.
Oh,
It only got half hard.
Your impressions, once again, flawless.
Hashtag I woke
it goes
up like this.
It goes, Rick Moranis drove me out of my mind. There's this whole wave of insult comedy. In the real world, if someone insults you a couple times, you can smack them or punch them. You can't do that on a movie set. And these comedians walk around and they can say whatever they want. I'm just not that handy with that. Comedians are a special breed. They can antagonize you and say whatever they want, and you can't do anything to stop them. He's this weird-looking little guy who couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with a fistful of 50s. And he would imitate me. The first thing he says to me is, do you just act cool or are you really cool? That's the first sentence out of his mouth to me in Joel Silver's office, and I was like, oh, this is not gonna go well. But he was one of Joel's dear friends, and he ended up making a bunch of Disney movies. And I wasn't that sharp, and I wasn't ready for that kind of crap. So that is
He pulled
Michael
like
Paré.
a Katherine Heigl, you know?
He is?
He's pulling a Katherine. He's like, you know, talking shit about this movie, Streets of Fire.
He's a real 27 dresses kind of guy.
Right?
But by the way, like, I think we all have. I've met a lot of comedians who are fucking dicks. That's really nice. Being like, are you really cool? You just look cool.
Yeah.
That's not a mean thing to say. Like,
Not really a really huge insult.
That's like a Canadian insult, which is like not an insult.
Keep in mind, Rick Moranis is Canadian.
Exactly.
He can't be mean.
They are like predisposed to kindness.
Well,
Cleanliness.
Like,
Yep.
I just imagine him getting angry at him doing his lines.
Yep.
Like, you call me. This fucking guy insulted me all the time. He stops it when they call cut.
Like, Michael,
He always shuts up when they call cut all the time. That fucking loser. Then goes to his trailer like a big old pussy. Comes back here,
I also like what he thinks real life is, which is someone says something mean to you and you can punch them.
Punch them or smack them.
That's not life.
That makes sense in that Michael Perry plays a character in this movie who, in order to get away from the woman he loves without her putting up a fight, he punches her in the face unconscious. He's like, okay, I'll see you in a little bit. Bonk.
By the way,
and it's like, okay, I'll see you guys later. I just needed her to be out for the minute. That shit was wild.
And then Diane Lane, then she later is like, I remember when you punched me in the face. Thanks for doing that.
Yep.
By the way,
thanks for doing that solid of cold cocking me and then leaving me on a subway in another time in another place.
Thanks for your constant abandonment.
But is that a thing? Like, I was thinking about this, because this movie has two moments in that. He punches her in the face, and then Amy Madigan or whatever, she hits her with a gun, and they get knocked out. Do people get knocked out that easily? Like, if you punch her in the face, I don't think she would go like it's not like he found like a default switch or like a reset switch on her.
People pass out really easily in this movie, and I think some of the ways like that it causes a pass out in real life, you just be like, ow,
or blood,
very
there'd be blood.
inconsiderate of you.
Yeah, what if it had taken 3 of those punches?
Pop, pop.
Imagine that. Boom. Ow! Ow! Why? What are you doing? Boom. Ah! Ah! Boom. Oh, that took 2 more than I had hoped. He's just that much in control.
In this movie,
it's kind of like a Spock, like, boop.
Yeah.
Well, what we know of him
Just
is
like, boom.
1 punch knocks somebody out, 1 bullet blows up motorcycles.
Yep.
Motorcycles are the most combustible things. Pop, poof, pop. But like they all blow up from like a sniper
those
rifle.
tubes on the street that he hits with the gun that leak gasoline. What were those? That was weird too. There was so much flammable material.
Yeah, everywhere.
We were talking about Rick Moranis and Howard the Duck earlier, and this is a clip that Avril put together for us, which is Rick Moranis as Howard the Duck.
No!
So
This is gonna make me throw up.
She edited together
Oh, no.
Howard the Duck and Rick Moranis to see if he would work as Howard the Duck, because he has the same
St. Clair.
energy and attitude as
St. Clair,
Howard the Duck.
try not to jerk off.
I swear to God.
So here we go.
I'm sorry, we don't allow pets on the premises.
Cute. Was she kidding? Take a hike.
Touching, isn't it?
Listen, I say we give it a couple minutes, then get out of here, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay, Cody, what's the plan?
I'm now one of the dark overlords of the universe.
Are you crazy? What the hell are we talking to this creep for?
It's okay, Howard.
Tonight, a laser beam hit the nexus of summoners.
This is great, just great. Look, Cody, you sound pretty dumb, but nobody's that dumb. I'm the one paying you.
So what you didn't see there was basically Rick Moranis' voice and Howard the Duck, and it worked pretty flawlessly.
Really
It does.
worked.
Are you nauseous, Jess?
I feel so sick right now, but
Leah
also
Thompson's
strangely
hair,
turned on.
similar to Amy Madigan's hair.
Yes. It was a whole era of the kind of like nausea-inducing films, I feel like. Was Pluto Nash at around the same time as this?
No,
No,
God, that's
much
way,
later.
Are you
way
sure?
later. Hey, this is 84.
Well, it's
This
another time and another place,
Pluto Nash
so
was-
it could be
that
any
was
time.
another
2001
planet.
or
Well,
something?
this is after literally after 48 Hours, which was Eddie Murphy's like first movie. So
Okay,
Pluto
got
Nash
it.
is kind
got
of
it. On
way,
the
way after.
the downward slope of his career.
Yeah.
I do feel like they raided the same costume department. You know, like the rejects of, because I think they were like, we got a bunch of 50s dresses, we got some 80s shit, we'll just throw it all on the set.
Yes,
and just
you're
see
right.
what works.
You're right,
You know?
because it is like none of it adds up.
No.
Well, it's like a
real
cowboy
melange.
movie by the way of the 1940s. It's a perfect mesh.
Yeah.
Two very distinct styles that you just shoved in there.
But I feel like there's like a little bit of Blade Runner in it, or like people doing impressions of Blade Runner.
I feel like
there's a little bit of like Brazil in there, in like the kind of like retro futurism of it. Like,
I feel like they definitely tried to do a lot of this stuff, but you didn't care about it.
See, I felt like what they wanted was they wanted to do like a biker, greaser kind of like that era of time, but they wanted all of the songs to be modern. So that kids would be like, yeah, this is our music. But people would be like, but this is the 50s?
Yeah.
And because it's basically Pat Benatar dropping in on Happy Days. You know, I feel like the weirdness of it.
Well, but the weirdest part to me was like the beginning was Pat Benatar, but then when they go to like the Battery, when they go to like the badass biker bar where there's the stripper, then they're doing 50s music?
Sure, then they're...
Yeah, that's straight up Ry Cooder music.
Yeah.
Like rockabilly kind of stuff, yeah.
And we haven't even touched on Willem Dafoe.
Oh, yeah.
Willem Dafoe
He looks like he's 12 years old in this film.
the bad guy in this movie, the bad leader of a biker gang. So clean-faced, so kind of
young. Everybody's so young in this movie.
Yes.
It really is. And his outfits are amazing. He looks like he's wearing like trash bag overalls.
Yes. Or like waders, or like when you would wade into fly fish.
I believe that Willem Dafoe provided all of his own wardrobe.
Absolutely. Yes.
I saw Willem Dafoe in a clown show with Mikhail Baryshnikov, which was amazing, a German clown show. Yeah. If you get a chance, look it up. It's fucking crazy. And I feel like he was wearing the same outfits in that. Yeah, Willem Dafoe, I mean, he's an intense presence in this movie.
Oh, yeah.
And
the bad guys are... I liked the bad guys. I liked him. I liked the bad guys. I liked that there was... I liked that the threats were not... Like, Michael Perry seems to be one of the only people with a gun until the end of the movie, when everybody has guns. But like, I liked that it was, like, everybody had knives, or like they have a fight with sledgehammers.
They do.
What could be a more preposterous weapon of destruction than something that is so top-heavy as to provide like the impossible amount of like swinging it means you are gonna swing it. It's gonna knock you all the way around.
But also, it's like, hey, I got something special for our Rumble.
Yep.
Sledgehammers.
Which look like they're...
We have guns. We have our fists.
Wait, was that in the last Fast and Furious where there was there a fight?
It's the Jason Statham.
Right.
It's wrenches though.
It's giant wrenches. That's
Which
what
at
it
least
was.
makes sense because they're in
But
their
they didn't
car.
bring them. They didn't like bring the wrenches specially, right? They were found wrenches.
Yes, they were wrenches in the
vicinity.
environment.
This guy like chose it specially, and they also look like they were made of rubber. Like
Yes.
when he presented them, it looked like like what you get at a prop store.
Wait, can we clarify for my own peace of mind what this movie's about? But also, like,
Why?
But what? Wait, okay. So it's a world in which this tiny town, because they made it, despite the fact it looked like Astoria, they made it seem like it was like small town America.
Right.
And it's being terrorized by a group of biker gangs who just like come in and take whatever.
Right.
And so at a rock and roll show, starring another lady, not the first lady, who grew up in the town but has since been touring LNA. She's come back to do a concert, and the biker guy's like, I want to kiss you, and he comes in and steals her. Right?
Yeah,
Well, it
that's
should've
right.
been-
This is
it-
all right.
it should've
And then they
been-
have to steal her back.
But
Right.
it should have been like that was her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, like, it's
it
just
should have
like-
had some connection. It was like, I want to steal that girl. Like,
Yeah, it just didn't make and so like, but then in the end, he's, spoiler alert, he's willing to give up everything just to get revenge on the guy who stole back his Kiss girlfriend.
Yes. The guy he wants to destroy the guy that rescued his ex-girlfriend.
But it's not. But right.
I didn't know that Rick Moranis was dating her until the end of the film.
No, neither did I.
I really did it. I was straight up. I was shocked.
Well, that's when I went back and I went, wait, he's not gonna do anything? Like, he's just at that cafe, like, well, I'll fucking drink my coffee. Like, he was like, he had no plan of attack. Like, we need to get her back. He was like, how are you gonna get her back? No one's gonna go to that. That's where I'm from. His character
But they
was
also,
from.
and they did nothing with it because what I thought was going to happen was they were going to go back to where he was from and then he'd take off his glasses and suddenly be like, I got to go deep. I'm going undercover. And like, they did nothing with that.
No,
he just
didn't
knew
even
like the
loosen his
street
tie.
names.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's
Wait, Rick Moranis was from the opposite
That's
side
why-
of town?
that's why he came
they
there.
needed to bring him in.
They were like,
They
they
bring
need...
Rick Moranis because he's from the Battery.
I
he's
thought
from the
Rick was
Battery.
paying. Okay,
No,
but
no, no.
He
Rick's
is also paying him.
But that's why he comes, because they're like, we need someone who knows the street signs. and he's like, I know the street signs.
And then he tells them, remember, he tells them to go to the same place that then Ed Begley Jr. tells them.
That was shocking. And Ed Begley Jr. totally did his own makeup for that. Like, brought his own, like, charcoal.
Yep, for sure.
Because that was fucking crazy.
Well, we should play some Ed Begley Jr. because it's also.
No, and I
great.
only knew it was him from the lisp.
Here we go.
Name drag is around here somewhere. What the hell's that? Guess you don't know who I am, do you?
Nope.
Things have gotten kind of funny around here. All kinds of strangers coming around, sneaking through the alleys. What the hell are we talking to this creep for? Let's get out of here. My gosh, you're scared. What's even funnier, you're afraid of me. Just trying to get away from you. We got some business here. Oh, you're dumb. And you're short. Real short.
Ed Begley Jr.'s first line is, I guess you don't know who I am, do you? And then he does not tell us who he is.
We don't figure it out.
He does not explain who he is.
He offers, and like you said, no information. No new information.
Do we
And they pay him for it. They pay him for information that Rick Moranis has already. This scene could have been cut.
But that's my question, and yet I feel like there were hours and hours of Streets of Fire that we didn't see.
I would watch
Because
them all.
what's up with the sister, right?
Oh,
the
yeah.
sister. Reva, first of all, the only sexual tension that actually existed that was believable was between her and her brother, Tom Cody.
Oh my God.
Yes.
100%.
Yes. They fucked
I would
each
watch
other
that movie.
off camera, or something was going on, right?
Yep.
Because we all felt it.
I got excited. I thought that was what the movie was about. I
Was
was
about
like, oh, is this
sisters
a
and brothers
sister
fucking-
fucking?
No.
Incest. That's why he's been out of the picture.
Who knows?
He's like, I can't keep fucking my sister. I got to join the army.
We never. I don't. Did she?
Wait, is that not what was happening?
Hey, everybody. One more break, and then we'll be right back to the show. Also, just a reminder that Crash Test is now streaming on Comedy Central. If you have the app, you have .com, you can watch the entire special for free. So for all those cheap bastards who didn't buy it when it was on Vimeo for $3.99, you can watch it on Comedy Central now for free. So cheap bastards unite. I hope you enjoy it. Crash Test, Rob Hubel, Paul Scheer. Today's sponsor is Casper Mattress. That's right. They are obsessively engineered and American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 towards any mattress purchase by going to casper.com/how and using the code HOW. Okay? Listen, you spend a 30-year life sleeping. Let's make sure you're doing it on a good mattress. And I'm going to tell you something. Was I suspect about Casper? Sure I was. How do they make it so cheap? It can't be comfortable. It comes in a weird box. How does a mattress fit in a box like that? Guess what? I've been sleeping on a Casper mattress now for 6 months. June says it's the best feeling mattress she's ever had. I tend to agree. It is a comfortable mattress. I just came home from Sundance. I got into my bed and I was like, oh, so much better than that hotel mattress. Casper brings together two comfy technologies. All right, you got latex foam, you got memory foam. What do? They just make your sleep awesome. Okay, you got the right sync, the right bounce, no matter how you sleep. Plus, they got a risk-free trial and return policy. They deliver it straight to you. You can try it for 100 days. If you're not happy, they'll pick it back up, and you're done. That's right. At the store, maybe you'll get a minute to try their mattresses. With Casper, you actually get to sleep on it, okay? Hear that. So when you go to the store, you're just going to be, oh, yeah, it feels good to put my ass on it. No. Casper gives you 100 days to check it out. It's $500 for a twin size, $950 for a king size. Compare that to the industry averages. Well, you know what? It's going to be way fucking lower. Get $50 off any mattress by going to casper.com/how. Use the offer code HOW, H-O-W. Terms and conditions apply. Make sure that you sleep good for the rest of your life, okay? That's what I'm saying here. You deserve it. Now, back to our show.
There are so many things to talk about. I feel like we should get into the crowd right now and find out what they have to say about Streets of Fire. Ask us questions. What have we not talked about yet? We haven't even touched upon the sorrels. Sorrels, the great sorrels.
That's a mushroom, right? That's a straight up sorrel mushroom.
It's also a type of boot.
Oh, it's a type of what?
Boot. It's like a winter
I
boot.
thot you said poop.
Oh man, I just sorrelled in there.
I'm gonna drop a sorrel on you or something. I don't know.
What?
I don't know, man.
Sir, your name.
Your sex life is weird.
The name of your biker gang in this world, and your question.
Thomas. I don't know. Batteries R Us.
Right.
And how long were they driving from?
Hours. They said we'll be home in a couple of hours.
And then they ended up in late night.
Because I was thinking it was like more like midtown to downtown.
No,
but
that's right. But it was day to night. It went from like literally noon to
You know
like
what I
8.
think it was? Diane wrapped.
Met at breakfast.
We wrapped up Diane's hours that she could work, and then they had to go straight to 2 a.m.
To me, it did seem to me like these were rival gangs from like Brooklyn neighborhoods or something. But then Rick Moranis says, "Great, we got her. Now it'll just take us a couple hours to get home." And I was like, "Wait, where are you?"
And yet
this is like the biggest. This is Gotham. Like
that's what I'm saying. It felt so expansive, and it didn't seem like they were ever getting out of there. Like it seemed like they drove in that car and that bus for quite some time.
Oh yeah.
And they were still in a dangerous territory. Like
the battery.
It's almost like like 3 areas that they had to drive through.
Why
sir.
did they all have to sit in the front seat? I thought that was so awkward. In the 50s, were there only front seats?
There's only front seats in the 50s.
Is that how it was?
Yep. In another place, there are no back seats.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
All right, sir. Your name, your gang name, and your question.
Name.
Hold the mic.
Wayne. Gang name. Suspenders of disbelief.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That was good.
Sticking with the time. How long was she kidnapped for? Reva wrote him a letter. So,
I forgot about that terrible letter writing sequence. It was one line, and it looked like it was like a manuscript. Like they.
Wait, was that the telegraph?
Was it a telegraph or
It was
a letter?
a telegram. What is it?
Telegram, right?
Telegram. It said, "Come home. I need you."
Yeah.
was perfect.
Yeah. Her hair never changed,
Yeah.
and no one was doing anything to save her. Yeah. There must have been some. Because where was Michael Paré? That he must have had some travel time too.
Where were the police?
Like 2 or 3 days, right?
Would you be shocked to find out this movie takes place over the course of 1 year?
No. I wouldn't be shocked.
All right.
She's kidnapped for 8 months.
Yeah.
All right. Your name, your motorcycle gang name, and your question.
Don't touch the mic.
My name is Claire. My gang name would be Hammering the Sledge.
Like it.
My question is, right before the big showdown, the main police officer tells Tom Cody to run out of town to not complete this battle of honor between the two of them. Like it's between you guys are 2 men of honor and you're fighting for honor. Where was the honor? Because he was just trying to kiss rape the girl and he was getting paid to rescue her. So I just don't understand where the honor came from.
It wasn't honor. It was that. Well, it. What? I don't know.
Rachel, are you okay?
Because my aunt, the reason the police officer told me to get out of town was it was a setup. It was more about pride than honor, right? It was like, get out of town, don't let your pride get in the way of this. I'm telling him that I'm letting him have you, Tom Cody, but actually it's a police setup so I can arrest him. So I don't know if it was about honor or was it about pride?
Well, I think he was saying, I know you are predisposed to want to have a showdown with this Raven character,
Right.
who is that's Willem Dafoe's name in the movie. And I'm telling you, get out of town,
Right.
because I will lock you up just like I'm going to lock him up, because I can't have you gangs
tearing apart
running loose.
This one block that we all live
But the interesting thing is
on the Universal lot. Listen, this is a peaceful lot.
It was weird. Did you guys think it was weird, that scene where they drove past the Jaws creature that popped out of the water? I mean, plot is not again, it would be so easy to be like, Michael Paré and Willem Dafoe both dated Diane Lane, or there's some history, some shared something. But no, they're just strangers. He got her back, and then he's mad.
Well, I also didn't understand what is Willem Dafoe's gang's name?
The Bombers.
Why did the Bombers want Ellen Aim? Like, it would almost be like she represented.
She was their crown jewel. The 50s block, that was their crown jewel, was Ellen Aim.
No, he just wanted to kiss her.
That's it.
Because she was touring all around the world. He didn't want any ransom. He's like, I'm gonna kiss you for a couple days and then I'll let you go.
Right, he said, he said, just let me be your boyfriend for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's it then, I guess. Okay.
All right, your name, your biker name, and your question.
Jenna, I don't give a fuck. And what was up with Bill Paxton's tooth?
Oh, exactly. Because you know what? They just blacked it out. They didn't even give him.
Well, he got hit. He got punched in the first fight.
He did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She punched him.
Oh, honey.
The lady.
He's in the first fight in the.
Oh,
where
he comes
Ellen
up and he
Aim-
goes, "Don't do that
yeah,
to her."
Yep. And then they beat him up, and that's where he's lost his tooth.
And then the lady punches him again.
Yeah.
But then here's the other thing about Michael Paré. Michael Paré comes into the bar. It's like, hey, that's my buddy. And then she punches him, and he's like, all right, let's get out of here with you. Like, no honor amongst friends at all. Like,
I thought Bill Paxton was a ray of sunshine in this movie.
Oh, me too.
Because he brought a levity to it and a brightness that I felt like was lacking.
I will never turn down Paxton in a movie.
No, 100%.
Classic 80s Paxton is great. Oh, man, like he does have that kind of
Game
energy.
over, man. Game over.
Yeah.
All right, sir, your name, your biker gang name, and your question.
My name's Tim. The biker gang name, I guess, the Torchies.
All right, great.
Okay, so it's a comment. McCoy is not a lesbian.
Oh, why?
What?
Did I put a D on that, lesbian? Okay, so she says when she leaves after spending the night on the couch,
She has a relationship with a
to
man.
The sister, the sister says, "You are the first woman who's ever spent the night on the couch," and then she says, "It's good for a man to make him wait." And then they talk about his sexual relationship with Ellen, and then she gives her all the dirt, and then and then she says,
Right.
Okay, so the whole time they meet at the bar, she tricks him into letting her in her car and his life. She finds out that the easy girl Ellen isn't real love, and then by the end of the film, she's made enough connection with him that he's like, "You're cool. I'm hopping in the car with you."
Wait, they're not in love at the end, though.
Yeah,
That's
they
his
are.
theory. His theory is that they're in
That's
love.
a beautiful theory.
Well, people are freaking out.
No.
People in the audience are freaking out.
I'm going to give you, for that theory, which is great, which we'll talk about, a Leanna Waldron designed handbag that says he's a beautiful man with a picture of a young Arnold Schwarzenegger on it. I think that's appropriate. So I agree with that. I feel
like somebody did their film thesis about McCoy's lesbian or not tendencies.
Let's do it
at
again.
NYU.
Let's do it again by
And
applause.
failed miserably.
Is McCoy and Michael Paré, are they going off together to be in love by applause?
They're friends. No.
Or are they going off to be platonic?
Okay, I have a follow-up. Who thinks McCoy is straight?
She's straight.
Who thinks McCoy is gay?
No, but she tells a story about her old relationship with a man.
and it didn't work because she doesn't
does.
like
I don't
like that dick.
I think
That's
I
why
don't-
it didn't work.
Also, she buttons just the top button, which I feel like could be like in the olden days where you'd put just like a scarf in one coat pocket to say,
You
I'm
think
down.
buttoning the top button is important?
In this another time and another place might say.
You think that signals like
Yeah,
I'm
down
lesbian?
Is that what they did?
I'm down to scissor.
They'd like wear like a scarf?
Yes, in the olden days.
Yes, the quote-unquote olden days.
Yeah.
All right, your name, your biker gang name, and your question.
Oh, my name is Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
And my biker name is the Fab Five Fuckers. And my question is the sex scene
They go from like making out hardcore on the street, drenched.
Terrible kissing, by the way.
Terrible.
Their kissing is embarrassing.
He was eating her face.
But then they instantly go to this sex scene where they're either had the most passionate sex in the world because they're drenched still, or it was the fastest sex
Fastest,
scene.
I think.
It was fast because they're still
They're
soaked with water.
They're still rain wet.
That's rain wet.
They're rain
That's
wet.
Rain wet. That was a big debate between my husband and I.
Unless she squirted.
That's in the unedited version.
She might have squirted all over both of their faces.
Incidentally, that's another thesis paper at NYU.
Yup.
It didn't do well.
Yep.
Who thinks they have a really good question?
Oh, this whole cluster over here
Yeah.
is like losing their minds.
All right, here we go, sir. All right, your name, your biker gang name. I'm sorry, and your question. Look, we're wearing twinsy shirts.
My name's Matt. My biker game is Toms of Finland.
Nice.
Fair enough.
And we haven't talked about Dottie.
Ooh, Dottie.
Oh, Dottie. Wait, what movie
You
was
get a
she
shirt
from in
with
the
my
80s?
picture of LOL.
For what? Pee-wee's Playhouse. That's it. Again, I think there was a whole 3-hour movie about Dottie we didn't see.
Why was she in the movie?
Well, there's a whole thing where like we're just maybe starting. What?
She had an album.
Coming out around that time.
She did.
Well, there's a lot of things coming out. So he says she's the only one that recognized Ellen.
Even though she was on the TV
Sure.
in the music video.
Yes, that's very
in
bizarre.
the bar.
And they're walking down the middle of the street, and there's so much happening on that street.
It's like Tokyo.
Yep. It's like Tokyo.
Who,
quote unquote, Jessica
who
St.
has the other
Clair,
inside
for those of you
information
doing
about-
memes.
You have inside information about Dottie? Who has Dottie information? You have Dottie information?
I just looked it up and it says she had an album coming out and she was the voice of Tommy Pickles from
All right. Tommy Pickles. I don't think that gets us any closer to any answer about Dottie.
I love that album of Tommy Pickles doing famous covers. It's like my favorite album.
But for the plot, she does nothing, right? She
No.
doesn't do anything but just tag along
Yeah, that's
on the
it.
bus.
She is just a tag along, and it's fine, but it's weird.
That's strange.
It's so much so that Michael Perry, in a scene later, says, "What are you still doing?" Which is a singular moment of film truth, because he's saying what we're all thinking. Why are you in
here?
this movie?
They let him improvise.
Yes.
Maybe she was just on the lot as well.
Maybe.
Like
Oh,
doing
what's
an
under this-
audition.
what's
Yeah.
under this tarp? I
Right.
guess I'm in this movie now.
Yeah, you get on the bus.
That's the way to get all these actors over it. People will come in. What's happening? I got to get involved. By the way, I want to talk about Amy Madigan's reaction to when the cops pull her over. She's like, "Hi, I'm the bus driver for the Sorrels." The
Amazing.
worst acting of all time. It's the most conspicuous. All right, your name, your biker gang name, and your question.
Mallory, streets of complete gasoline.
These are good biker gang names.
These are good.
Unwieldy.
Yeah.
On the back of a
Yeah,
jacket.
yeah.
But great.
You're gonna run out of space, but
Not like Sons of Anarchy. It's,
Yeah.
but here we go.
So just a couple observations. One, when he flashes back and he's got a picture of her and he's remembering their relationship, she's wearing the exact same outfit that she wears in her first performance. It's just in black and white.
that's crazy.
True. Also, the picture he looks at, it makes it look like suddenly the movie's set in 1915.
Yes.
It's like the most old, almost sepia tone.
It's like a daguerreotype.
Yes, she's
When
like
they
on a
first invented
covered wagon,
photography.
basically.
Yeah, that's weird.
Maybe they just went somewhere like for fun, like Great Adventure or something, and then got one of those old-timey pictures. In another time, in another
She has like a
place.
sack of gold next to her.
Yeah.
Didn't you have those pictures with your parents? Where you're like 7 years old but dressed like a whore with like a bunch of gold.
And then when she was becoming famous, she's like, "Hey, I remember I dressed as a kid one time in this crazy outfit," and that's how her character became famous.
That's a movie.
Your name, your biker gang name, and your question.
My name is Gabe. Biker gang is Honey, I Shrunk the Skids.
Nice.
And I want to just highlight how shitty the cops were.
Oh, yeah.
First of all, there's like fewer of them than there are in like Blazing Saddles, like in Rock Ridge, and like they pull him over early in the movie and like threaten to write a ticket as though it's the worst thing possible, and then they don't even do it.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were gonna put them in jail at all.
No.
Well, also they set it up for Willem Dafoe to be put in jail, and at the end when he's clearly beaten, they just let him ride off. They don't even like do what they were gonna do, which is put him in jail.
Apparently, the ending of the movie, they killed Willem Dafoe, but then it got an R rating, so they had to like, go back and reshoot the ending so he could like live.
That's so crazy.
The movie had like tits in it. That doesn't mean an R rating automatically?
Well, no,
Not
you
in
never
the
see
80s.
the tits, do you?
You do see areola. You do see half of that woman's areola.
The strippers,
Who
tits
is
lady.
in the mesh?
Jennifer
Yeah.
Beals' stunt dancer. That's the body, yes, from Flashdance.
By the way,
Also,
I
there's
think
the woman whose blouse gets ripped off in the opening bike raid.
You know there were like some 12-year-olds that were
But
freeze
by the
framing
way,
that shit.
I can tell you what the
Yeah.
where every tits are in the movie.
Yeah.
But it still was a PG movie. We were saying that it was they had to knock it down to PG, so that's why Willem Dafoe lived. They had to reshoot the ending.
That movie's
Oh.
PG? No.
Yeah,
Because they say shit and fuck in it.
it was before PG-13.
Oh, the 80s was awesome. I want to live in
All
the
right,
80s.
sir, your name,
I
your
remember
biker
the
gang
movie,
name, and your question.
Irreconcilable Differences. Maybe we should do that movie. Had like it was
Is that
PG.
the one where the child sues
Drew
her
Barrymore
parents?
divorces.
Yeah, divorces her parents.
Anyway, Ryan O'Neal. Anyway, and Ryan O'Neal's girlfriend in the movie is straight up topless, rated PG, and my dad being like, "Whoa," like, not being like, "This is not cool, everybody."
80s were a cool time. Your name, your biker gang name, and your question.
So David, the Defoe murder aprons.
I like it. Murder aprons is great. Just murder aprons.
I thought that there were murder aprons in the movie that I just didn't see. That's why I was so confused. All right.
Overalls.
Yeah.
So I have a theory that Walter Hill wrote and directed this movie. He also wrote and directed The Warriors with Deborah
Vandenberg.
Vandenberg, who was the hooker in The Warriors. This is a prequel to The Warriors.
Whoa.
That makes a lot of sense.
Mind blown. I wish I kept the prize to give you. Wow, look at that.
Tom Cody, come out and play. It worked.
I want to see a whole. All right, one more question. Who has a good one? All right, sir, I think you do.
Guys,
you have
what
your-
if Michael Pere's in the audience right now? He's just like, I just wonder if anyone wanted to do like raise some money to shoot another 6 of these movies. We're like,
No,
take
Michael
off that trench coat.
He's like,
Michael
I
Pare
know you are.
I've already
Michael
written the
Pare be like,
script.
oh man, I wish I could get up there and smack you guys.
You
Smack the shit out of you guys. None of you get laid in a fucking whorehouse.
You comedians think you can say just whatever you want. My shirt doesn't have sleeves.
And in 20 more years, I'm gonna do the follow-up to how I'm gonna finish a trilogy.
Yeah.
All right, sir, come over to me. Your name, your biker gang name, and your question.
Remember, this better be good.
Name's Ron, the Gooch, and the movie bombed in the U.S. It was a huge hit in Japan, which is why every fucking video game that came out of Japan in the 80s starts with a kidnapping. Then you fight your ways through the streets to get the girl back.
Wait a second.
Wow.
Hang on.
So like
Are
Double
you telling
Dragon,
us? Are you
Contra's
telling
got
us that Street Fighter is based on Streets of Fire?
Wow. Wow,
You're really
wow,
giving
wow.
a wrinkle to what exactly is a Street Fighter.
That is it. We finally figured it out. Wow. So really, so this movie really didn't was the basis of a lot of the games.
Streets of Rage.
Streets of Rage. Wow. Double Dragon.
Double Dragon.
Wow. Everyone's
Quick,
yelling out
everybody
games.
say
Well,
video games.
I'll give you this. I have these. These are
Do you think
top,
this was the
Topps
inspiration?
baseball cards with my picture on them.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Do you think this is the inspiration for Mike Tyson's Punch-Out?
But no, because
Donkey Kong. That's the only one I
Diane
know.
Lane was supposed to be Glass Joe. Just one punch goes down.
Well, I think we got to the bottom of a lot of stuff here.
Oh, guys, we are really cracked this one right open.
Obviously, if you want to know more about this movie, Blake Harris, who writes all of our oral histories, has done a fantastic job with a new oral history, which will be up on /Film. You can check that out. He interviewed a lot of the people in the film. Check that out on /Film. But forget about that for now, because right now, obviously, we had an opinion, but it's now time for a differing one. That's right. It's time for Second Opinions. I will ask, as I always, if you're here, you have a song ready to go, raise your hand. You can sing it. You have it. Come to us. Get up. Come on. All right, let's see. Here we go. Second Opinion theme. There's no musical instrument. I'm going to think it's going to be a cappella. Okay, here we go.
I will say this is a brave person.
Here we go. You ready? Okay. So I'll give you the intro to it. Now it's time for Second Opinion.
Second opinions. You'll get caught up in the second opinions. Second opinions!
Amazing. What's her name? Amy. Amazing job. Thank you so much. Woo! That was awesome. Wish I had something to give him.
You could have done better.
Ballsy,
I feel like
very
you
ballsy.
really didn't think it through enough.
Okay, these are 5-star reviews, cold from Amazon. Let's get into it. I'll start with this one from Christopher Hoffman. This movie rules. I accidentally crapped my pants 2 minutes before it started, but I caught it 25 minutes in, and I loved the whole thing.
Wait a second. Wait.
5 stars.
What?
Wow. What? Wait, wait a minute, what?
He rented the...
I accidentally crapped my pants 2 minutes before, but caught it 25 minutes in.
So
The great thing is that he was
missed the first 25 minutes due to a pants crapping. So that basically is one song.
But also, like...
the credits. He missed the credits. That's it.
But like anything on Amazon, you can pause it. So he doesn't know how movies at
Even
home
if he
work.
had a DVD, he could pause
You
it.
know what, though, guys?
Anything.
I feel like if you shit yourself, you should go to bed because something is wrong.
Don't go to
The night is over.
see a doctor.
The night is over.
Continue watching the film.
I shit my pants 2 minutes before this movie. Something's wrong with me. I watched the movie anyway, loved it.
Typed up a review.
Went to the doctor. I have a real problem.
Well, they get weirder. This is from another Amazon customer. I first saw Streets of Fire at the end of its run in theaters. A bolt of lightning had knocked out the electricity in my apartment, and there was nothing to do but go to a movie. I guess you could say that the discovery of this film resulted in an act of divine intervention. If you haven't seen this film, do yourself a favor. Rent, buy, or steal it. Somehow, the last choice seems appropriate. Throw some Orville in the microwave, then crank up the volume on your TV.
Paul, this review is viral marketing for Orville Redenbacher popcorn.
We had to bury it with
Orville.
the lightning.
Throw some Orville in the microwave. Nobody will think it's marketing.
And then crank up the volume in your TV, or even better, surround sound if you have it. Then say goodbye to reality and let the movie take you to another time and another place. And if you haven't seen it, it's probably time to see it. Oh, and if you have seen it, it's probably time to see it again. Now that I think about it, tonight might be a good time to watch it again.
Now that I think about it, wait a minute. Now that I think about it is such an insane thing to type. Now that I think that's like a lunatic's.
There's no self-editing there.
Yes, only a lunatic
It's
would
only
type.
id is coming
now
out
that
there.
I think about it.
Yeah.
This one is written by Cassandra Detman. She writes, I am Ellen Aim.
What?
5 stars.
That's it? 5 stars?
5 stars.
She wrote it from she was kidnapped in like a bunker somewhere.
Yes.
I got stole too.
I want to see if you guys can figure out this trend. These are all 5-star reviews. My husband loved this film. My husband loves this movie. My husband almost lost his life working on this film. It's one of his favorites.
Lost his life?
What?
Got it from my husband. It's one of his favorites. My husband couldn't wait to get this movie. His favorite movie. love this movie. I love the soundtrack. It's my husband's favorite movie. My husband enjoyed this film. He said the dialogue reminded him of some old black and white movies from the 30s. It's a fun movie to watch with your husband. 5 stars.
You know how what was the I have amnesia, but what's the you know, Jason, with the murderer, and then they're like, you know, catching him, and they're like, have you seen this guy? And you're watching the show.
The Fugitive?
No, was the
America's
TV show.
Most Wanted.
America's Most Wanted.
Oh.
It's like when you're sitting there. You know.
Your poor husband lives with this constantly.
Sitting there, and you're just like watching America's Most Wanted, and they put a picture of a man up, and you're like, holy shit, I'm sitting next to him. If your husband, if this is his favorite movie, you need to get out of the house immediately and never look back.
I feel like all of those reviews
will be killed.
like one of the other sentences that they all share is, I didn't get to see the end because I was punched unconscious. But I would love to watch it sometime without my husband. Help me, Amazon, help me. Get me out of this abusive relationship.
And when I say husband, I mean man who comes to town every 6 months, fucks me, and then leaves.
Yes. Those are cries for help.
And leaves me to fuck Rick Moranis the rest of the time. I don't have a choice in the matter.
Well, we've talked about it a lot. I think we've said enough. Is there anything we did not cover?
I'm just really excited for both our shows next season to have Rick Moranis play like a sex symbol.
I'm getting Rick Moranis full frontal season 3 of Playing House. I'm gonna put that out there. Yeah, honey, I didn't shrink this, dick.
Wait, what?
Yep. Yes.
Just work on it.
No.
Just work on that.
No,
It's a little
that's it.
that line is clumsy.
No, but is it? It's gold.
But I like that he shrunk some other dicks. I didn't shrink this dick.
Honey, I didn't shrink this dick, meaning his own.
Yeah, but he went around shrinking
in this instance, why doesn't he, honey, I blew up the dick?
Yes. That's better.
What do you
High
think?
five.
What do you think about this? Rick Moranis had a hard time managing these difficult musicians. He retires just to kind of invent things, and he becomes the dad, the cuckolded man who invents a shrinking ray because he wants to just fucking erase himself from existence. I don't know. I feel like there's some connection.
You're positing a world in which all of Rick Moranis' roles are one role that are happening in different periods of that man's life?
Maybe, or just even this one. I just want to see him go to be a cuckolded man at home. Was he
Hey,
cuckolded?
Paul?
Yeah.
Paul?
Put your dick away, bro.
I feel like
I don't know. I just want to see Moranis get cuckolded. I just want him to watch his wife.
I mean, let's be honest. This guy couldn't get laid with a handful of 50s in a whorehouse.
I feel like we should all give film credit for this podcast. Don't you feel like there were a lot of theories posited that were extremely in depth? Yep. And we should all get credit for it.
Yep. No, we definitely should get graduate degrees.
Yeah.
Based on
Full Sail Academy should come here and give us something.
Yeah.
Full Sail, the alma mater of J.D. Harmeyer? Yeah. So many Howard Stern references in this episode.
I don't even know where that came from. Just to understand what Willem Dafoe's reasoning is, because we've said it a lot. I just want to hear him say it to
Willem Dafoe, who is wearing overalls, no shirt,
a murder
and
apron,
like a
so much lipstick.
What's this hairstyle called? Like
Pompadour?
a duck's ass or whatever? Right? Isn't it called something like that? Ducktail. Thank you.
Well, here we go. This is Willem Dafoe and Diane Lane, and then here we go.
You know, you're making things real hard on yourself. You act nice, you and me fall in love for a week or two, and then I let you go. Nobody gets hurt. You see, I ain't such a bad guy. I just get excited around pretty girls.
Not a terrible request, right?
He wanted love.
His teeth.
Nobody gets hurt except the rape.
His teeth look like so many tiny little brown chiclets. And that is the most disturbing part of that almost rape that's about to happen.
Just wants to fall in love for a couple.
Just for a
Just for a
couple
week
of
or
week
two.
or two. Just a week or
Every
two.
little girl wants love for
really.
2 weeks.
Just 2 week love story.
And then you let them go. Goodbye.
Nobody gets hurt.
Pretty great. Well, let's talk about what we should be promoting our guests. Obviously, your show comes back. This will be released on Monday, so they can be listening to this and then watch your
Monday
show.
night, and
Yeah.
you can. I've been told to say this, but also it's true. You can binge watch all the episodes
That's a
for
great
free
thing.
on Hulu.
Love it.
And catch up and buy the music. And
On
come
iTunes, right?
It's on iTunes,
Yeah.
and it's really good.
It's the greatest.
It's really,
It's
and I'm
really
proud
good.
of it. And it's a musical, and it's not this. It's better. And please, guys, I work really hard. Just watch it. I work so hard. Just watch my little
Watch the show. Just watch the
I
show.
won a Golden Globe, you know.
And Jess, what about you?
Well, I told you I was gonna blow up Rick Moranis' dick in season 3 of Playing House.
Follow through.
And you can, I'm not sure when that season will be out. I mean, 10 years from now, probably. We'll
But
be
you can
living
still
in another
binge
time.
watch.
But you can binge watch season 1 and 2.
But you can also watch it
USAnetwork.com.
with a week break in between.
Yeah, you could.
You could really get
You
out-
could shit yourself, go away for 25 minutes, and come back and pick it up.
Well, you
and
will
miss
have missed an entire
most of-
episode.
Yeah.
In that 25 minutes.
Yeah, do what you can.
Jason?
Oh, I don't know, Paul. I don't have anything really to plug. If you want, you can go see Dirty Grandpa, which I am in.
Yeah.
Which is arguably one of the worst reviewed movies of the year.
Well, the year is just getting started, so that's not a. If you say this like in December, that
That's
may have some
true.
more weight. This is the first.
We'll see. We'll
Yeah.
see where we land on this one.
Dirty Grandpa, and I will say that Crash Test, a show I did with Rob Hubel and I, it's now for free streaming on Comedy Central, and I think you can DVR it too. I think it's playing again. It just premiered the other night. And you can follow us on Twitter. You can follow us on Facebook. And thank you guys so much for coming. A big thanks to Nate Kiley for all of his research, Avril Halley for pulling together the Howard the Duck Rick Moranis clip. Thanks to July up there in the booth, everybody here at Largo. Thank you so much for coming. And good night.
I got to tell you about my friends over at Tax Act, okay? Tax Act is the best deal in tax because here's the deal, right? We feel too dumb to do our taxes. We just do. Right? We feel like I can't handle that. I can't fill in those little numbers on those small little lines. I forgot my receipt for Jamba Juice that one time. What am I ever going to do? I need to hire some dude who looks like he hasn't gotten up in 6 months to do my taxes at a little shitty place down the block from my house. No. Stop. You got this, okay? With TaxAct.com, you have easy, fast, and affordable tax filing. You get everything you need to file your taxes for less, okay? It is the best deal in tax. Just head on over to TaxAct.com. It's easy. They guide you through every step of the process. You start anywhere and finish anytime on your computer, tablet, or phone. And get this, they guarantee to get you your maximum refund. That's right. Okay, when you e-file with Tax Act, you'll get your maximum federal refund guaranteed. So don't pay more for the same forms, same features, and same functionality. Just go to TaxAct.com, do it yourself. You got this, okay? If your deal is getting the best deal, then go to TaxAct.com/made. Get simple federal and state returns for free. TaxAct.com, you got this. File those taxes and be a fucking baller.
This has been an Earwolf production, executive produced by Scott Aukerman, Adam Sachs, and Chris Bannon. For more information and content, visit earwolf.com.
The following episode of How Did This Get Made is sponsored by LegalZoom. They're helping keep the show free. If you go to LegalZoom.com and enter the code EARWOLF, you'll get a discount, and 100% of what you spend there comes directly back to the show. LegalZoom is the best place to help with your legal needs. They're not a law firm, but they provide self-help services at your direction. For more information on how to support this show and the rest of the Earwolf Podcast Network, go to earwolf.com/insider.
A tough guy hitman with a heart of gold, a criminal lesbian, and a retarded man all become best friends after they take them hostage in a movie called Geely. We saw it, and you know what time it is.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just be a hater, cause you know you wonder, how did this get made? Let's wallow in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth. Welcome to How Did This Get Made? I am your host, Paul Scheer, joined as always by June Diane Raphael, and via Skype, Jason Mantzoukas. How are you both?
Good.
Great. This is the podcast where we try to make sense of the movies that make no sense. Each week we have a special guest with us. This week is no different. You've known her from a lot of different things. You've seen her on Comedy Central, on the Spike Show Players. Please welcome Danielle Schneider.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. I should tell you that I was an accomplished voiceover artist. So.
Ooh, wow. So you're
really have
stepping it up.
You have a voice on your hands. You have a golden
You're listening
throat.
to a voice.
Yes.
All right, so let's talk Geely. First thing I want to say about this movie is...
Oh, my God.
It's fucking 2 hours.
Oh, my God.
It's 2 hours. It's a long haul for a shitty movie. Like I thought, like this would be like an 88-minute movie. Like you couldn't even make the hour-and-a-half mark.
I watched it on my computer, and you know how it sort of like times it out for you, and like I just kept going like, "There's so much more left." Like you could
I did feel
like
at
an hourglass.
I feel like at the end, like the last 40 minutes, it kind of felt like people like at a house party, like we don't want to leave yet. It's still fun, isn't it? And it's like, no, just get out of the house. We're done with you.
The first 45 minutes of this movie is all exposition.
Yes.
Yep.
And it's all redundant exposition. It's like new characters enter and explain the whole plot we already know to other new characters.
But don't you understand like, that sometimes when the characters are talking in this movie, I don't even understand what they're talking about. They're talking in code, and I'm like, what?
It was like rhymes and riddles and rub-rub-a-dub. I could not. There were monologues. There were sex monologues. There were crime monologues that I could not make heads or tails of.
monologues. Like how many movies have like multiple? She gives that monologue to the gangster kids.
Yeah.
That was about Cow Mai or whatever
that was her Samuel Jackson moment in Pulp Fiction. You know what I mean? It was just like, but it was so unintense. Like it was like I felt like the kids were like, when do we get to leave? Like
basically, like
I felt like that movie. The movie should have been like she says that whole thing, and the kids are like, yeah, we're gonna rape her. Right?
The best part of that, though, is at the very end when Ben Affleck grabs, as he's walking out to get his in, he grabs one of their computers, throws it on the ground, and then says, suckmydick.com.
What? Because that's from an era when .com jokes were hilarious.
Well, also the fact that there were these white ruffians sitting, a white gang
with computers out.
Yeah, of course.
The white gang is basically they're playing music loud in a restaurant, like a shitty chicken restaurant.
Mexican, like on a beach hut. Really.
Yeah. And they're like, and you know, Ben Affleck is like, hey, turn that down. And they're like, fuck you. And then J-Lo goes over and delivers, just to clarify this monologue, about Muay Thai and about like how it's about plucking somebody's eyeball out and ripping out the optic nerve so they don't even remember what their friends and family look like.
But
the rip that takes the past.
Again, this is where a monologue comes in where, like, in real life, you would be like, all right, stop talking. Like, if anyone came and started a monologue, I would just be like, shut the fuck up, bitch, and walk away, or throw my computer at her, or, you know what I mean? She always had this threat of violence. Like, she could get violent, but you
She
never
never
felt
did.
threatened by
No.
J-Lo
That's
at
because she
all.
was reading those peace books.
So basically, we'll take it back for a second.
She was
and
reading books that were just titled, like, peace.
And she was never very far through it. Did anyone notice
No.
that? Like,
Always
she
in the
was
beginning.
like 15 pages in.
But in scenes where she has the book out, she turns a page every 2 seconds. She's the fastest reader you've ever seen.
And yet couldn't get through any of the book.
So basically, the premise of the movie is Ben Affleck doing a good old-fashioned newsy voice, going, hey, that kid.
Why
you got
does
that.
everybody... This takes place in Los Angeles.
Yes.
Every character has a New York accent. Did anyone notice
With Ben
that?
Affleck's is Boston.
Yeah, well,
No, it's not.
It's
No,
like
it's not.
It's like
I
New
wish it was a
York,
Boston
yeah.
accent.
It felt
That's
like a
like a Bronx
1920s.
accent. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Everybody did. She did. Christopher Walken did. Al Pacino
Christopher
did.
Walken said
Lenny-
privacy.
Which I really like.
You knew
He's an LA cop.
you knew you were in for a bad movie when it's like dad jazz playing over the credits. Like the whole movie is
underscoring
just dad jazz.
was
like,
unbelievable.
I feel like this movie was basically like it's Get Shorty meets Rain Man.
Oh God.
Meets
Let's do
Midnight
this.
Run. Yeah, I was in the middle of the movie. I was like, this is like a shitty version of Midnight Run. And then I realized it's actually written and directed by the guy who did Midnight Run. Martin Brest.
Also, let's talk about the scoring too, because I never notice any music in a movie, and the scoring was so, like anytime the Justin Bartha's character, the retarded kid, talked about something sad, violins would come on. Did you notice that?
No.
Like when he started talking about the Baywatch girls, all of a sudden it's like, like, and it was like a moment in glory or something. Like it was like it tried to give it like gravitas, but like the
music was unbearable.
So basically, just to clue everybody in on the plot, Ben Affleck is told to kidnap a mentally handicapped fellow who is Justin Bartha, but he's young. It's like baby Justin Bartha.
I didn't realize it was Justin Bartha till like he was on the screen for almost a half an hour.
Really?
And then I screamed out
really?
loud in my apartment. Yes.
And then, so Ben Affleck does that job with ease, gets the mentally handicapped guy out of the facility that he's
we
in.
don't see how.
No. He just can walk right out. He just walks him right out.
Walks him right out without a problem.
Not a video camera.
No security.
Which you can
That
do.
is really an indictment of the mental health system in America.
In Los Angeles. Yeah.
He takes him out of
he's an important client. Like he is the brother of the district attorney of Los Angeles.
Yes.
Nobody says a thing.
No one says a word about him. And then because he's not doing his job well enough, even though he accomplished that job very well, they assign J-Lo, who is another... Is she a hitman? Is she a bounty hunter? It's also unclear what these people are.
Bad guys.
They're just bad guys.
Well, you can tell
With
by
hearts
his
of gold.
You can tell that Ben Affleck is a bad guy by his leather jacket and pompadour.
Okay, that leather jacket upset me so fucking much. When I saw that thing in the beginning of the movie, I was like, if I have to stare at this leather jacket for 2 hours, I'm gonna lose my mind. I did.
And this is how you know Ben Affleck is a bad guy. He goes, I wrote the rule of cool. I'm the original gangsta. Like, he literally says those 2 lines. I wrote the rule of cool.
The man who wrote this movie was like 70, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like in his mind, like that's cool gangsta talk.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, no, everybody talks like a fucking dildo in this movie.
At one point, Ben Affleck says, I'm sitting here with Dicosaurus Rex.
Dicosaurus. Because J-Lo is a lesbian, which is all the dramatic tension.
Point.
But, okay.
This movie has the end-all, be-all of talking to yourself in the mirror scene.
Oh! Yes.
I feel like, and I like, let me say that I like Ben Affleck. I think he's funny. I see him
amazing.
on SNL.
This is a sad moment for him.
Yes, this was a low. This was a definite low in his life.
This
as
and
well
Jersey
as his
Girl.
career.
Yes, this is a 1-2 punch that could have ended Ben Affleck's career.
That mirror scene was...
It kind of did for a little while.
Yeah,
it
from
did.
2003 to 2010.
This and Jersey Girl and his relationship with J-Lo almost destroyed him.
Yeah.
I will
my
say about
God.
that scene though, it made me sad
It made me
because I feel like they just like were like, you be
Go.
you,
Yes.
you be you. We're not going to give you any lines.
We're
in
rolling the
this scene."
cameras
Yeah.
and you just go.
Well, here's
go,
the thing.
Ben, go.
He's trying to psych himself up to like look impressive in bed because for whatever reason, him and J-Lo are going to share a bed. Like, because he's like, oh, you can't sleep on the couch. You'll sleep in my bed. So he's trying to psych himself up in front of the mirror and like flex. But you're right. Like they said, like improvise.
And all he had was bull in the horns.
in the
All he said it
horns.
What was
like
really
70
upsetting
times.
about that scene is like I got the impression, he was psyching himself up to have sex with her. Like that's what he was going in there
Yeah.
to do. It looked like he was getting ready to brutally kill her.
Rape
he
her.
was doing like fight moves.
Yeah, he kept on flexing and punching.
He's punching, he's lifting he has a dumbbell in the bathroom for some reason.
And he's like, he goes, this is the bull. This is the horn. This is the bull. This is the horn. It's like, what the fuck does that mean?
I want to know. I feel like this is something that happens in movies a lot, where people
talk to themselves
in the mirror and psych themselves up for sex in front of the mirror. I have never
Let's
done
do a
that.
quick
personally.
survey. Has anyone here
psyched
themselves up
in
at
front of
any
a mirror?
time? At any time, not
Never.
just for having sex.
Okay, there's 2 things I feel like people do in movies that I've never done and I genuinely believe people don't do. Talking to yourself in the mirror is one of them, like psyching yourself up to do something, especially sex. The other is oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed, I'm so stressed, I have to splash cold water on my face. I've never been like, I need to cool my goddamn face down right now.
Or there's another moment too where people are like washing their hands. It's all of these scenes take place in the bathroom, but washing their hands and then looking up and seeing themselves for who they really are for the first time.
Yeah,
Which I feel like also never happens.
They're washing their face and they're seeing their soul.
Yeah.
Cool. I want to just get into the mindset of Ben Affleck at this point is a huge star. J-Lo, huge star. This is the script? Like, yes, the script where I am the hitman that has to bring the retarded kid. I have to hold the retarded kid hostage and then fall in love with a lesbian bounty hunter. Like, that's what you gravitate towards? You could do any movie you want. You would imagine at this point. This is not a downward spiral.
Well, what I think they both really connected to was the love story in this. I think that I do. I really think that's why they signed on. They thought that that's a really sexy idea, that he wants to fuck her, but he can't because she's gay. But he's going to be the guy that fucks her so right that she's no longer gay.
Are you also talking about the fact that this movie does really say, like, lesbianism?
It's really upsetting.
Yeah.
It's really offensive.
No, it's an interchangeable sexual orientation. Like, it is not set in stone if you're a lesbian.
No, you just need the right man.
If the right turkey gobbles you up, then you are on the straight train.
Be set straight.
Basically, Ben
That's really
Affleck's...
upsetting.
They go to visit Ben Affleck's mom. She goes...
Whoa, wait a second. Back it up for a second. Ben Affleck's mom calls him and says, like, you gotta come over.
What is that shot?
The next shot after Ben Affleck gets that phone call is of an enormous ass.
Yes, huge ass and a thong.
A fluorescent pink thong. And Ben Affleck is shooting his mother in the ass with a needle.
And we don't know why. Is it
it's
some
'cause
sort
of
of
diabetes?
But I also thought, is this like a fertility medication?
Well, clearly she was getting it a lot. And
they never say.
Yeah, they never
Well, she
really...
does say that if he doesn't come over to do it, she's going to have to ask their neighbor.
But we don't know what the shot is.
Yeah, you
I
don't
think
know
it's
what
an insulin shot.
That or she's trying to have babies again. But basically the mom says to J-Lo, immediately J-Lo walks in and she's like, I like you. You're going to get married to my son. And yeah, J-Lo has not said a word. And she goes, yeah. And then Ben Affleck's like, hey, Mom, she's a lesbian. And
All Ben
Mom's
Affleck says in that scene is Ma. He goes,
Ma!
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 And she even at one point calls him out on it and says, what's with all the ma? And it was like, is the actress saying this? Is the character saying this? And why is she in a pink thong?
There are whole scenes like that where people, like, there's the scene where he goes, read to me, Larry. And J-Lo's like, read to him, Larry. And he's like, I'm not going to read to him. And he goes, read to me, Larry. And they just say the phrase read to me or read to him like 500 times in a row.
Well, talking about things that are said a million times in a row, here's something that's said quite a few times. The word fuck. The word fuck peppers everything. I wanted to see if play a quick game with you guys and see how many times do you think the word fuck was used in this movie? Any guesses?
Oh, God.
Do you know?
I do know.
If there are like 100, I bet the script was like 125 pages. So if it's,
I would say one fuck every other page.
Oh, I'd say way more than that.
Really?
I'm going to say 250 fucks.
Really? I'm going to go like 75 or something like that.
I'm going to go like 120
I go low. Price is Right rules.
June is almost exactly on 124 fucks.
Whoa.
120. That's a lot for...
That's like one fuck a page.
That's one fuck a... I mean, that's one fuck a minute. You really are getting one fuck a minute.
Wow.
Which is crazy. That's like on the level of... That's more than Scarface.
Yeah.
Like level of fuck.
Yeah.
I feel like the most offensive...
Paul, you still maintain that page on the internet that's what a number of fucks per movie, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's getting a lot of hits. We got 100 hits. We got 100 hits last month. Unique hits.
It's the new Mr. Skin. I found the most upsetting part of the movie was the big vagina monologue.
Okay, yes. Let's...
I do think I might be a lesbian after watching this movie,
Did Eve Ensler write part of it?
I really felt like it was... Eve Ensler was like, why is she using my words in her mouth? That was... And then at...
Ben Affleck basically tells her...
it's in response to a penis monologue.
Yeah,
there are
Ben
two
Affleck
monologues.
gives her a monologue about how his penis is the best sexual thing, right? Like he says, like, what is it? It's like a 4-minute scene where
he's basically saying like everything is phallic centered. Like sex is male. I am
because basically his mom. We didn't say this. His mom literally tells J-Lo, who is a lesbian, keep an open mind. Yeah. Keep an open mind, experiment. And so this gets them into their sex talk.
And she also tells Ben Affleck that she's experimented in her past.
And he's like, Ma! So anyway, this goes into a 4 to 5 minute long scene. 2.5 minutes for Ben Affleck talking about the penis, and then 2.5 minutes of J-Lo talking about a vagina.
While she's doing
yoga.
And has a very prominent camel toe.
Yeah. So prominent.
There was so much ass cleavage in this movie.
Lainey,
oh my God.
every woman, all 2 women, let's be honest, every woman, meaning all 2 women in this movie, I saw way too much of their ass.
J-Lo was doing that yoga. I mean, that was the only way. I feel like J-Lo was like, I want to do a monologue, an Eva Ensler-style monologue about the vagina. It's like, if you just do yoga and just pop your ass up for 2 minutes, we'll let you say whatever you want. Because every guy will just be watching your ass. Because that's all it is. It's like, she's just in the most seductive poses talking.
But then she switches over and, like, spreads her legs at some point.
I love it. Full-blown beaver shots.
It was. With, like, you could see every aspect of her vagina. I saw an outline.
You guys, but this movie was so visually uninteresting that I appreciated everything that J-Lo was doing in terms of like what she was giving us with her body, because it was the only thing that was like fairly pleasant to look at.
Yeah, I agree.
She was gorgeous.
She looked gorgeous.
J-Lo, I am after seeing this in the backup plan, I'm like, yeah, she's a beautiful person.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
And I loved when she was. I loved the sex scene. I'm not gonna lie. I loved it. I love that she had sex with him with that kimono on.
No.
Yes, I loved it.
I want to talk about that. I just want to finish talking about this because the J-Lo ends her monologue by going, "Wars have been fought over my pussy."
True. Yes.
I love her pussy monologue.
And she calls a penis
agreed with
a
every
sea
word
slug.
of it. And she calls a penis a really long toe.
A really or a sea slug. So now, when they decide to have sex, J-Lo says this. We have this clip. This is how J-Lo gets him into having sex.
It's turkey time.
Huh?
Gobble, gobble.
That's how she describes oral sex. It's turkey time.
I just
gobble,
I've never, now maybe I don't know. I've never met a woman who wants to kiss for 1 second and then is ready for oral sex. Like, it was the craziest sequence. They kissed for 1 second.
I could introduce you to some girls.
I will say also, the kimono, to me, was such an obvious, like, she's a Zen master. Like,
I loved it.
Where did she pack all this shit?
She had so many outfits. I thought about that as well. And a lot of accessories. Did anyone notice? Lots of jewelry. And it was also
jackets,
like
belts.
Buddha-based, like very sort of, and she never came in with a suitcase.
Never saw a suitcase. I hated this sex scene. I hated this sex scene because whenever you have a sex scene with 2 people who are dating in a movie, it's too fucking gross. It's like too sensual. It's like they're too into it. Like Kim Basinger and Alec Baldwin in The Getaway. It's like, oh, like I feel like you're watching like a sex tape where they're just like, it's not sexy. It's like
their sex becomes very precious.
Yeah, it's like oh, they're just enjoying it too much. It's gross. It's grody. It's grody to me. It's way too grody. I want to see. I want to see.
Says it's
doesn't like lovemaking.
No, I want to see I want to see 2 people who've never met each other fuck on camera because it's like it's new, it's interesting. These people are like no. Like, they're into it. They're like, America, we are such a good couple. Watch us fuck now. Watch how we...
I feel like the point of this movie was you get to watch them fuck.
Yeah.
You know, that's like, I feel like the selling point is you get access to what we all are thinking. Like, what's it like when they fuck?
I didn't mind it one bit.
Now, we don't even talk about the fact that J-Lo is a lesbian and her lesbian girlfriend barges over to the house midstream in the movie and slices her wrists.
And this was actually a really offensive movie. Like, was there a big outcry from the gay and lesbian community? Because that's like every lesbian stereotype. It was like really horrible. It really was. Like,
and also on that fact, like, these people are like hit people or whatever. They're supposed to be pretty secretive and good at their jobs, and yet everybody can find them.
Sure.
And so she didn't tell her angry lesbian ex-girlfriend where she was, and yet she shows up at Ben Affleck's place had no problem finding it.
Oh, everyone shows up at Ben Affleck's place, and at one point J-Lo goes, "Do you want to go to a hotel?" And Ben Affleck goes, "No, I live here." Which is exactly the reason not to hide out in your house.
And then when they go on the road, they're in a convertible.
Yes, oh!
In a convertible.
So obvious, but they put a ski cap on it because no one would suspect that the mentally handicapped brother of the district attorney would be wearing a ski cap. So that's how they hide him. Totally out in the open in a big, 1950s convertible that no one else
Ben
is driving.
Affleck sporting the most bowling shirts out of 2.5 men.
Tony Soprano would be like, it was like they just took his wardrobe.
I love that a big plot point is that Ben Affleck doesn't have any reading material in that apartment.
Oh, yeah.
So much so that when Justin Bartha says, "Read to me," he can only read off of like a toilet paper roll or the back of a box of some sort.
The Tabasco sauce.
That's really
and Charmin.
And wait, J-Lo's book centered so hugely throughout the movie that she could have offered up some reading material.
Yeah, she just could have been like, read this book on peace.
Nope, I'm not going to share with you my book. You got to read the Charmin label.
Sun Tzu said blah blah blah. Oh yeah, who's Sun Tzu?
Yeah, are you fucking kidding me right now with this Sun Tzu? All right, so the thing that we haven't talked about at all, and it's a huge plot point, is that Justin Bartha plays a mentally handicapped person who is everything that we just talked about. Insert a mentally handicapped person in the scene who
Full
is
retard.
Full retard.
But I will say, like, in the first time you meet Justin Bartha, he's in this home for the mentally handicapped.
Yes.
And surrounded by real mentally handicapped people.
Yes.
They are obviously...
Those are not extras
and
playing
then all of a
mentally
sudden...
You can't do that in a movie like this.
And then you see Justin Bartha, who looks like a young Tom Hanks, and you're like, he's cute.
Unless you are Daniel Day-Lewis, you can't surround an attractive young actor with actually physically and mentally handicapped people. It was like... He was like the pick of the litter in that group.
I was like, I would have dated him. I had no problem dating him. I don't care what.
And Justin Bartha is real. I mean, I guess we're gonna throw around this word. I'm sure at points, retard. We only throw it around because it is.
How dare you? How dare you?
It is crazy what he's doing in this movie because basically they define retarded as someone who likes Baywatch and raps.
And cusses a lot. He cusses a lot.
Oh yeah, yes.
But that shit, he's really basically just doing Rain Man.
Yes.
Except substitute Baywatch
People's Court. Yeah.
You know, and shit like that. Like it's a Rain Man like performance.
Let's just to give you a taste of his performance.
I thought he was pretty committed. I mean, I didn't.
He was committed.
He really was.
Whatever he was given, I thought he did the best with whatever he was given. It was just unwatchable.
It was him. Okay, well, here we go. This is a scene. Basically, Ben Affleck is told that he needs to cut off Justin Bartha's thumb. He's not going to do that. They go to the morgue to cut off a thumb,
with a plastic knife.
He's cutting off a thumb with a plastic knife. So let's hear Justin Bartha in this scene so you get an idea of what his character is like. Here we go.
I like big butts, and I cannot lie. The other brothers can't deny. When the girls walk in with the AB waist and round things in your face, you get sprung while pull up tough, cause you notice that butt was stuffed. Cause I'm long, and I'm strong, and I'm down to get the friction on. So, ladies, you wanna roll my Mercedes? Yeah. So, turn around, stick it out. Even white boys got to shout. Baby got back. We go. Baby got back.
I am cringing right now.
This was the part of the movie where I literally had to walk out of my house. Like, I had to leave my entire house. Like, I was just like, I need to leave this behind me.
This is the best scene in the movie.
And they timed the wicka wicka with the sound of the plastic knife cutting through the skin.
When can a bone? There's a bone. How can a plastic knife cut through a bone?
Also, Ben Affleck's character is not capable of dealing with a mentally handicapped person. He literally goes, he tries to beat him up. He tries to beat him up and he goes, what, do you got brain damage or something? You too stupid?
It's like, essentially.
Yes. He has said multiple times that he has brain damage.
You picked him up at a home for mentally...
Oh
Disabled people, yes.
Oh my God! And then they have oh, go ahead.
I'm just sorry. Like, there were so many aspects of this movie that it was written in like 1995 or something, and then brought to the screen in 2003 because. Baywatch, Sir Mix-a-Lot. Nobody had a phone when they needed it.
Yeah, no one had a cell phone. They were always calling on landlines.
I was like, this is 2003. I know that I was listening to Jay-Z at this point.
Also, Ben Affleck tries to trick Justin Bartha's character by always Justin Bartha wants to go visit Baywatch, and he has to always tell him that Baywatch is closed. But now instead of using his cell phone, which he uses in a scene, he pulls out a flashlight and he talks into the flashlight.
That was really offensive.
And he's like, oh, hey, yep, he goes, oh yeah, got a walkie-talkie.
Can you imagine like the argument on set of be like, Martin, I don't understand. I have a cell phone. Why can't I just talk to myself?
Nope, you gotta really trick this dumb retard. You gotta give him the flashlight. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And all right, the most disturbing scene to me was.
Because I might have lost you.
Nope, you're here. We can hear you. The most disturbing scene with Justin Bartha was when he goes, "God bless you," and then Ben Affleck's like, "Thank you." He goes, "No, when my penis sneezes, I say God bless you." That was creepy. Like when he comes. So when Justin Bartha
wait, is
comes,
that what that meant?
Yeah, when his penis sneezes.
That's
what I thought it was.
Of course.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that.
I didn't understand.
But we don't have penises, so we never know
When my
that.
penis
It might feel like your penis is sneezing when you have an
that what it
orgasm.
feels like?
So
Oh my God! And then
when I have an orgasm, it feels like my vagina is throwing up. So
penis
it's
is
different.
What?
I thought they sneezed for real.
Yeah.
Also, there's a great talk about penis in this movie when J-Lo's like, do you want to go in and cut off this guy's thumb? And he's like, sure. And she goes, not sure. Say yeah. Because she goes into this whole monologue about, she goes, if I was going to suck your cock for 12 hours, you'd say yeah. You wouldn't say sure. Sure implies different levels of commitment. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Also, sucking a cock for 12 hours does not seem like a pleasurable
I don't think that anybody would get off on that experience.
Yeah.
That seems like exhausting.
I feel like if somebody said I'm going to suck your cock for 12 hours, I'd be like, no, thank you, man.
No,
you would be chafed. It would
I would be upset.
I also love that before they had sex, at one point she said to him, she's like, I think you're going to make a straight woman really happy. It's like, really?
So where are you getting that information?
Let's talk about the surprising cameos in the movie. There are two.
A number.
The first one is Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken enters the scene as, I don't even know what, a DEA agent?
He's a cop.
A cop who has some history with Ben Affleck. You think that he might come back. No.
Never does.
Never does. And this speech that he gives, you remember that amazing interrogation scene in True Romance? It's just like that, but as if the writer was hit in the head by a brick for about 4 hours and then forced to rewrite the scene. Because it makes no sense. Here's a clip of Christopher Walken delivering one of the most confusing lines in that monologue.
Get me a big bowl. Pie, some ice cream on it. Good. Put some on your head. Your tongue would slap your brains out trying to get to it.
Wait,
Interesting.
what?
Wait,
why would you put a pie on your head? Like, what? Why would you?
Put a pie on your head, put some ice cream on it, try to eat your brains out.
Your mouth would slap your brains out to get to the pie on your head.
Whoa.
So the pie wouldn't be enough. You'd have to put ice cream on it,
Yeah,
and then
and
your mouth
then-
would slap your brains out.
Was that written? Like, are those lines on a script page? Walken is like, hey, Martin, so I'm just like, when I get to this, should I just say slap your brains out?
I mean, that was like someone trying to write a Christopher Walken monologue and failing on every level.
It was a moment that I had to rewind because I wasn't sure if I was seeing it or I was so bored in the movie that I was fantasizing that this was
It was like an
happening.
alien wrote it. I didn't understand what he was saying. But that performance has nothing on the other surprise cameo.
No.
Al Pacino comes in, again, for one scene. Al Pacino comes in, and I think he got paid by the volume because he gets exponentially louder as the scene goes on. Take a listen to Al Pacino.
Mr. Starkman. I know my fucking
You piece of shit!
Oh my God.
You don't try to extort a federal fucking prosecutor! And if you do, you don't fuck around!
Wow.
Fuck this. Fuck, cutting off his thumb was a stupid order, and we would have been derelict in our responsibilities if we had followed it.
That J-Lo standing up to Al Pacino.
Al Pacino has, they don't have this on it, but he has literally come to sound like Ethel Merman. He's like, what is going on here? Like, he doesn't sound human anymore.
Yeah. The best part of that scene, though, was when, and I don't think it's in the clip you played, but I think when he starts on his rant, he shoots the number 2 in the head almost immediately when the scene starts, and then is screaming on a couch to a dead man.
Yes.
For like almost a minute.
Yes.
Which is amazing to watch.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I feel like people wanted to do this movie because they were like, ooh, juicy monologues.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jason. I think you're right.
It's not that often you see like a feature length movie that has like this many like
monologues
huge
you
monologues.
can sink your teeth into. Yeah.
And I feel like they all were like, yeah, let's get into that. And then in shooting must have been like, oh no, we've made a horrible mistake.
It really is. It's like, this should have been a great movie. Al Pacino, Christopher Walken, Ben Affleck on the top of his game, J-Lo being hot, the guy who wrote, directed Beverly Hills Cop and Midnight Run. Everything should have worked in this movie, but failed. And the ending is the perfect encapsulation of it. They are running out of town to escape Al Pacino, who's going to kill them. And as they're driving, the whole movie, Justin Bartha, all he wants to do is see Baywatch. They're shooting Baywatch.
Well,
or what,
something that
looks like Baywatch. They couldn't get David Hasselhoff
one of those sort
for a
of
cameo.
like Beach Bunny, Bikini, Frankie, and Annette movies.
From 40 years ago.
Yeah. Again, this man is 70 years old.
Basically, and then now this kid.
One of those.
They come across the set of Gidget.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
And the whole movie, Justin Bartha, like, Baywatch, take me to Baywatch, Baywatch, Baywatch. They go by, they're literally across the street from it. Can we go to Baywatch? And he's like, no. Why? You're there. Like, what?
Why ever not?
Let the kid run around for 2 fucking seconds. Like,
well, then he gets finally into the Baywatch Gidget movie, and they're like, and start shooting. So he's in
by the way, can we talk about that? The director or whatever, the laziest set guy. All right, guys, can we just get the set as soon as possible? Like, not like there's no one has ever been on a set.
I also love, though, before they walk down to the beach, first they're just looking at the Baywatch set, and then Justin Bartha's like, can I go down there? And Ben Affleck, I guess, has so much knowledge of movies and sets. He's like, no, you can't go down there. They're shooting. It's like,
and why does he care?
Know about
What does he care?
No, it's a closed set. Closed set.
But then also they start shooting. The AD says, like, we're ready to go shooting this movie. Everyone is dressed in bikinis except for Justin Bartha, who's in a winter coat.
A hoodie.
As any good AD, I think you would see this guy sticking out, that he doesn't belong in the movie.
Big
and be like,
master shot.
I think something's wrong. Costumes, wardrobe, get over here.
No, that AD is too busy just chatting. He's like, okay, come on, guys, find a partner. As that old song goes, find someone to love. It's like, what the fuck is this AD doing? I've never met an AD that's so kind and so chilled. Like,
so cash. Like, whatever happens, happens.
And it wasn't clear if it was a music video, if it was a scene where they're dancing on the beach. And it's also like, really, this movie got Al Pacino and Christopher Walken. You couldn't get a cameo from David Hasselhoff or Pamela Anderson. Like, but meanwhile, the retarded guy picks up a hot girl.
Of
who,
course,
by the way, happens to be Australian.
And then isn't Ben Affleck standing like 20 feet away at this point? Why can he hear the conversation that he's having with the Australian girl? Because he notices that she's Australian from very far away.
Oh my God. And he's smiling. And this is when the movie feels like end. And it's like, nope, just strengthening out, lengthening
And
it
this
out.
is where they're playing music. Again, here comes in the music. They're playing, it's like the end of Glory.
Yeah.
It's a huge
I love
swell.
that the glory is your reference
It
point
is,
for this
because that
movie.
is like that music where you're like, oh, the troop is dead. Raise the American flag. It's a huge moment. And then
Spoiler
here
alert for Glory.
Sorry, everybody dies at the end of Glory. But yeah, and then it's this really stupid moment that has didn't deserve the
Well,
violence.
Ben Affleck teaches him how to pick up a girl by going, just, ask her. Nice weather we're having, isn't it? And
I gotta say though, that moment made me really bummed out because I felt like it really did. Like this girl
For the first time in this movie, you got bummed out.
For the first time, I felt sad. I feel like
I felt sad in the mirror.
This girl isn't gonna end up with him. Like he should be going to the home that he was living in and meeting women there. Like I'm sorry, it was really a bummer
Isn't
to
it
me.
sad that I thought
I'm
that
sorry,
he
Jason.
could. I thought that he could end up with this girl. He was.
Here's the thing.
He was good
Ben
looking
Affleck
enough.
turned
I
a
don't think
lesbian.
girls are that picky. I think that like
Ben Affleck turned a lesbian in this movie. Why can't a retard seduce a hot actress?
A hot Australian actress.
All right, fine.
Well, clearly we had some issues with this movie, but I think now it's time for a second opinion. These are people on Amazon.com who gave the movie a 5-star rating. So here are some of their reviews. We can talk about them as always. Okay, here's the first one. This is from Beyonce Williams.
Really?
Well, that's
From
it.
Beyonce?
Yeah, that's the code name.
She's gonna chime in.
She's chiming in.
Really?
This is a very good movie to watch. And what the critics were saying about this movie is the worst is not true. Okay, so that was a very simple one. Here's one. I saw it with my chick, so I was expecting it to be a chick flick, but it turned out to have a little action mixed in with all that romantic junk. So, 5 stars for this chick flick.
Oh my god. 5 stars?
5 stars.
Out of how many?
I guess 5. This one is from Matthew Bello. If you're a fan of rom-coms, Ben Affleck, J-Lo, or just like interesting genre mashups in general, you can't help but have this one missing from your DVD collection. If only all romantic comedies were as bold as this. If you give this film less than 4 stars, you obviously don't understand what Julie was going for because it's way beyond your typical run-of-the-mill romantic comedy. For those of you looking for a unique and different film that will make you think, then get your copy of Geely today.
Wait, is this a comedy?
Well, here's this one.
What part was funny?
It's a rom-com. It's a genre
who wrote
mashup.
that?
Was
Who wrote that?
Matthew Bello on Amazon.com.
Oh, Matthew Bello, M.B., or is it Martin Brest?
Oh!
Interesting.
I will leave
Did
you.
any of the other members of Destiny's Child chime in on this?
No, they're not.
Kelly Rowland writes in.
And this is the final one that I like. I'm not stupid. I got a 1500 on the SATs.
All right, go on.
Okay, we're listening.
But I thought this film was all right. Jen looks very good, as does Ben. There are there are some bad scenes. Ben's mom getting poked with a needle in the butt, but it was okay. I rented it because I heard the hype was so bad and I wanted to see how bad it was. But it wasn't so bad after all. I've seen many films, i.e. The Pledge, Snatch, Phone Booth, and those were a lot less entertaining. 5 stars.
I like that his credentials for judging movies as having seen 4 other movies.
The Pledge, Snatch, and Phone Booth. Those are what he judges all movies by.
Hey there, hi there, ho there. I'm Scott Aukerman, host of Comedy Bang Bang and co-founder of Earwolf, the podcasting network that all these shows you're listening to are reside with. Super excited that our shows are now available on funnyordie.com on the front page. A very exciting partnership. And for anyone who is new to listen, we wanted to let you know that we have 2 free iPhone apps. The main Earwolf app, where you can listen to every show we've ever released, our entire catalog, create your own playlists, look at pics, which is what I call pictures from the studio, and even comment on the forums. We have message boards out there. And then we also have a second app, Earwolf Live, which tells you when your favorite comedians are performing in your neck of the woods in the upcoming months, and it makes it easy to buy tickets, invite your friends. So check out both of those apps and get both of those, and be sure to follow us on Twitter at Earwolf, and be sure to check out our forums, or our forums, Check out whatever you like over there on earwolf.com for great conversations about the shows. And now back to the show you're listening to, and I'll see you at the movies.
Oh my gosh.
What really upset the title really upset me too.
Geely?
Well, it didn't mean anything.
It meant nothing.
No, and how often they were like, mispronounced his name, and then he had to be like, it's Geely. Like, it rhymes with really.
Yeah.
And it happened like 3 times, and then they sort of dropped it. I thought it was going to be some sort of ongoing thing where at the end she gets his name right or something. Like,
No.
I thought it would pay off in
Nope.
some huge way.
Not at all. This movie does not pay off in any way, but I highly recommend you watching it.
Oh, I was just going to say one quick question. When they are at the FedEx, like, parcel post
Oh my
place.
gosh.
Okay, and they're about to send the thumb out in an envelope. She has this moment of connection with the woman who works there. Were we supposed to believe that they had already been together or that they were going to be?
She said close personal.
But I still don't know what that means because I didn't get, like, wouldn't you say hi?
All lesbians have fucked each other. No, that's what it is. All lesbians have fucked each other. They're all Eskimo brothers.
And then why did she have the Eskimo brothers? What does that mean?
Eskimo brothers are like guys who have slept with the same woman.
girl, yeah.
Oh. Well, I also didn't understand why the wardrobe choice to have her wearing a big cross around her neck. Did anyone notice that the
Because she'll be paying for her sins in hell for being a lesbian.
guess so. But I still didn't know what was happening in the scene. I thought they were in on a secret, like an inside joke.
Everything in this movie that's set up to come back never pays off.
Never.
Al Pacino doesn't come back. Christopher Walken doesn't come back. The girl doesn't come back. The suicidal girl doesn't come back. No, Justin Bartha.
By the way, does a really poor job at committing suicide.
Yes. Oh, she just slices her wrist. I mean, this movie.
Guys, let's be honest. That was just a cry for help. It wasn't an honest.
You're right.
And I also, let me just talk about the suicide problem real quick, was also that when she tries to commit suicide, no one is upset or like, oh my God, they're like pissed at her.
They're, oh, you're bleeding on the fucking
pissed
floor.
at her for committing suicide in their house.
Ben Affleck loves that apartment so much.
This movie is retards, lesbians, suicidal people. Like, this movie goes after. This movie makes a mockery of everyone.
Genre mashup, bro. If you don't like genre mashups, get out. And now it's time for some viewer mail.
You've got mail, baby, yeah.
We asked you to come up with a better title for the movie Geely. You guys actually submitted all your responses on earwolf.com and on facebook.com. Not just general Facebook, we have a page, check it out. And we actually asked you to come up with a better, more appropriate title for the film Geely. Something that really articulates what this film is about. We got actually a ton of responses this week, and I'll start off with my favorite 3. I'll start and actually end with my favorite 3. Steve Q writes, the gangster, the lesbo, and the full retard. Not bad. Michael Cusimano takes Geely in a different direction by just calling it Shitly. Or Shigley. Maybe that's how you pronounce it. And of course, Alice Stevenson comes up with the title Inappropriate Conversations at Inappropriate Times with Inappropriate People. I think that might be the winner. It's a good, nice big title. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, you can find me on Twitter at Paul Scheer.
At Miss June Diane.
At Danielle Stuff.
And
I'm not on Twitter.
Now, Danielle, you have a show coming up in L.A. for people who are listening in L.A.
Yes, if you like reality shows and you like to make fun of them, it's called This Shit's For Real, and it's at the UCB Theater September 22nd, at 8 o'clock, so come on by.
Go check it out. And as always, check out NTSF SD SUV on Adult Swim at 12:15 on Thursday nights. Stars June and myself. And
Danielle.
Danielle.
Yes,
she was
on
in the
last
Dolphin
week's
episode. So thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
This has been an Earwolf Media production. Executive producers Jeff Ulrich and Scott Ackerman. For more information, visit earwolf.com.
Earwolfradio.com. The Wolf.
If you like audiobooks, then you need to check out today's sponsor, Audible.com. Yes, you've heard about Audible a million times, but have you taken the Audible plunge? There are 250,000 titles from leading audiobook publishers, broadcasters, entertainers, magazine and newspaper publishers, and business information providers. You can catch up on all the new hot books that you've been meaning to read on your daily commute with Audible.com. I just listened to a great book on Audible. It is called People Who Eat Darkness. I recommended it on the mini episode. It's amazing. A British journalist does an investigative report about a girl who goes missing in Japan because she was part of the hostess culture. It is amazing. The People Who Eat Darkness. Get into it. Tell me what you think. I need to talk about this book to somebody, and you can do it right now on audible.com. Just for listeners of this show, they're going to offer you a 30-day free trial membership, so go to audible.com/bonkers to start your free trial today. Today's episode is brought to you by Loot Crate, the monthly subscription box for geeks, gamers, and pop culture nerds. Check it out. Every month, a box comes to your house full of shit that you want that you would probably never buy yourself. Why? Because you might be too embarrassed to. And the cool thing about Loot Crate is it themes its boxes. That's right. So for July, they're focusing on something really cool. A future dystopia. That's right. They're going to have things in this box that bring you back to films like RoboCop, Terminator 2, The Matrix, and your favorite games like BioShock Infinite and Fallout 4. You get a figure, cool collectibles, and of course, our dystopia-rific monthly tea. You only have until the 19th at 9 p.m. Pacific to subscribe and receive this month's crate. And when that cutoff happens, that's it. It's over. So go to lootcrate.com/bonkers and enter the code BONKERS, that's BONKERS, to save $3 on your new subscription today. Hey everybody, before we start the show, a quick apology. In the mini episode, I told you we were going to watch Dragonheart. Well, I called an audible. We're not watching Dragonheart. If you follow us on Twitter, go on the Facebook forums, or even look at us on Earwolf, you would see that we announced it there. But for all of you who watch Dragonheart, I sincerely apologize, but we are not going to be talking about a talking dragon. Oh no, we have something way better for you. It's a movie with many morals, but the most important being, if you did nothing wrong and you're in trouble, do not ask for help and do not tell any of your friends. We saw The Boy Next Door, so you know what that means.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just being a hater, because we really wonder how did this get made? Let's wallow in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth, and welcome to How Did This Get Made? I am your host, Paul Scheer. That was a brand new theme song by Vander Talens, who decided to go out and record her actual theme song with real musical instruments, not on a synth or anything like that. That is all real musicians.
The same people that did the original theme song, or is that a cover?
It's a cover with original instruments. So he went out, he got like
But he's not the person that made the original theme song.
No.
Okay, got it.
So yeah, it is a cover,
it's a cover
of the original theme song with real musicians. And that's Vander Talens who made that for us. Jason, welcome. You're my co-host. I didn't give you a proper introduction. When
Yeah,
started
fuck
talking.
you, man. You know what? Real dick move. First of all, you throw a real curveball at me with a song I've never heard, and then I get no intro. What is this? Show is falling.
It's already off the rails.
Reddit, figure it out. This is where it all ended.
Sadly, today we are not joined by June. She is off shooting the third season of Grace and Frankie. So for the next couple of weeks, you might see her sporadically on the podcast.
Deal with it.
Deal with it. You can go to Grace and Frankie's set. You can boycott out there. That's where she'll be. Just get out
Please
there
don't
with
do
signs.
that. Please don't do that.
We have two very special guests, two first-timers to the show. Please welcome, you know her from CW's Whose Line Is It Anyway, Heather Ann Campbell.
Hi, everybody. Hi, how are you? What's
Very
going on, guys?
good. We're
Hello,
so excited.
Heather.
Hi, guys. Hi, how are you?
And just to say, before we even start talking about this, I read an awesome article about Whose Line Is It Anyway the other day. It was awesome. About how the show is still like amazing after all these years.
Arguably, and here we are like 20 years into, for me at least, improvising in some way, shape, or form. Arguably, my first introduction was the British Whose Line Is It Anyway? And like the fact that that format continues to succeed and inspire kids to improvise is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So you have a hand in that.
Thank you, guys.
It's you.
I'll take full credit.
Like in the Time is a Flat Circle situation, like you inspired me to do this.
Wow.
Now.
I'm not sure that tracks.
Say your,
You know what? Who cares?
Say thank you. Thank her,
Thank
Jason.
you. Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, today we have a very special guest, Ben Seaman, who is, you might know him from CW's My Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. He plays the grocery store guy with the half eyelid. And you're coming back, so people can look forward to that.
I'm hoping so. I was
Season
in 2
2?
episodes, season 2. I'm pretty sure I'm a big character.
Yeah.
I've started to be recognized by like really aggressive people because it's like a cult show, so people are really passionate.
Oh, they feel a
about
real
it.
ownership.
This is a very CW friendly show. We have 2 of our guests are from CW
Oh,
shows.
that's true.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
wow.
We're shaking hands
CW
right now.
representing.
Yep. This show is now sponsored by the CW.
And our third guest, Michigan J. Frog from the WB.
He won't talk when everyone's around, only when one person is by themselves,
He's
right?
actually
That's
got
right.
a mic right now, but he's not saying
He won't
anything.
say a thing.
I had
and a
friends-
small cane and top hat just sitting in front of him.
I had friends who worked at the desks at WB when it was before WB became CW, and they had to answer the phone and go, hello, welcome to the WB. Like you had to say it like that.
no.
When like secretaries
That's
and
the
stuff. Like yeah,
worst.
you had to say WB.
Oh, that's awful.
That should be its own podcast.
Just people who had to work the desks of the poor WB
I
talking
feel
about
like those
homeboys in outer
people.
space.
Yeah, I feel like those people must have like PTSD from that job.
That is the worst.
You're forcing a stutter every time you answer the phone.
Like, what if you were someone who recovered from a stutter, you went through speech therapy, all of it, as
So
a kid,
upsetting.
and now they're forcing you back into a
you
stutter.
got your first Hollywood job working for a big time executive.
And you're like, hey, hello, welcome to the WB, and it's, oh no, are you okay?
Or they instantly regress, and then they lose everything that they worked towards to speak like a regular person.
Well, I'm very excited to have you both here, and Jason too, because this movie is kind of, for me, the perfect "How did this get made?" movie, because it's so perfectly, wonderfully, bonkers, enjoyably fun to watch.
Great.
And if Bad Judgment had a movie, this would be this movie, because everyone in this movie shows incredible poor judgment at every single step of the way. And just so you don't know, if you don't know what this movie is about, J-Lo is
Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah, is kind of in a divorce with her husband. We don't really know. This is basically all you get to kind of understand the whole backstory is this ADR. We'll just play this ADR because this is literally the first thing you hear in the movie.
The movie begins with her just jogging, and then flashbacks.
It's like
she begins by having flashbacks.
It's the same opening as Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's running through the forest, and you're like finding out how her life went.
Oh, wow.
This movie is a lot like Silence of the Lambs.
This is basically Silence of the Lambs 2.
And I will also point out, when you do listen to the ADR, listen to how blasé John Corbett reads his lines.
Yeah.
I want to come home, Claire. Let me come home. Please.
Just get out. Get out!
Don't tell me Dad's not coming back. Don't tell me that.
Jogging.
Kevin?
And that's basically that you're getting into this world, and they don't really tell you if they're divorced or if they're not really.
Well, in the first scene, they tell you when Chenoweth is like, just sign the divorce papers.
Yeah.
It's been 9 months.
I wish that instead it had been like a political thriller and you'd seen all that in white text on black. You know,
Oh, yeah.
9 months ago, her husband cheated on her.
Yeah.
They still have not settled the divorce.
This movie is just absolutely 100% like a Lifetime. Like, I feel like one of those Lifetime movies where, you know, someone, where it's about a woman who someone turns on her, and it is just like but this is like this movie is basically a Fatal Attraction in reverse.
Yes.
You know, but she is just relentlessly pursued by the boy next door in a way that is very crazy.
Oh, it goes so crazy so quickly.
I wrote it down. I was like, he's already a full psycho at like minute 25.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's such a fast turn. And even, I haven't seen Fatal Attraction in a while, but when they have sex, like, isn't it just like all great? Like, it's super sexy.
Yeah.
And in this, like, the sex, at least the first half of it is very upsetting.
Yeah,
like,
the first, she says no like
so many
She says
times.
no a lot.
I
and
watched
stop
that.
as well. When no is not working, she's saying stop.
I was really worried about that because that sends the completely wrong message too. Because he just wears her down, and then she is really into it.
Yeah.
But that's not a good message to be shooting out to people. Like,
hey, let's not say shooting out. I mean, when we're describing this, let's not say shooting out to people.
I bet there's a correlation between so this movie and 50 Shades of Grey both feature like psycho creepy alpha dudes.
Right.
And they both have a hardware store scene in the first act.
Wow.
Whoa, that's a big connection.
And I feel like you could probably draw a diagram of like if you have a hardware store scene, because it like
the guy is not going to turn.
That guy is not going to turn out good.
He knows where he can get like special ties
Yeah,
and things
yep.
like that. Well, let's even walk it back for a second and just give you the idea that J-Lo is now separated from her husband. Her best friend's Kristen Chenoweth. She's got this son who is in line to see the best allergist in the county.
This part of the movie really resonated with me. As somebody who has very severe allergies and who carries an EpiPen wherever I go, this movie was really scary.
Well, they also set up something in the beginning that I thought was going to come into play so much, which is the garage door.
Yes.
It's like they're like, oh, the garage door's not working, and it's this like tricky situation where it's like, oh, you have to pull this handle and it's going to go down. And I'm like, oh, clearly someone's head is going to.
Yeah.
I definitely thought that's how he would die or someone would die.
Oh, interesting.
It was just a setup to show his bicep.
Well, it was also an opportunity for him to ingratiate himself with the family by fixing it.
Right,
You know,
but
he
you-
comes in and he fixes the garage
But you
door.
also thought like, well, if they spend that much time, wouldn't it, you know, like he'd fall down
No,
or break?
they never even go to the garage.
It would have been amazing if when she was going through, and this is a spoiler, when she was going through his files later, she also found like broken garage door.
Well, I love that he looks at that garage door and he goes, that's the clutch.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the garage door has a clutch. And then they go,
I had to Google it because I was like, do they have clutches? Because nobody ever, I guess they do. So I was really disappointed. I was really disappointed, but I feel like it was so specific.
You and the writer of this movie, the only two people that have Googled that.
Oh, the writer! Did you guys
Yes.
see? The writer is a like a criminal lawyer or something, right?
Oh, really?
Yes, she is she holds a JD from Northwestern University School of Law and an MFA in screenwriting from UCLA. She was an assistant U.S. attorney in downtown LA for nearly a decade, working in the major violent crimes unit on federal cases that included murder for hire, prison murder, racketeering, arson, kidnapping, and bank robbery. And she taught criminal procedure at FBI headquarters in Quantico and advanced trial advocacy in the U.S. Justice Department in D.C.
All of that sounds so much more
Which,
interesting
by the
than
way,
what's
she
in this
wrote,
movie.
which she also wrote on IMDb. Like she wrote her own biography.
Oh, really?
She should have written any of that into a movie. I feel like it was really specific that they wanted you to know that he knows about clutches. Like it wasn't he's good at like fixing everything. It was like it's the clutch in the garage, the clutch in the cars. Like it's only clutches that he knows about.
Well, he's like he is like that kind of. You know, he's the kid who moves in next door, but they also make great effort to be like, but he's 19.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's 20.
Oh, he's 20. Sorry.
That's too like.
But he's not. But he's in high school.
That that actually took away the entire dramatic thrust of the movie, if you ask me. Because, like, yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that was a rewrite thing? Do you think that was like a?
I feel like it had to be because
I feel like they couldn't make him an actual
18?
kid.
Yeah.
Sure.
In high school, because that would almost like in this way. She's allowed to have the fantasy of sleeping with him without there being like, well, that's a child.
Yeah.
He's a 20-year-old.
Maybe it was written a little bit more morally gray. Like maybe originally before it was so black and white, maybe it was about like how these kids are, I don't know.
Because even if he's 18, you can at least buy it on some level because he's 20. She could have met him, you know, out anywhere. You know, it's like, it just felt weird because it's like,
But that's the other thing is I agree with you. It lets the steam out a little because she like fucks this 20-year-old kid or this 20-year-old man, and then it has like such an inability to like go to anybody for help because I think she's afraid she'll lose everything.
Right.
She'll lose her family. She'll lose her son.
That's what she says.
That's what she says. But like,
I'll lose.
I can't
But
imagine that's the case.
He's not
20
even-
years, he's not underage.
he's
It's
not even
like,
her student when they have sex.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Like, that's the other thing. Like, just back it up. Put him in the class before. Like, just put some stakes to it. There are no stakes
Yep.
to
Agree.
it at all.
If he was 18, it would would have been way more exciting. And they don't even really. It's just like a way more exciting.
Whoa.
It's just like a throw a line way of like. I think he doesn't even explain why. He's just like, yeah, something happened, so now I'm 20 or something like that.
There
like,
was an accident.
There was a thing. Like,
so basically, I missed 3 years of school. Now I'm here.
Also, in high school, a 20-year-old is like a full-blown adult. Like, you're terrifying.
I would argue a 20-year-old would not be allowed in high school. No. They would have to get their GED.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, why? Why is this happening?
And he approaches high school like college. Like, he's wearing like a tie going in. Like
he's entering like quoting poetry, like performing for the class.
And by the way, this 20-year-old has sex with a girl that's probably underage at another point in the movie
true.
too.
Yeah.
So
Hardware Girl,
which I really want to get into Hardware Girl because we did talk about the hardware stuff. First of all, my favorite thing in the hardware store was when they go to get the clutch, they go over to the the garage door display. Like they're just like the worst set design of all time. Just like, oh yeah, these were all your garage door parts are. I've been to many a hardware store. I've never seen a garage door like display. Like, oh yeah, these are where I get all my parts.
Oh yeah. No, we got they have the best garage door section.
So the hottest girl in the school is working at the hardware store, and J-Lo's kid, the Wiz, who has allergies.
The Wiz.
There's so many stuff I want to talk about. But
so much.
This girl is like, he's like, oh, I can't talk to her. And he's like, just the hot guy's like, go talk to her. And then he kind of makes eyes at the girl. And then she's like,
wait, which?
The young guy,
the kid,
Noah.
Wiz?
Yeah,
Noah, the boy next door.
No, the boy next door makes eyes at the girl, and then she's all of a sudden nice to the Wiz.
Yeah.
Which I didn't understand. Like, is that a thing that
happens throughout? Like that's when when the Wiz. Later, the second hardware store scene, and the Wiz is like, I want you to go to the movies with me. And she's like, I'm busy at work. And then Noah arrives, the boy next door arrives, and she's like, but I'll go to the fall fling with you. And I was like, whoa, you just upped the ante.
Also, when they have sex later, it's like pornography. It's like pornography.
When hardware store girl and the boy next door have sex? Yes, it is dirty.
Well, it's like the sex in this. The sex.
All the sex is pretty boring.
Oh, I thought that the sex for J-Lo was pretty like. I was surprised for J-Lo. I guess I'm surprised.
You're surprised for J-Lo because she can't pull that kind of action down?
Well, you know what it is like, I think I'm surprised to see fingering in a mainstream movie.
Yeah. Oh, well, see, to me,
sure. Like, besides, like, I feel like, oh, she's a big actress. Like, we're going to finger this person? Like,
I felt like all the sex in this movie, the J-Lo boy next door sex, was interesting because it had as a function of it all of this, like, in a way that was so interesting and is not ever normally seen in a mainstream movie, all of the pleasure of the sexual encounter was him towards her.
Yeah.
Right. She is saying no, stop for a lot of it. But even when she gives into it, he is just fingering her and feasting on her pussy constantly.
Yeah.
And that's all. It's as if all he wants is to give her pleasure. And that's
really
like
interesting.
That I feel like never happens in a movie. And that's like that's why to me this felt like a very kind of like interesting, weird, reversal of Fatal Attraction, which is like, it really is like he is so into her, and that is so winning. I feel like not winning, but like that is so compelling to her in those early scenes that the turn is just so bananas. Because all he's basically doing is just worshiping her.
Yeah, he loves her. And they should have, I think, again...
He says, let me love you, right? During that, he's like... He gives like 20 red flags just in that sexual encounter.
Yeah, he really is... There's a lot of wrong things, but, I feel like in that sex scene, though, it is... I think, she falls... prey to him, right? Like he seduces her, I guess. But like go ahead.
One of the ways in which he seduces her is by buying her a first edition of the Iliad.
Can we?
First edition.
All right, so just like
that's a big thing that definitely has to be talked about.
It would be over 3,000 years old, and it would most likely be on a scroll. Like that would be how the first edition would be.
I mean, unless it's like, oh, it's the first edition of
a
like
translation.
the such and such's translation.
But she just, she's like, this is a first.
Oh my God, she's basically like, oh, this is the original Iliad?
Yeah. And that's one of those things where I just can't imagine that all those people on set and the writing and all the processes that nobody brought that up at any time.
Yeah, it's not like a John Grisham book. It's like this book, this is an old man.
Did he ever clarify where his money, was his money coming from the death of his parents?
Did he even have money? I don't even know.
He had the huge truck and he bought the first Iliad for $1.
For $1 at a yard sale or whatever.
But it's like, it doesn't seem to even, they don't really explore a lot of anything. Like, he's now here, I guess maybe he got his parents' money.
Yeah.
From when
his truck is like a
new truck.
$100,000 truck.
And did he kill his mother?
No, his mother killed herself.
Oh,
okay, so this is what we find out at the end of the movie. Is that he's basically an orphan because he has, and that's the whole thrust of a lot of the movie, is he has a real vendetta against against cheating lying dads. His mother killed herself because she found out that dad was cheating on her.
Got it.
And then he killed his dad and his cheating whore.
Well, I got that part because that was a great way to show that he was with a real whore. Because she, like, they're driving like in a minivan or whatever, and she like lifts up her skirt and he's like touching her thigh.
But like, what's interesting is it shows us this scene which none of our characters are present for.
No, it's the only flashback with like nobody involved.
Nobody's perspective.
The only flashbacks are at the beginning, which you can kind of understand, but then this flashback, which is completely unnecessary. It's strange.
You cannot have a flashback to a scene in which none of the characters in the movie are present. You know, like that flashback is basically his imagining of what or her imagining of what might have. Like, none of it can actually be real.
Well, to me also,
unless the truck driver is somebody we've met. I don't know.
I also had issues with that whole, like, when J-Lo goes in full-on investigation mode.
So weird. So shades of blue, all of a sudden she's like a detective.
The San Bernardino Police Department is like, oh, you want to see like a burned out husk of an accident truck and all this stuff?
Oh,
from
yeah,
years
we'll
ago.
give you full access.
Yeah, and we keep them on file. We keep all of our accident cars ready. Which one do you want to see? Oh, this one,
Yeah, I'm a detective. I'll bring you, a public school teacher, down to check out the burned out wreckage of a car accident.
That happened years ago, right?
Years ago.
Which has no signs of foul play, so they would never have kept a burned out husk. They would have just compacted it or gotten rid of it in some way.
Did you think it was weird that, like, when she was looking at the files of the cars that were cut, like, the one car had the brand name of the car, and then the other file was 2006 minivan.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was because, like, Chevrolet was like, we don't sell minivans or we don't want other brands mentioned, maybe?
Well, yeah, weren't all the cars, like, extremely glossy, fancy versions of cars?
I mean, his truck, when you really see that truck, especially when it does that U-turn towards the end, it's like, it's a big-ass truck. It's like a fancy...
Or the scene where, like, where he's, like, revving his engine in front of her house while they're trying to go to school in the morning. And he's like, "Arr!" And her son is like, what's going on? And I was like, good question, Kevin. Like, shit's not right. You need to ask way more questions.
And then he gets in the car with him, like, 20 seconds later.
Oh, yeah, well, he's got Kevin wrapped around his finger. I wouldn't be surprised if he was having sex with Kevin, too. I mean...
I thought that was so... I felt like, at the beginning, when you first meet the boy next door, that the son is like wants to have sex with Noah more than the mom.
That would have been a movie. That would have been an amazing movie.
With everybody.
Yeah.
Because he is instantly 100% smitten with him. He already has a father, so he's not looking for a father figure, but he wants to hang out with him.
He's like, he means that brother, that hang.
They're supposed to go to the allergy doctor, and then there's this garage problem, and then they just don't go to the doctor.
And by the way, why doesn't he want to go to the allergy doctor? He is on the verge of dying at every step of the way. Like, hey, buddy, like, let's see if we can get this fixed. Because you said it was bees, but then later on you get allergic to punching a bag. So I don't know.
It's like, what this really bothered
me. Is it
me.
asthma or
this
is it a bee
really
sting?
bothered me because they say he had an allergic reaction to a bee sting, which very serious. I want everybody to take that very seriously. But then he basically has an asthma attack, which you would not presume would put him into anaphylactic shock.
He got stung by a bee while boxing.
Maybe.
I mean,
maybe he was floating like a butterfly, stung like a bee. Guys, R.I.P. Muhammad Ali. This episode of How Did This Get Made dedicated to the champ Muhammad Ali.
Always.
They didn't do anything to explain why he had that reaction at punching the bag. They could have just thrown a line in there of like, oh, the dust or something like that.
Or Have him get stung by a fucking bee.
Have a bee in
why
there.
not? You introduced the bee. You just basically need to remind the audience, oh yeah, he has an EpiPen on him because that plays an amazing part towards the end, which we'll get to. But also when he does pull out that EpiPen, that was a great scene too, where the boy next door is like, where do I put this? Like he's like Pulp Fiction for a second.
He was gonna shoot it in his heart at one point.
Yeah, and also it's genuine heroism in that moment. Like for one moment, the kid is like a great guy.
It was such a weird choice. I didn't know if they were supposed to give us that so that J-Lo would like carry him on a little bit longer, wouldn't immediately call the cops.
It was just for a sentence where he's like, "You could have thanked me for saving your son's life."
Yeah,
and like, that was the only callback to that.
It seems to me, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but if J-Lo would have just continued the relationship, this guy would have been like one of the best guys he would ever have, right?
He would have loved her completely forever.
And he's putting down his bone marrow transplant needing uncle, which we never found out if it really took. I mean, obviously he's in the house, but we don't know.
He was very sweet to his uncle as well.
Sweet to his uncle. Didn't correct Kristen Chenoweth when she pronounced guacamole as guacamole.
And who else? I mean, like, who else would you want to date if you're J-Lo? Except for like a kid, a young, good-looking guy who's like handy around the house, takes care of his elders, and all he wants to do is eat your pussy immediately.
Pleasure her. Just pleasure her all day.
But interesting that when he has sex with another woman, he just wants them to go down.
Oh yeah.
Because he doesn't give a shit about hardware
only
girl.
Loves J-Lo.
He loves J-Lo, and
he's
like, I'm gonna crawl in that puss.
Yeah, if there was anything to let us know why he liked J-Lo so much, or if he just fixates on somebody once he
and
fixates.
that sex scene,
Justice was why he fixated on her.
That sex scene also, I do want to say, she only closed mouth kisses him.
Oh yeah.
She never gives him an open mouth kiss.
His tongue is out a lot.
He's got like a real tongue situation. Everywhere.
We pulled some clips. Nate pulled some clips from the commentary track. Not audio, but I want to read what the director says during the sex scene. And these are some of it. And he goes for it because he loves her. And everything he does to her in this scene is out of worship and love for her being. And he goes, and he really starts triggering her sexual responses. And look at that body on Jennifer. At age 44, I mean, she's absolutely remarkable. She's got the body of a 20-year-old, and she's a mother of twins. She's on the road performing American Idol. She's always busy. She's one of the hardest working professional women I've ever met, and she's still got time to hit the gym. So you know, I like that.
Gross. He takes something where it's like a very rare sex scene where it's all about the woman being pleasured, and then commentary turns it into the grossest douchey statement.
And then he says, this is my other one. He goes, with the understanding that we really went at it to create an intense erotic experience that she's hungry for, that she's adoring, swept away by his male power and sexuality merging with her mature female sexuality, and he seems to know just what to do, and that's erotic in and of itself.
He also adds, I was the physical stand-in for a lot of these scenes. Because, sometimes the actor wasn't available, so I'm the one, like James Cameron in Titanic drawing, I'm the one going down on her in like 5 of these
I was the fingers in the fingering scene. I didn't want him to do. I did wonder if there was, not to go back to the fingering, but I did wonder if there was a fingering Dumble because Dumbledore?
Is Dumbledore in this movie?
He is.
Oh, boy.
He created the spell. He put him under the spell.
What?
Yeah, he put him under the J-Lo spell.
Oh,
but
wow.
I am always fascinated by sex scenes.
Albus Dumbledore sex scene.
It's hot.
Yeah.
It's in the new plays.
Hey, guys, before we're going to block this scene before we shoot it,
right?
So, J-Lo, you don't have to be in this. Dumbledore, you're in.
Okay. I'll get my wand ready.
I was taking notes during some of the movie, and
Yes.
did they explain why she had stripper heels?
Oh, yes, because
They did? Okay.
Kristen Chenoweth gave them to her. And said,
they went on a double date, or she was going to go on a double date.
Oh,
right?
right, yes.
Go on that
So
weird.
she wore
That
those
double
heels to
date?
that date?
yes.
Was she wearing them?
Yes, because
I didn't see
she
that.
was when she was walking in vacant Chinatown.
What
this movie
was
had
that?
no extras.
There's nobody there.
Zero.
Nobody there. It was so creepy.
There was easily 7 people at the fall fling.
Oh, the fall fling was equal. Yeah, I felt like they were
Empty.
Empty.
Empty Chinatown streets. You know what neighborhood is constantly full of people at dinner time at night? Chinatown.
There wasn't one extra.
It was
zero.
early. It was like an early dinner. It wasn't like late night Chinatown.
No.
It was prime time. Like, the only thing I could think of was like J-Lo's like, I don't want extras in this scene. And they're like, okay, then we won't have anyone. We won't even have a sign of a life on this street.
It was very odd looking.
She's walking down Main Street, Chinatown, and wherever they're living.
Empty.
Empty.
Los Angeles.
And that date,
Was it Los Angeles?
Well,
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, it was set in
right, yeah,
LA.
it was San Bernardino, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted us to really like have a contrast to this. That date was terrible, comically.
holy cow.
That guy was a monster. Like they definitely wanted us to hate him with every fiber of our
And
being.
also for us to recognize that in comparison, TBND, the boy next door, was much like more attentive, more thoughtful, more smarter, more intelligent, more every bit of what that guy isn't is embodied in the boy next door.
I really did love when she dropped the mic basically by going, J.K. Rowling, billionaire, classics major.
Yeah.
And like turned on those stripper heels.
And by the way, they're in
boom.
fucking high school, so who cares? Like you don't go like, oh, I'm in high school to get out and make money. It's like if she was again, this is where the logic of the movie is flawed. It's like she's teaching a high school English class. Like she's not like she's not teaching it's not the major. I mean,
no, she's not like a professor.
How did she afford that giant house?
I'm assuming that's Corbett bucks.
Corbett dollars.
Corbett on the weekend who's building computers for his son.
Building computers, who has like some sort of job where he has to go to San Francisco where he fucks his secretary.
Yep.
Because we all know San Francisco is like sex city.
I thought they were gonna tie the girl that he cheated on with that kid, like because they're both
Noah?
up north. Yeah.
Oh wow.
But maybe that
I had like 1 minute Kristen Chenoweth and John Corbett that were having the affair.
Corvette.
John Corbett. For a second, I thought they were having an affair because there was that thing of like she smelled like cookies. And then,
And then later in the movie,
detail.
J-Lo smells a chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah,
and J-Lo's always making cookies.
That's weird.
Did she smell it because Noah had taken a bite out?
No, she smelled it because Kristen Chenoweth in the scene earlier in the movie tells her that Corbett said to the woman he was cheating with that you smell like chocolate chip cookies. The woman, the girl.
And then also
And so she smelled the cookies to be like, what is this? What did the girl that my husband cheated on smell like?
And boy next door says to her in front of the dinner table, I really like your cookies.
Oh yeah. We should play that scene, the wet cookie scene, because this is like a great double entendre scene. So basically the boy next door comes over to kind of stake his claim a little bit. Here we go. And this is I want to talk about this scene, but here we go.
Hey, Mrs. Peterson.
Hey, Noah.
Oh, looks perfect. You tell him what happened this weekend? What happened?
Oh, there was a big thunderstorm up here. You guys didn't get it up there?
No, beautiful. Dry as a bone at the lake. Well, it got pretty wet here.
Double entendre.
It got pretty
You know what?
wet here.
Big day tomorrow, first day of school. It's getting kind of late.
It's like 8:30. Oh, no. Actually, I gotta get going. It's big day tomorrow.
Do you want to take a cookie for the road?
Love your mother's cookies.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So now this scene...
This is right after they had sex.
Well, but I'm very confused about this because she's hosting the dad and son. They've just come back from a camping trip, which she opted not to go on. But she's so freaked out in the kitchen. She's like, and she's dropping the pie. But, But he's not even there, Noah, at that point. And she's so like...
Maybe she was hungover?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, like, I would at least buy that because there was no reason for her to be that nervous in her own home to be like, oh, they're going to find out. They're going to find out. Like, but there's no reason. He's not there.
She can't handle it.
Well, maybe that's
She is like, I feel like undone.
Yeah, that was her first orgasm.
Yeah. She like when she wakes up in the morning and because here's the thing, when she goes, yes, but we've talked about the sex scene, but the lead up to the sex scene is she's gone on the terrible double date. She's at home. Noah calls her. And she goes over to help him with a
chicken.
She's
a little drunk.
Yeah.
Is she though?
Yeah, she is. She's pounding wine on the couch.
I guess that's true.
No,
Because I
she's-
was like, when she gets up in the morning, I was like, you're not drunk enough to be like, oh no, what happened?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
she remembers.
She remembers everything.
She blasted this kid 4 hours. And
his hands never left her breast.
And then never.
Never left.
As an adult woman, did not walk next door to her own house, slept on his bed with him, I assume, and then woke
on
up
his couch.
on the couch, and then woke up as if to say, like, what has happened?
I agree. Yeah, she woke up so flustered, like, what happened?
Yeah,
I made a giant
drugged
mistake.
me or something.
Does the uncle live with them?
He's in the hospital for his
bone marrow
transplant. Or as he says, transport.
And she's like, we made a big mistake. We can't do this. And then he immediately punches the wall in a very angry way to let us know that he's crazy.
Yeah.
Right,
And then
right now.
and then she's like, all right, well, you know what? Now that you just punched that wall, let me sit down with you. Again, just another bad mistake. Like, let me bandage your hand, you psycho. I'm not going to go next door.
We do get a lot of the boy next door, just because this has come up on the show before, we do get a lot of the boy next door's buns.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We get buns in the mirror.
Where do you guys, we've had an ongoing debate about buns.
Okay.
Sure.
And it's all personal. Do you like buns? Do you not like to see buns?
Is buns the for men in movies the boobs that is for women? Is it the body part that is like, ooh la la, I can't believe I'm seeing these buns?
I think every time you see buns, it's such a choice that it's always just takes you out of the movie. Like it's never like
interesting.
It's never somebody walking by the camera and like, oh, you just see a butt.
Random buns.
Right. It's always like a glory shot of butt.
And that one was, I also find thin buns to be upsetting.
Oh, you're upset by thin buns?
Because I felt like he's too thin to show off his buns.
Oh, so you like some beefy buns?
I would like some beefy buns. I like a more muscular bun.
Like the Jean-Claude Van Damme buns.
Yes.
I thought they were nice buns. I enjoyed them. I liked them. And you first see them when they're having sex, right? You don't see that was
no.
the big
You see
thing
him in the window.
Is that you don't see? Oh yeah.
When
you
he's
see him in the window
staring
first.
at himself
Staring at himself.
completely naked in the mirror, just
like
standing.
American Psycho.
Just
This might as well have
his own body.
been titled The Young Patrick Bateman.
It really should be. Like, that's where he goes off to where he gets out of the bar.
But it's that thing of like she's like ogling him through the window. It really, I do appreciate the reversal of all of the traditional gender dynamics that are going on throughout all of this, because it is very enjoyable in that way. And but his. Like, the way that he is objectified is fascinating. You know, like, they are, every single person wants to fuck him.
I mean, she played, like, and I thought this was an interesting choice, too. Like, she really takes in his abs in that sex scene, too. Like, she's like,
he grabs her hands and, like, is like, feel my abs. Yeah. That is so weird.
Oh, yeah. Like, as if she is suddenly been struck blind, and he's like, I want you to know I have abs, so touch them. Read the braille that is my 8-pack.
One of the things I loved about this movie, too, was that a lot of the movie was built on the tail end of jokes. I always felt like that we were coming in at the tail end of a joke, or like people like,
oh yeah.
All right.
I wrote down that her fake laugh is so insane throughout. Like, I feel like she decided, like, my character is light and bubbly, so she laughs at stuff. Like, she's laughing constantly for no reason.
Well, you hear these things like, and then I got closer, and the window went down, the dead dog's still in the car, and everyone's like,
yeah, that's like how you begin a bad sketch, like a date, and people are laughing and telling the end tail of a joke. Yeah, there were some weird jokes.
A lot of just walking and like, oh, didn't you wish you were with us for this moment?
I enjoyed the buns. I don't know to speak for all gay men, but I feel like I'm more attracted personally to like the chest and the abs and buns. I guess there's lots of gay men that probably like buns because that's where they have sex, right? But for women, it seems interesting. I don't know if women are as attracted to buns, but you have talked about this with June. And all that.
I think it's becoming.
June, on record, doesn't like buns.
No, she's against buns, but I feel like it's a personal choice, and I feel like it's interesting to see where people come from on the buns.
I wish that maybe he had also turned around, and then like you saw a reaction shot, like he has a giant dick.
Yeah,
like
sure.
That.
Like, he did turn into the window, and it's like it felt like it was close. Like they could have gotten his dick in this movie.
Maybe they did, and they had to cut it for rating.
Yeah.
I would not have been surprised, if we had seen his dick.
Because if it was this hard, if it was this all hard,
a rock hard
just turn around from the mirror.
That would have been amazing. How shocking would that have been in a movie?
He just points at it and then points out the window at her.
That would have been amazing.
Like Babe Ruth.
And then like her tongue drops out and her eyes bug out.
And you just hear like as if her water broke. You just hear like a splash
Oh, that would be so upsetting. And then Kristen Chenoweth walks in, and it's like
slips in the puddle.
She falls down.
And then it's just a very slapstick sex scene.
Kristen Chenoweth and her Susie Orman haircut that she has.
Kristen Chenoweth has made a good career of being people's best friends in a lot of movies and always giving bad advice. And I feel like there's a part of me always, and I think when we all do stuff, we all act in things, when you look at certain things like, oh, someone's going to have to say this to my face. And I feel like she must have had a gulp moment when he gets abrasive with her and he calls her a dried up, dirty fucking cunt.
He was throughout the movie added fuckings. He says at the end, I wrote it down because it was so, die you piece of fucking shit.
It's amazing.
He adds fucking when it doesn't.
And it sounds more intense with the fucking. It does. It's too scary.
Those were his acting choices to take it to the next level. Yeah. He's like, I took a one-on-one class. I'm going to improvise. I'm going to add some stakes.
For the simple action, the singular action that the boy next door takes to beat up Kevin, the J-Lo's son's bully.
Yes.
So J-Lo's son is also being bullied by some skateboard thugs.
Deservedly so.
Right?
Yes.
So the kids are making fun of Kevin. They're taunting him. They call him Whiz because he pissed his pants and blah, blah, blah.
And I just want to bring up one thing, too. And when one point they go, hey, man, I saw your movie on TMT or TMC. He goes, The Whiz. It's the Black Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, they have to explain it.
That's not a thing that we need to get in. We got it.
That was definitely a note where someone's like, I don't know if people know what The Wiz is. We better.
Young people probably don't know The Wiz.
The Black Wizard of Oz is such a weird specific. Hey, everybody, we have to take a brief break in the show to give thanks to our sponsors and give thanks to our good friend, Gabe Callahan. Let me tell you about Gabe Callahan, all right? He's somebody who is not going to let you down. How do I know? Because he gave us $400. This feels like bribe money, Gabe, okay? We're going to take this money, but I do not want to be indentured servitude to you for the rest of my life because it feels like too much money, Gabe. But Gabe, thank you. And with all big-name donors, what I'm going to do right now is sing you a song and call it the Gabe song. Gabe Callahan is the man. He killed a unicorn with his bare hands. Gabe Callahan, the man. Just remix that and it'll be a great club hit. Hey, everybody, do you know about Blue Apron? Blue Apron is the best, right? Their mission is simple. Home cooking accessible to everyone. And I love Blue Apron because essentially a box comes to my house. I open up the box. Everything is doled out in the right ingredients. I have a nice little pamphlet to tell me what to cook. And then I'm cooking and it brings the joy of cooking back. I love to cook, but I don't like to figure out what I'm going to make. I want to expand my horizons, which Blue Apron does because they give you these amazing meals. Things that are so delicious like spicy Korean rice cakes with snow peas and pea shoots, sweet chili ponzu catfish, and green beans with coconut ginger rice. The options are limitless, all right? The beef is raised humanely, the chickens are free range, the pork is raised naturally, and regenerative farming practices are used for the produce. Plus, Blue Apron can be delivered to 99% of the continental United States. Here's what I love about Blue Apron, all right? You get to cook together with the people that you love, you make a meal, you feel better about yourself, you didn't order in for once, okay? And you're experimenting. You're trying things. People start to like you more because you are a cooker now. That's right. You're a cooker. So here's the thing, okay? Blue Apron knows that when you cook with incredible ingredients, you make incredible meals. So they set the highest quality standards for their community of artisanal suppliers, family-run farms, fisheries, and ranchers. Whether it's Japanese ramen noodles, wild-caught Alaskan salmon, or heirloom tomatoes, less than $10 per meal, Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes with pre-portioned ingredients to make delicious home-cooked meals. Now, what do I want you to do? I want you to check out this week's menu and get your first 2 meals free with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/bonkers. You'll love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/bonkers. Blue Apron, a better way to cook.
So the boy next door comes in and fractures the kid, beats the kid almost to death. And the only person to take any disciplinary action over him is Chenoweth, a vice principal. Like, the police are not called?
No.
He put this kid, Noah, the boy next door, would be put into jail. So quickly for assault.
100%.
It is crazy that the police don't show up. There is they are bad administrators. It's a bad school.
And he doubles down on her. She's like, hey, you shouldn't have done that. He's like, fuck you!
Yeah. That's the scene where he calls her a dried up, withered old cunt.
How did he get keys to the school? Like, because that's another thing.
He's the boy next door. He can do anything.
He's Googling breaks online. He can figure out anything.
Hacking computers. He can do anything.
And look, he's clearly got some amazing technology from those little spy cams to get amazing high-res sex images. Like, that was...
So much forethought goes into, I'm going to put cameras in my alarm clock in case I fuck the woman next door.
Yes, in case. And I need to get her into the living room because that's really the only... I need to fuck her on the couch because that's the only way this will work. And I'm only doing that so I can blackmail her or I guess maybe
jerk off
to
like,
it.
Terrifying basement.
And that was weird too.
Because the uncle came back, I think.
But wait, he has to sleep in the basement when his uncle's back?
I don't know.
No, that was his like sex dungeon.
Oh, so he just like jerks it there.
He just jerks off in
that. That's just his jerk off room because he fucks hardware girl.
It
was also a real bummer. I was like, oh, this poor hardware girl, because she's the person who is arguably the most naked in the movie.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You see her whole naked body.
Yeah.
You know, just like totally. And I was like, whoa, this is presumably a 16 or 17-year-old girl in the logic of the movie.
Yeah, it makes me
this is very strange.
Also,
we're not seeing J-Lo. We're seeing his buns and chest, but like this girl is straight up nude.
If there's one thing I know about the awkward sexual situations you find yourself in high school, it's that before you give a blowjob,
wait, are you in high school, Heather?
Strip completely naked across the room and walk slowly up to your partner.
It was very Eyes Wide Shut kind of thing. It wasn't a normal sex scene.
And it's also like, what was the deal they made? Hey, why don't you date my nerdy little friend and you can blow me?
Yeah.
like cool. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that goes back to what you were saying about like she only agreed to do stuff with him because Noah would come in and give her a sexy look. And what was her thought? Like, I'll date this guy so that I can fuck him later.
Yeah, like if I get in good with this one, I can fuck him because that's how it works.
At the hardware store that also says skateboards and car parts and like everything.
It's everything.
They didn't want to have another location.
It's the only store in town.
And nobody's ever there.
Also empty.
I felt like it had that big skateboard display just so when the skateboard kids come in, then you would be like, why are they in a hard store? Oh, they also sell skateboards. Now
they also sell produce.
I want to just talk briefly before we get to the end of it. Talk about when she goes to let in her class. The class is anxiously waiting outside her door, and the class is like lined with their sex pictures, which. That's like one of the most comical scenes I've ever seen in film.
Oh, and because the printer is still printing them.
Yeah.
Oh,
the printer is still
best
shooting out the images from the video.
Shooting them onto the
floor. The floor is full of pictures. They're streamed around like it's a quinceañera. Like
and there's a great quote from literature written up on as a threat.
And she's like quickly shoveling them away. Like the principal's like, hey, let me in.
Yeah,
let me in.
Why is he so angry?
Was so angry that the class is starting 5 minutes late.
By the way, it would have taken her conservatively 35 to 50 minutes to have cleaned all of those up.
Forever.
And she cleans them up in 1 minute.
And all under her desk.
All under her desk. And when I was watching the movie, I gave it more credit than I should have. I was like, there's no way they're going to be gone. Like the principal's going to come in. And
also,
they're gonna have
it's
to talk
a beautiful
about something.
day.
Yeah.
Why don't we just sit in the yard and do our lesson in the quad?
I love there's this very low angle Wachowski-esque shot of the key going into the door in slow motion.
Yeah.
It's like totally unnecessary.
Which is unnecessary because the principal does not open the door.
No.
He doesn't unlock and open it. She opens it from the inside out.
And she's like, I was on a call.
Yeah.
And she has those hundreds of sheets of paper that she stuffed under her desk, and then she goes out to talk to him for a long time. And I just can't imagine those piles of paper are concealed behind the desk.
Yeah, they would fall. I think.
She's gonna teach the whole class with this giant like mound of garbage.
Like that is like that scene is a complete like that is every step of the way when J-Lo is confronted with the actions that she has committed and the repercussions that he is threatening her with. She makes every wrong choice. She always makes it worse for herself.
It's a movie where you make a mistake, and
it's
then
like
she
a horror
continues to
movie.
make mistake, and then you're like, well, now I don't even feel bad that you're the victim because you've just made too many
What
mistakes.
a great title for a movie would be Every Wrong Choice.
Yes. Yes.
That would be. I would go see that movie.
Yes.
By the way,
I would say 80% of the movies in our How Did This Get Made canon would qualify.
We skipped a scene that I really loved where the husband is back to have dinner or something. And he spends the night, and you keep cutting to Noah, who is furiously reading the Iliad while having flashbacks of fucking
weird
J-Lo.
flashbacks again.
Intense.
And with hands on
and then
breasts.
shadow boxing, and then reading again. Like nobody goes from boxing to reading to masturbating to reading to boxing.
And he's so angry because the John Corbett's car is parked outside, and he assumes he's fucking J-Lo.
Oh, you know, there's a really funny piece of audio design that happened, and Averill found this for us. So just listen to this. This is like he cuts the brakes on John Corbett's car while Noah's the boy's driving the Wiz. And if you just this is what I think is interesting. Like the brakes are cut, so the car is losing control. But if you listen to it, it sounds like the car is revving up as if the foot is on the gas. So like, and that's the instant. Like here, listen.
Kevin, slow this car down.
That is the sound of gas.
Yeah. It's like shifting up.
Hit the brakes. Downshift.
So he.
Downshift.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, no, it's
just
true.
Revving car engine.
It's as if the kid is hitting the gas the whole time.
Well, when there's no clutch, that's what happens, right?
Also, why when he gets overwhelmed while boxing, does he not have one of his like asthmatic panic attacks during? Like how much that would have added so many stakes.
Yep.
If he was suddenly couldn't breathe while also not able to control a car.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
I would have liked that. I mean, well, you know.
They should have died.
Yeah.
That would have made this
amazing.
movie amazing.
Yeah.
If he successfully... or if he killed first John Corbett, it would have been amazing if this movie had upped the ante. And he does eventually kill, spoilers, Chenoweth.
Oh, when he kills Chenoweth, I was like, what?
What the fuck?
Because he like sliced her throat. It was like gory,
It was very
death.
brutal. And meanwhile,
And he shoved her in a closet. So
she was like,
she fell
down.
This is the first time, like all of his other murders and everything are like kind of untraceable or blackmail-ish. This one, he's just like, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm killing everybody and we're getting out of here.
Yeah.
He does not care.
And I wrote that his reason. I killed her in case she wasn't your friend.
What?
That's what he said. He goes, I killed her in case she wasn't your friend.
Oh, wow.
So, like, he's because she knew all the details.
Yeah.
But he's like, but I love that murder is like, well, in case, just as a safety precaution, I killed her. In case she wasn't your friend.
It's only now occurring to me that Hardware Store Girl was in on it with Noah from the beginning. Not the beginning, because she's the one that tells J-Lo to go to the boys' bathroom at the fall fling. Where he is waiting with the having written on the wall, I fucked Claire Peterson, and is the only boy using the boys' room.
There are no extras. No extras.
No extras at the fall fling. It's a dance rather.
And why didn't that ever get, like, why didn't
That
the
never
principal
came back.
Yeah, the principal should have said, hey, you know, we've been noticing some weird stuff like that gigantic piece of graffiti that said I fucked Claire Peterson. We want to talk to you about that.
And
like,
also, like, the other teachers saw you manhandling, like, the best-looking 20-year-old boy who goes to this school. Like, I'm not dumb. I think something's up.
so, like, that I fucked Claire Peterson, no one took care of that.
Huge,
like,
in spray paint.
Yeah, and everyone
and really well done.
And at the dance, so people had to have been going
the 5
into the
people that were at
bathroom.
that dance would have all seen I fucked Claire Peterson.
I mean,
Her son.
It's teenage. It's a
if the
teen
Wiz had to take a
dance.
whiz,
Yeah. It's a teen dance. That's where everybody is going to, like, secretly drink booze.
And what was also the thing, like, it was just hair that was in the sink? Like, she pulled out.
it was paper towels.
Oh, okay. I thought he pulled out.
It was
like,
hair.
I thought it was like an extension or something. Like, it was like, I got this from
I
you
see,
too.
yeah.
All right, so the end.
What? How dare you suggest that J-Lo has extensions?
Look, her character.
How dare you?
I like the idea that a woman who looks like J-Lo would ever be named Claire.
Oh, well, that goes to I wrote this down in the beginning. It's like, this movie is people saying things that they would never say. Like, she says schmutz. And I was like, J-Lo is never saying the word schmutz. Like, she's not like, you got some schmutz. And then when they're talking about computers, like, yeah, it's Arctic cooled PC gaming computer. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking. No one feels like even the bullies don't feel like they know what they're saying. Everyone's like, yeah, I'm saying it, but
But we have to know that it's all authentic because it came from a real criminal justice lawyer.
Yeah. Exactly.
These are all things she's seen or heard in depositions.
I do have her reason why she came up with it. She developed the concept for the script after running past her dream house. A bad boy her son went to school with resided in the house across the street. This gave her the concept of a neighborhood boy creating conflict and driving a wedge between a family. And the first drafts focused more on the 12-year-old boy and the mother trying to get her son out of the boy's clutches. So it was much more that. Yeah.
12-year-old boy.
Yeah.
So she did slowly age them up. At one point,
she
there
said
must
she was
have been
influenced by Mary Kay Letourneau.
There must have been a draft at some point where
He was younger.
There's a 12-year-old boy and maybe a 15-year-old kid that she fucks.
Yeah, I bet that's right.
Yeah.
If she fucked a 12-year-old boy,
like,
then you really lose sympathy
There's
for
that story right now. There's that story last week about the teacher who got pregnant by her 13-year-old student.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
And it's bananas. And they had sex every day, like under the bleachers. The story was absolutely crazy.
God. Well, to me, I feel like, couldn't you argue that if she did have sex with like an 18-year-old or something, he's a senior in high school, and he was just a little bit younger. Yes, it was a mistake, and yes, she's a teacher, but he wasn't in her class yet.
Yeah.
Like, but
People would not root for her.
Really, you don't think?
I think people would not. I feel like right now, I feel like that's this movie made in the 80s.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's this movie made, and like it's an 18-year-old Rob Lowe, or like somebody. It's like that version of the movie exists, like Class.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the mom fucks the kid's friend from high school.
But it also has this like Tyler Perry-esque moral thing where it's like, hey, look, the husband fucked around on the wife and nothing happened to him.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like right now that wouldn't, like, everybody wants to be able to like be like, no, she should be able to like get hers.
Yes.
But not in a way that is morally reprehensible, like that it could be perceived of as like hurting a child.
Right.
Right.
You know, and I think that's why they have to make him like, they have to go through so many hoops to be like, no, he's 20, but he's still in high school. Like, it doesn't add up at all.
No, and I think that's why she had to say no to him so much, because she couldn't really be seen. Yeah. Like, what's the big deal if her defenses went down? She had some wine, they're eating chicken, and all of a sudden.
And then all of a sudden, he's eating chicken.
Did you?
Right?
My man.
Boom.
Did
Guys, pussy tastes like chicken. I'm here to say pussy tastes like chicken.
Did he kill the...
Also full of salmonella.
You need to get out of there, man.
What?
You need to get out.
I am single.
All right, let me talk to you all about our good friends at CISO. What is CISO? Oh, it's only your portal for getting the best in comedy. Wait, hear me out. It's an on-demand 24/7 streaming comedy anytime, anywhere service curated for the comedy connoisseur. If you're listening to podcasts, you're probably going to like CISO. Why? Because they have original series, quotable classics, next day late night, standard specials, and more for only $3.99 a month. That's no joke. $3.99 a month, no ads, countless hours of premium HD content, never before seen new originals, new comedy added every single week. Stuff like Wyatt Cenac has his brand new show called Night Train. UCB has a weekly variety sketch show. There's a new animated series called The Cyanide and Happiness Show. Plus, they have old stuff that you love, like Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Ever heard of it? It's great. It's an amazing show. It's a British show that I think you'll love. The Mighty Boosh, it's all on there. Have you seen Nathan Barley? It's there, okay? Did you know that Josh Gad did this weird little show called Gigi? Well, it's on there. Sounds good? I think it does, all right? Why don't you go to CISO.com and start watching all the comedy you can stream for free. Go to CISO.com and stream for free today. No credit card required at all. CISO.com, it's where comedy lives. Do me a favor. Look at your feet. Right now, what is on your feet? Probably an old pair of ratty ass shoes that you've been thinking that you need to replace, but you don't want to go to the store. You don't want to sit there and try on shoes. You don't want to wait in that line. You don't want to find out they don't have it in your size. Let's face it, getting shoes is the biggest pain in the ass, okay? Let me tell you how I'm going to make that better for you. Zappos.com. Okay, what's Zappos? Oh, they're a place that carries pretty much every brand of shoe you can think of. They have fast and free shipping, a 365-day return policy. That's 1 whole year to try on a style and return it if you don't like it. Plus, live chat so you can shop and ask questions at work without anyone knowing that you're actually just buying shoes. And that's what I'm talking about, 24/7 customer support to help you, all right? This is a legitimate live support. A real Zapponian will answer any and all of your clothing concerns and questions to shoot the shit with you if you want. I mean, they're there. They have to answer you. You want to talk Brooks running shoes? They'll talk. You want to reminisce about how good The Office was? They'll talk to you, okay? They'll probably be more interested in talking to you about shoes, but Zappos cares about you. They want to save you time. They want to save you money, and they want to get these shoes delivered to you as quick as possible. I've bought New Balance. I've bought Nikes, all on Zappos because I know it's going to get there. Visit Zappos.com/bonkers to see how good shopping can actually be. Get your shoes, and guess what? You can even shop naked because you don't have to go to a real store. So visit Zappos.com/bonkers to see more of what I like on Zappos and start your shopping today.
Did he kill the uncle, or are we to believe the uncle was okay? Because I definitely, when she went in to delete the files, I definitely thought she's gonna find the dead uncle, like murdered in the basement.
He
but
finds
then
her.
He lets her out, like he's fine.
I don't think the uncle ever went home.
But then,
I don't think that he ever went home to the uncle after the uncle. Once the uncle got home, he was like, "Oh, you scared me." I think from there on in, that guy was.
Also, she left the basement door open, didn't she?
Yeah.
So wouldn't the uncle?
He can't go down there in that wheelchair.
I think Noah, the boy next door, I think his plan is, I think he's like ready to leave now.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm out of here. Things have gone down. Like,
Yeah,
I think,
he's like, I gotta-
But I also think he loves his uncle. I think there is a really weird kind of, he does love his uncle and he does think he loves J-Lo.
He loves. I mean, that's
He loves too much.
He loves too much.
He loves too much.
That's his crime.
He's like Lenny in Of Mice and Men.
Yeah.
He just squeezes too hard.
Yeah, he wants them to run away together at the end,
Squeezes
right?
those boobies too hard.
Yeah.
That's right.
Boom. You guys just listening to the podcast are missing a lot of high fives between Heather and I. He's always squeezing her boobs so that we don't see them.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean,
it's always just boob squeezing and pussy eating.
Squeezing.
Just really, and then finger blasting.
I did love,
but he's like finger blasting in a way that it's like the way that I feel like softcore movies are like. It's like delicate outside touching,
very tender,
yeah,
very loving.
And she went to that date wearing like real underwear.
Yeah.
That
She
weird
was like,
brown
if this
slip.
goes well.
Yeah.
Well, J-Lo, though, there's no slacker. I pulled up a picture, just her in nightgown with this slit up the side. Like, she's not, she's like...
She looks great.
She's going to look great all the time. She's not,
And she's wearing a bra to bed every night.
Wait a minute. So she's got to be thrusting her hip out sideways to get that to work
Yes.
like that.
Oh, she's used to that.
She's like,
her
That's all
butt
she
is
does.
like shooting out.
It's such a weird slip, too, because it's very modest looking until you see the side. And then it's all about pleasure.
Well, I want to talk about the end of the movie really quickly, and then we can get into these second opinions. But the end of the movie, I think, has the best kill, two of the best kills back to back, which is the EpiPen comes back into play. And I literally could not watch. She fucking stabs him in the eye with that EpiPen.
Yeah.
And it was so, I don't know, like...
And then he pulls it out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, and then he's got this fucking eye that's like, that was a great, like, I mean, in the world of that.
Shocking.
And I felt like they wrote the EpiPen first, and then they reverse engineered the son and everything that went on with him to like justify this EpiPen.
How can we stab this guy in the eye?
Not to mention the fact that what you would be doing in that moment is giving him an overwhelming dose of adrenaline in the eyeball.
I thought that he was going to be like going
stronger,
super
like Hulk
out.
Yeah. Oh, that would be amazing.
Like Super Shredder.
Yeah.
Exactly, like Super Shredder.
But then like in very comical fashion, he walks 2 feet, she hits a button, and a fucking engine falls from the ceiling and hits him on the head.
I watched
which
the-
is the way. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I watched the beginning of it for a second this morning to be like, and they show that engine thing hanging down,
Yeah.
but there's no setup for that engine thing. Like, there's never anything to make you
Why would you
know of
hang
it.
an engine in a farm?
Yeah.
Like, why would you hang an engine?
And it was so many. And
Well, what if the engine killed your daughter? You'd hang that engine.
Also, it's really nice that they managed to murder him in the way that he murdered his
Yes, with car parts.
car parts.
He finally got it back.
But let's keep this in mind, because I'm almost positive. We are in a barn at the end of this movie at Kristen Chenoweth's house.
Yeah.
So there's
a lot
an
of good-
engine hanging in her barn.
Yeah.
It's not like it's where he fixes his car
That's
or
her
something.
side hobby.
Yeah. So we're to presume that Kristen Chenoweth, who I believe is a single woman.
Yes.
A vice president.
Has
Principal.
like some sort of
Could be
tractor engine hanging in her barn.
Yeah, she's a weekend.
Whoa,
she's a weekend farmer.
and not just hanging way,
Way up. Yeah.
Like,
there's no reason to ever get the engine that high.
well, there is nobody would ever do that.
Unless you were hoisting it to the second floor for storage
And a
to get it out.
substantial part of this fight happens during a gasoline fire.
Yeah.
Yes, which they are clearly safe from in like a circle of no fire. Obviously, we had an opinion about this movie, but there are people out there that had a different opinion. It's now time for Second Opinions.
What if they said you had cancer? What if they said you had AIDS? Would you take that for an answer? Sit back and call it a day? Or would you get a second opinion?
All right, these are 5-star reviews, cold from Amazon.
How are our themes coming? Are people sending in themes?
Oh, we have amazing themes. What we just heard right there is
Great.
a brand new one. Yeah, we
Great.
have tons of themes.
Great.
This is from Teddy Tao. Now, most people will kind of tell you the whole movie, but I think this one was worth it. Oh my. Jennifer Lopez never makes a bad movie. She hits it home again with this one. Going through a separation with her husband, she meets her next door neighbor, who is much younger. He knows she's very lonely and needing a man, and he kindly takes advantage of that situation. They have a one-night encounter, she breaks it off, and then it gets very, very, very ugly. That leads her husband and son getting involved, and then in the end, the neighbor gets killed, and Jennifer and Jennifer and her husband and son all get out of the burning barn alive. It's a great movie. Some sexual content is in the movie. They could have left that out, but I do like the movie. 5 stars. Wow.
Wait a minute. What would the movie be without the sex?
Yeah, that's the entire movie. And by the way,
Also, spoilers for the movie.
Yeah, way big giant spoiler.
Like really, the friend dies and they make it out of the barn alive.
And then this one is this was from Stephanie E. Horn.
How about Stephanie Horn E?
Ooh, I
Nailed it.
like that.
Oh, boom.
She writes simply, the title of the review is Playing with Fire, and writes, not a good idea to cross that age gap. I would, but that's me. 5 stars.
Yeah, because she is Stephanie Horny.
And then this is from Heidi Bailey, who also gives it 5 stars.
By the way, lesson not learned from the movie.
No, not at all. And then Stephanie Bailey gives it 5 stars and simply writes, volume was too low.
What? But
that's a review.
What?
That still gave it 5 stars. Volume was too low.
Couldn't find remote.
The volume of sex scenes?
I don't know.
No, I think
what
the sound.
I think the sound of the movie.
The volume of the sex scene.
I'd like to see those person's other reviews, and maybe all of the reviews are like, the sound was too low. And it just turns out
they don't know how to turn on their speaker.
Or they're slowly going deaf and don't know it.
We just watch each review.
There is no sound in this movie.
But the first
This
review.
movie sounded silent, much like my husband and everything in the world.
June and I once stayed in this oh, go ahead.
Her first review is Jurassic Worlds couldn't figure out how to turn this down. Deafeningly loud.
Too loud. 1 star. June and I were in this kind of like hotel hostel thing when we first came out to LA, and they had a DVD player, and we put in that movie Manchurian Candidate, the remake.
Yep.
And it was pitch black, and we'd always you could see figures, and it was like, wow, it's a really cool artistic choice. And we were watching the entire movie without being able to see the figures, and then we realized that the brightness was all the way down. So we watched the movie and justified it to ourselves. Like, wow, Jonathan Demme's like a real genius. He's making it like hard to see the things. Like it's murky because this idea is a murky idea.
That's amazing.
It was like this shitty TV in a shitty hotel that we and we gave it so much credit. Like, oh, it's a really interesting filmmaker.
I love that when you justify things like that, especially because you do it to someone to make it seem like nothing's wrong.
Right, yeah.
Like, I remember I went to a concert once when I went to see The Replacements when I was in 9th grade, I think, with a girl that I was like just so in love with, but who like thought of me like a brother. And there were, the bands kept coming on stage and I kept being like, this is them. But it then was not because there was like 4 opening bands. But there was such an anxiety around which band is going to be The Replacements, and I kept being like declaratively like, this is them, and we would like enjoy a couple of songs. I think I know this one. I think I know that one. And then it was like none of them were The Replacements. And then when The Replacements came on, it was very obvious it was The Replacements. Like they made a big deal about it.
Well, did we cover everything that everyone wanted to talk about? Anything left?
I think so.
All right. Well,
I'm
die, you piece of fucking shit.
Oh my God, poor Chenoweth.
Yeah, Chenoweth
also,
really.
Chenoweth's boyfriend seemed like a real piece of shit. I felt really bad for Chenoweth.
Yeah,
she needed a boy next door.
I thought it ended very odd. I thought maybe they was gonna maybe let us think like there was no body in the barn, and like obviously they wouldn't make a sequel, but it'd be fun to have that little like
you also
a jump up moment. Anything.
Jump up.
You also don't see like any aftermath. You don't see like them 6 months later, like, okay, we're all together now. We lived.
The movie ended like someone's like, hey, I gotta go. We gotta go. We're like, oh shit. Right, all of a sudden, like, wait, we left? The movie's over? Like, I literally was like,
there is something missing. Like, just a shot of them happy or a shot of the barn being burned.
A helicopter shot of like,
just a pull out. Yeah, it's just some artistic pull out. But it's just, it was like they get out of the barn and the credits start.
And they immediately go back to the flashback scene so they can show you more sex scenes again.
Yes,
like, you know, like immediately. Like, they get they make their money in that sex scene.
What a weird trailer thing to show the sex scenes again. I've never seen anything like that.
3 times.
As the director pointed out, she's got an amazing body for a 44-year-old
44,
woman.
got twins, and she still goes to the gym. You know, I like it.
Yeah.
Heather, anything we could tell the people? They can follow you on Twitter, of course, Heather Ann Campbell.
At Heather Campbell on Twitter. And you can kind of get to everything from there.
Yeah.
You know, Instagram and all that shit. I don't know.
Ben?
Yeah.
Sure, you can follow me on Twitter. I have this Instagram called Kylie Jenner Does Stuff, which is bleeding followers. So if anybody wants to follow it.
I would like to follow that. So it's just Kylie Jenner just doing things?
I try to take her selfies and then make it look like she's doing something either more satisfying with her life, like hanging a picture of Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the wall, or just like something garbage that she would never do, like, you know, making macaroni and cheese or eating pork rinds.
And it's just called Kylie Jenner Does Stuff?
Kylie Jenner Does Stuff.
All
I'm going to follow that immediately.
That's
Jason?
great.
I'm in an episode, and June is in as well. Lady Dynamite on Netflix.
Oh yeah, great show.
So it's Maria Bamford's show with Pam Brady and Mitch Hurwitz. It's a terrific show. That's definitely worth checking out. Yeah, that's about it.
And I'll plug.
And if you're on a plane, watch How to Be Single.
I did. Jason's great in it, and I told him that the other night. In all honesty,
everybody is now watching that movie on planes. It's so hilarious. People keep coming to me, hey, I just saw you in some movie. I was like, were you on a plane? So if you want to get on a plane and watch me make out with Allison Brie,
if you're going across country, that's a great way to spend a couple hours. You can watch Filthy Preppy Teens. That is my show that I co-created on the Full Screen app. It's a brand new app, kind of like Netflix for millennials. It's all up there now. 8 episodes are all up and available. If you want to follow our show, follow us on Twitter at HDTGM. You can follow us on Facebook. You know how to do that. And then also, if you think that we didn't talk about something here that deserves to be talked about, leave it in our Earwolf message boards, and we'll talk about it on the mini episode.
And if you want, write us more themes for second opinions.
Yes.
Right. You know, anything you
we
feel
always
like.
want more music.
Yeah, we always want more music.
And if you have felt like we haven't talked about something on the podcast, you can leave me a voicemail message at 619-PAUL-ASK. That's PAULASK, not Paul Ass. Or you can leave it for us on our Earwolf forum. We will play it in our new and improved mini episodes. If you haven't been listening to our minis, you got to check them out. They're rich, they're full. Sometimes they give you false information like watch Dragonheart. But besides that, they are full of great stuff from all of you. So thank you to everybody here at Earwolf. A big thank you to Avril Halley for cutting these clips, as always, just perfect. And Nate Kiley for not only watching the movie, but watching the DVD director's commentary of the movie. Thank you all, and Marissa Zeitz for putting it all together for me every day. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Look, I know how you're feeling. You're overwhelmed. There's new music coming out every day. There's new movies coming out every week. There's new TV shows to keep up with. Which are worthy of binge watching and which should you just throw out in the trash? Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm here to help with a podcast called The Dinner Party Download. I love The Dinner Party Download. It's one of my favorite podcasts. It's like a fast, funny cheat sheet of all the terrific things in pop culture. Plus, the hosts, Rico and Brendan, bring you amazing chats with cool people like Amy Schumer, Pharrell Williams, Viola Davis. They all come on the show. They're funny, they're interesting, and you can get this podcast right on iTunes. It's called The Dinner Party Download. I think if you like this show, you'll probably check it out. Choose any episode because they're all great. Every show has the smartest recommendations that will make you seem like a smarter, better informed person. And when you dig it, subscribe to it. You'll be glad that you did. This is me telling you to check out one of my favorite podcasts, The Dinner Party Download. It's right on iTunes. Do it. And just do this week's because it's current. Thanks again to CISO for sponsoring today's show. Only CISO lets comedy aficionados stream hand-picked, ad-free, on-demand comedy from the comfort of their favorite device and location. CISO's got all of NBC's late-night shows. The Next Day, fresh and new stand-up every day of the year. Original series from the funniest people on earth like Wyatt Cenac, The Upright Citizens Brigade, and coming soon, Dan Harmon's Harmon Quest, all for $3.99 a month. All the best comedy in one place. Don't believe it? CISO for yourself now. For free, no credit card required.
This has been an Earwolf production, executive produced by Scott Aukerman, Adam Sachs, and Chris Bannon. For more information and content, visit earwolf.com.
Hey everybody, you know what time it is. It is time to thank Squarespace. That's right, Squarespace is the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, and online store. For a free trial and 10% off, visit squarespace.com and enter the offer code JUNE, that's J-U-N-E, at checkout, because a better web starts with your website. Hey everybody, before we actually start the show, wanted to let you know that I wrote a comic book. That's right, I wrote a comic book for Marvel. That's right, Marvel, big time. Moving on up in the world. It's a Deadpool comic book. I wrote it with my buddy Nick Giovanetti, and you can get it right now on newsstands. It is about Deadpool fighting with a bunch of animals that are in robot costumes. They're called Brute Force. If you're a kid, you probably remember them. So Deadpool and Brute Force in the Deadpool biannual. You can get it now digitally or in comic book shops. Here we go. This is a very special episode of How Did This Get Made? Yes, it's a live show. Yes, this movie is amazing. But thirdly, we are missing both Jason and June for this episode. Collective, oh, what? Fuck you, Sheer, we hate you. Guys, calm down. Their reasons were really good, personal and health, and they're both better, and they're all good. It will be back on track next week. But we have assembled something that I like to call the How Did This Get Made All-Stars. For this episode, you're going to get some blasts from the past coming in to help talk about glitter. So, I hope you enjoy the show. And as always, if you complain about a live show, go fuck yourself. Here we go. Let's start the show. Mariah Carey stars in what can be described as the frittata version of 8 Mile. We saw glitter, so you know what that means.
How did this get made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just be a hater, cause you know you wonder, how did this get made? Let's wallow in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth! And hello, Largo, Los Angeles! We are very excited to be here in Los Angeles at our LA home, Largo, at the Coronet Theater. We have a great crowd tonight. We have an amazing movie to talk about. And we have a very special episode of How Did This Get Made, because tonight, it's How Did This Get Made All-Stars. That's right. I am hosting tonight. I am Paul Scheer. But tonight, I will be joined by Casey Wilson. Give it up for Casey Wilson. Mr. Adam Scott. And our special guest, Mr. Dan Levy. Give it up for Dan. All right. Okay. Glitter, glitter. Here we go. Well, this movie is a movie that I've heard about for a long time.
So you hadn't seen this?
I had not seen this movie. I own the DVD, but never worked up the courage to watch it.
It's very hard to find this movie.
Yes.
You can't. It's only available on Amazon for $3.99, and it's an hour and 47 minutes long.
$4.99 for HD, y'all.
Powerful people have done a lot to make sure that you don't see this.
Yes, yes.
A lot of people say the reason why this movie didn't do well is because of September 11th. Because it was after. But it has nothing to do with that. It is a terrible movie nonetheless.
How convenient for them.
Yeah. Like, I've literally read multiple
Beautiful
reports.
timing.
Mariah Carey numerous times says 9/11 was the downfall of the movie.
Oh, no.
But it takes place,
Shame
it's such a
on you.
New York movie that, you know, the last thing you do want to see after 9/11 is Mariah Carey representing your city.
I will say that someone pointed out to me that even though it takes place in New York, there are many Toronto landmarks throughout the movie.
Very Canadian.
That they shot it in Toronto. You would think they would have the budget to shoot this in New York.
They had $22 million.
Yeah.
What about Madison Square Garden?
$22 million.
$22 million, and it made a whopping 2.5 opening weekend. And then worldwide, 5.2.
Wow, it looks like it was made for like 5 shits.
And you had the HD version.
Yeah.
Because it's an 80s movie, but there's nothing 80s about it.
Nothing.
At all.
Nothing.
Nothing.
That was and they don't even clearly delineate that it is the 80s. They don't put like a graphic up to say like 1980.
Well, that one guy was in a silk.
1983.
Oh, does it? Okay. I didn't have the HD version.
But it's very blurry. But
And that one guy was in the silk shirt with the CDs all over it.
That's true.
Right.
That was pretty clear.
But it's also Mariah Carey, so you're watching it, you're like, oh, this is a 90s movie. It has to be.
It doesn't feel
there's
like
nothing. They just paid no attention. Like I almost think they decided to say it was in the 80s to make it seem more interesting because, like afterwards, they
like
decided
this needs
that.
to be a period piece.
Yeah.
The biggest
It has to be.
clue that's in the 80s is they just play that rap song like "Don't push me, 'cause I'm on the." Like that's the only thing I knew.
People have cordless telephones. In 1983, people weren't like that. Wasn't happening.
No. As a matter of fact, he's on the cover of Spin, and Spin didn't even come out until 1985. So,
yes, see?
But there is the character named Chili D, which is a pretty 80s name.
It is. It has a pretty good name. This movie has all the stuff that I love, which is like things that don't ever exist, like the 80s clubs. In this movie, like someone's doing semaphore, like in the club. Another guy has like a Lion King, like shield.
That's right.
Like that never happened.
There's also a white DJ, which you don't really see all the time.
Right, and there's this club that is a dance club packed with thousands of people. There's a DJ who's also a world-famous record producer, and he has the power to break artists at a dance club.
Yeah.
Like, he gets the... Can we just start talking
Yeah,
about
please.
it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Let's get into it.
He's DJing, like, the full thing with the headphones.
When the tape comes up to him.
Someone gives him the tape.
Yeah.
Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
He
Don't
listens,
drop it.
He listens to it for 3 seconds.
2. I think it was 2 seconds.
And says, "This is amazing. Who's this?" And
It's Spice, right? I mean,
the Padma
Silk. It's Silk.
Padma Lakshmi's character, right?
By the way,
Silk.
Padma Lakshmi did not know she was an actress until this movie.
No.
And really want a spin-off of her character and Terrence Howard. I want to see their lives together.
By the way, how upset is Terrence Howard that he's in this movie? This must fucking kill him.
But he's like super good in it.
Yeah, he is giving
really
it
is.
his all. He really is giving it
Yeah.
everything he has.
He's trying.
As Padma.
He's trying way too hard in this movie.
You know what, you guys? I think Top Chef is her spinoff. I think that's the character.
Silk didn't make it in that business, and she moved
Right.
over.
No, but he gets the tape, puts it in, listens to it for 2 seconds, and then says, "Oh, this is great." And then right then, he introduces Silk and the girls, and the camera pans over, and they start performing for the club.
Yeah, they're ready to go. They're ready to
Like,
go.
it makes no fucking sense.
He just had to listen to them for a second before he saw them.
Yeah.
Right.
And by the way, it wasn't like a dance song. It was kind of like a ballady song, right? I
Right.
mean, it wasn't like a song that you'd be like, let's put this on in the club and people are going to go crazy.
No.
Thank God Silk was there, because imagine if he was like, this is great. Fuck, they're not here.
Exactly.
What are we going to do?
Well, it just goes back to the whole movie is suspect because Terrence Howard originally finds Mariah Carey and her two girls, the backup.
The brat.
They're just dancing. Like they're just
Debrat
they're-
playing
Right.
Louise.
And the other one playing the other
Roxy.
one.
Roxy and Louise.
Roxy.
Wait, now who was Roxy? Who was
Roxy is the other one.
Okay.
The brat. The one that is not the brat. But
Both spirited performances.
Yeah.
I have some questions about them too. But I want to.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
They were really giving it their all.
And
they
I
also
felt
got-
like I should have was in a time machine. I would have been cast as the other one. And I thought she gave a lot to that. I thought they both gave their heart and soul.
Oh, I felt like
I
they
didn't
were
mind
like
their
the
performances.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern of this Hamlet.
It was like comic relief.
I like when they leave the club and the brat and the other one and Mariah are walking down the fake New York streets, and there's like blah 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 blah, and she's like stop. And they're like blah 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 blah, and then there's that big black extra who's like following them, and you're waiting for them to get mugged. It seemed like that was gonna happen. The whole time, like, oh fuck, they're all gonna get killed right now. That's why people hate this movie. And then the really like scary dude just goes and just walks across the street.
Nope, too bad.
The movie would have been so much better. But like, it was so odd because it looked like Terrence Howard was just going to watch three girls dance at a club. He's like, hey, I want you guys to be backup dancers. Like, no, we're not into that. We're doing our own thing. But I wasn't quite sure what
Right.
their own thing was.
Yeah, I have Terrence Howard and Padma ask them to be backup, but like from what? Why would he ask them to do that from what he saw?
Well, that was my question. It's like they're just dancing, and I didn't even understand what club would give that an outlet. Like, yeah,
Right.
you guys want to come and dance on stage?
Because they were backstage, like they have dressing rooms, but all
Yeah.
they were doing was dancing with thousands of people.
Yeah. But the camera was focused on Mariah the first time you saw her in that leopard thing. That must have been maybe from his point of view.
But she literally
POV.
His POV.
But she said, Mariah's like, we don't want to be a backup because we're doing our own thing, but we never established what that was.
At all.
Because it didn't seem to me like Mariah wanted to become a singer.
Ever in the whole movie.
Yeah. Even
as a child, she did not want to go up on stage.
No.
Yeah, she was emotionally scarred. They were making her.
Well, her house almost got burnt down by her dumb mom.
I wanted that.
That's
mom.
my favorite scene. When the mom said this, it was just so, like every other scene took about 5 hours. That scene, the mom was like, what?
Yeah. Totally.
But the credits keep on going. Do you notice that?
Forever.
Like, the credits are going like an hour 10 into the movie.
Yeah.
It's like director of photography. I'm like, what? Why is this happening still?
I wanted
No
that
one should take credit for this movie.
I wanted that mom to really be on fire. I wanted her to run into like Mariah's room, like ah, just like in flames.
Her face just burned. Something more.
And I guess maybe this is me paying a little bit of not that much attention to the top. They didn't really establish her as being like an addict actor. Was she an addict?
No, she just seemed like
She's a great singer.
She was a smoker,
It
right?
seemed like she was just sleepy.
She had a
Yeah.
Yes. She has a smoking and a sleeping problem.
She was addicted to cigarettes. It's a really, it's very addicting.
Don't smoke.
Don't
I guess
smoke.
Is what they're
We'll
saying.
take away your
didn't
kids if you
understand.
smoke.
It's like she's following her dreams. I didn't see her try to get another job anywhere else. I'm like,
No.
this selfish mom was just like, I gotta sing, but I can't take care of you. And it was
Right.
just strange.
Oh,
like the house burnt down, and then she's like, "Bye."
Yeah. And then when she gets to the orphanage, I mean, those kids were, I feel like they acted as well as the brat and the other one.
Yeah.
That was one of my...
That was DeBrat and Louise.
Yeah, not they weren't acting. That was their
No.
characters. Yeah,
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Richard Linklater. They shot the first part and then came back.
Yeah, they're shooting an installment
Yeah,
now.
they're
It's
still
amazing.
shooting the movie right now. But when they came over to her, and I think it was...
They were very friendly.
They were very friendly right away, but the first question was, are you Puerto Rican? And
Right.
And she said, no, I'm mixed. And they said, okay, I guess I like you then.
End of conversation.
End of conversation. We're going to be a trio.
We got this going on. We have a plan to do something that is undefined, and I will never say.
What's it going to be? Cut to them being sluts in a club in the 80s.
We're going to be endlessly loyal to each other for no reason and pertaining to what we don't know. Let's get busy doing that.
And just a sidebar, the scene with DeBrat and the other one when they were trying on clothes and watching the news report, that was alternately like she's watching the news and then it's very comic turns with the other one coming out so quickly in different outfits. Is anyone
I remember.
with me?
Yes,
But
I
us
remember. That,
mattering. Thank you.
When was that?
Hard to say. It was just somewhere
It's
in the
kind
middle.
of middle, right, when they're watching.
But it seemed like a long improv between the two of them that the director was like, this is gold.
Keep going.
That's something that Casey brought up backstage that I think is true, that it seemed like there was a lot of loose improv-y
Well, DeBrat
ness
brings
to the
that.
movie.
DeBrat is someone who's going to improvise.
Look, you hired DeBrat.
You're going to get it.
Well,
you're getting DeBrat.
And
Off
I
the
looked
cuff.
up. I looked up the guy who played Dice.
Yeah,
I forget his name.
Max Beasley.
Yeah, but he is a known improviser.
Really?
No, he's not. He's definitely
I
not.
thought for a quarter of the movie that Dice was just Jim Brewer.
Just waiting for him to do the goat man in the middle of the club.
Not to brag, but I was in a movie with Dice with Max Beasley.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about glitter?
Not to brag. Not to brag. Maybe you've.
But
I don't know. Maybe you've heard of it. It's,
talk about
well,
what was it called? Dice.
What was it? What
movie,
was it?
Movie called Torque.
Oh.
Sorry.
Wow. Look, you don't have to brag about it. You know.
No, I'm not bragging about it.
know,
I'm just
it's
looking
just-
at my papers.
I'm looking at my notes.
But to talk
have
about
notes on
Dice,
here.
are we going to see a clip of Dice right now?
I'm going to show what is people often called the meet cute, I guess. Like this is like when Dice and Mariah Carey was rocking a great bicycle, like Lance Armstrong hat.
So weird.
Very
Again, not
80s,
80s
very
at all.
80s.
Not 80s.
Not 80s. 90s.
But not
Fresh
anything.
Prince.
I kind of felt like they told Mariah Carey this movie takes place in the 80s. And she's like, oh, I won't dress badly. I'll dress I'll wear what I wear normally.
Right.
Like, oh, all right, sure. Someone also mentioned this, and I didn't notice this, but that she has like a silver streak on her.
On her shoulder.
Yes.
At one point. What the fuck is that all about?
According to all the research I was able to find, no one knows. There's
Really?
not no one has been able
Did
to
you
put it
notice
together. The closest that we got was because Mariah wanted a silver streak on her. Like that was it.
But at one point it's here, right?
Yes,
Is
yeah.
that where it is in the whole movie? It moves?
It moves? Is that the glitter?
That's glitter.
That's the glitter.
That's glitter.
What?
Oh my God, we solved the riddle.
Wait, so she's made of glitter?
She is
glitter
glitter.
personified?
Is that where her robot skin has been worn off?
I want to see Terminator 4 with Mariah Carey from Glitter and Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right, so here's the scene. Just so you get, and again, you get the taste of the chemistry that's going on between these two people. the love story for the ages. Here we go.
I don't soup girls up.
Really?
Really?
Look, I know you're a fly DJ and everything, really, and I should be honored that you want to work with me, but, I mean, I'm just not into the games.
I'm not playing games. I'm serious.
So there you go. That's we don't know if they're going to get together, but they do.
And that was immediately after he had been saying the same thing to Padma Lakshmi, and then he discovers that Mariah Carey was the one doing the singing.
Right, because they were basically like Terrence Howard kind of shit on her.
She did like a storm off riff.
Yeah.
But
up until
he
that
was like,
point,
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Up until that point, we had no idea she was angry or frustrated with her
with
anything. She was fine.
She was fine with it. She was just living her life.
She was fine being like
because she wasn't giving her best stuff.
She was saving it
Yeah.
for Dice, who his name is Dice in the movie. He also goes by Dice Man. I mean, how mad was Andrew Dice Clay when he sees this? That's his whole thing.
The Dice Man is. I just still don't understand how I guess now who's a big DJ like Tiesto or like
Skrillex.
Would that guy?
What? He's a DJ.
Skrillex.
Did I say his
Like
name
is
wrong? I don't
Skrillex
know.
breaking like
one that
R&B
died?
performers,
But like a club owner, apparently like the manager of the club, the DJ of the club, also like
World famous record producer.
a big record producer, and a artist manager.
who seems to have no other clients or hits
At all.
for that matter. Like to me, the more believable story would be like, I've always wanted to
Yeah,
produce.
sure.
Right.
Trust me, and we'll get there. Instead of setting him up as, I know you're the hottest producer in the world. He's not.
No.
Not at all.
He
He didn't
seems
even have a
obsessively
keyboard.
focused.
He has nothing. He has nothing except for that black tank top that he wears so much.
It's true about the keyboard because
That was a beautiful scene.
he has an apartment filled with musical instruments, and then she gets him a shitty keyboard. It's like
That shitty Yamaha.
Yeah,
it's
Yamaha.
not very big at all. He's like, oh my god, you got me this.
And there's nothing more uncool than watching someone on an electric keyboard compose music.
Right.
He's like putting the beat on. He's like,
Oh, my favorite thing about him, though, is that he loves the marimba,
Yes.
which is, and Mariah Carey, when she first sees the marimba, is like, what is this, like some kindergarten thing? He's like, no, it's my favorite instrument, the marimba.
And that's where she gets all hot for him.
Yeah.
That's the moment.
That's the turning point.
Is him
The whole-
playing this thing.
the whole movie is different people watching other people sing or perform the marimba and just being like, with no emotion or expression, just like, mm-hmm. Yeah. And then that person in the next scene watching that same person, just like everyone's watching everyone and just loving their music making.
The one thing I did like that they kept with that marimba was like later on in the movie, not to jump ahead, but they, obviously they have a falling out, Mariah and Dice, and like he's composing. It's happening, guys. And he's composing his own music, but he's playing the marimba. Like he's making tracks with a marimba being the lead instrument. He's like, and showing the drummer how he's fucking up. Like, no, you're not doing it right.
What was the purpose of
Follow
that?
the marimba.
So weird.
Well, I really enjoyed their first date.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she was like, is this a date? What's going on? And then
So suspicious. Like
Yeah,
she
she
thought
was-
he was going to kill her or something.
But yet, she was also really excited about the date.
Yes.
When looking out the window, she's like, ooh, a limo's here. Ooh, it's a date. She's like, it's not a date. But she dressed for a date.
And then she's like, what's with these snails?
But she and her friends are all aflutter about this date. But the previous 10 minutes of the movie was a montage of them spending all of their time together.
Yeah, it did not seem like this was out of the norm at all.
No, they're just gonna go get dinner. Like they're always
They were
together.
holding hands on the street before that.
That
in
might
another
have been
scene.
like a reshoot situation, where they had the
Like they
rose
ju-
thing
yeah.
at the end, not to jump to Madison Square Garden, and then they're
Yeah.
like, oh, fuck, we got to set up that rose.
Right.
Let's all go back to Toronto.
But they accidentally dropped that scene in 20 minutes after they were supposed to.
They're like,
Just
you know what,
left it.
we're locked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also will say that, I don't know, this is little things bug me, but it looked like that limo did not have a driver when it pulled up. It looked like he drove that limo to the date. Like, yeah, CMZ gave me this limo, but no driver. Get in the back.
Oh, that was one thing when he's talking about the record companies that are gonna be at the dance club to discover new artists. He says EMI, Warner Brothers, and CMZ are all gonna be here. It's like, oh, I wonder which one the movie's gonna end up using.
They do a bunch of great stuff like that. Like when she performs on Late Night Live, which is Saturday Night Live. They do a lot of switching that. But I also like when they go meet with CMZ. Like they come in and they go, "Oh, we're so glad you're here. You're signed." Like, well,
right.
Yeah, that you were coming in for the signing meeting as
Right.
the champagne and the floor
Then they're
dictated.
like, the main boss can't be here. I was like, why?
Yeah, there was
right.
She's kind of a big deal. Everyone should come meet her. Chili B is trying to sign her at the club.
But the night before that meeting, they see the label guys, and the guys are like, why don't you come in tomorrow and we'll sit down and chat? They're like, okay. Then they go in, and they're all drinking champagne and celebrating. But they never have that meeting where they decide that this is what right?
It almost seems like they walked in and it's like if they would have continued to take the rest of the meetings the rest of the day, they may have been signed at a different label. They just
Right.
first come, first serve. Like, hey, you're here, you're signed. What? Oh, we got you first. You would think that Mariah Carey at one point would just pipe up and go, actually, no, this is not how this business works. I know because I am a huge, gigantic star in this world. Like I have a little life experience.
She was also married to a record, Tommy Mottola, who ran. So she definitely was like, "Oh, all of this is wrong." By the way,
but now
I'm Mariah Carey.
Was this guy supposed to be Tommy Mottola?
I think so.
Because they were married. Tommy Mottola and her were married in '93, deteriorating by '95, and divorced in '98. And Mariah Carey called their house Sing Sing because he would never let her leave, and called their marriage a private hell.
Awesome.
I believe it.
Yeah, but this guy was pretty abusive to her, but also she kind of always liked him.
Yeah, and at the end, she's totally devastated when he's murdered for weird reasons.
It's the all-in-one platform that makes it fast and easy to create your own professional website, portfolio, and online store. It is Squarespace. That's right, 24/7 customer support, drag-and-drop interface, stunning designs. Use Squarespace to customize your website and take advantage of their online store. Now, here's the deal, right? Say you want to have a website about the best heroes in the world. Not superheroes, sandwich heroes. You can do that on Squarespace. You can make a whole thing, take pictures of all the different kind of heroes, and then you can say, oh, here's a t-shirt I'm selling of my favorite hero, sandwich hero, on a t-shirt. Like, you want to buy the Genoa Salami t-shirt? $14.95. Squarespace will hook you up. From every idea to every way you can sell it, Squarespace is there. It's like that poem about Jesus and footprints, but it's Squarespace and websites. So get started with just $8 a month and a free domain name if you sign up for a year. For a free trial and 10% off, visit squarespace.com and enter the offer code JUNE, that's J-U-N-E, at checkout, because a better web starts with your website. Hey everybody, are you like me? Do you like getting a box of delicious snacks delivered right to your door? Sounds great, right? Sounds delicious. Well, you gotta check out NatureBox. They just don't deliver great snacks. These are the real deal, okay? No high fructose, corn syrup, no hydrogenated oils, no artificial flavors or colors. They are legitimately smarter snacks, okay? Each snack faces strict quality standards and are nutritionist approved. Okay, nothing gets by these people. They're like, we want you to snack healthy. It's literally my job for you not to be a fat piece of shit, okay? So stop going to the vending machine, okay? Because NatureBox now is gonna be that little bag that you carry in your office or at your house, whatever it's gonna be, they're gonna make it good. And the stuff is actually tasty too, okay? Open up your mind, ear, mouth, okay, and salivate over these delicious flavors: roasted Peruvian corn kernels, ooh, assaggio and cheddar cheese crisp, lemon almond biscotti bites, ooh, dark cocoa nom noms. Guys, the list goes on and on, okay? You want to feel good? Go to naturebox.com/how, that's HOW. Get a free sample box of our most. It's time to get the snacks the way that you want them, so you can feel good, so you don't gain all that weight, and you can get totally laid or finger blasted. Go to naturebox.com/how, HOW, today.
Can we talk about his murder? Or not yet?
Yeah, why not? We could jump all the way around.
Because that really, when it got good for me, was when he was shot in the shoulder.
Yeah.
And then later they say he was shot in the chest.
Yeah.
We saw him get shot in the shoulder.
He also clearly went right into his shoulder, which he could have shot him in the
Don't touch
heart.
Casey.
Oh, sorry.
Yes,
we're friends. But then he could have got. But in the shoulder, that means he probably has bled to death on the street.
That, or unless it was cut out too early, it was a real violent ending. Like
He shot him 5 times, curbed him, and then ran back inside.
If you haven't seen the movie, basically what is going on is Terrence Howard sells Mariah Carey for $100,000, and it seems like she's making that money in spades at a
But
certain
Dice
point.
is just like, I'm not paying it.
Yeah. Dice is not gonna.
He's not worried about it at all.
When Terrence Howard says it's $100,000, Dice is like, all right, but we're supposed to get that he can't afford it, but he's a DJ, he's very popular, and he runs a record label, and he
I
owns
thought
the
he
things.
actually paid him off. I didn't think when he said $100,000, like, oh yeah, he paid
He
that.
seemed fine with it at first.
Yeah, he was like, and then I was like, okay.
And then it was like, no, this is a problem.
And I didn't get that scene when Dice kind of confronts Terrence Howard. He's like, is there food in your fridge? He's like, yeah.
I didn't understand that.
That was.
Yeah, and is he saying you don't need $100,000?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Terrence Howard seemed to be like, good point.
Yes. No, he was like, good point, but still, I would appreciate the money you owe me.
Right.
And
then the scene when Terrence Howard came and came behind Mariah Carey, she was in the house for 40 minutes before she noticed that he was standing behind her.
Yeah,
she was talking for so long to Dice in the other room, like, baby, we're gonna do this and we're gonna but she turned around 40 minutes after he'd been standing there.
Terrence is a creeper, man. He just hangs out.
Yeah.
And then Dice beats the shit out of Terrence Howard.
Right.
And he's in the wrong.
Yeah.
Dice is wrong.
Yes.
This movie actually proves to me as it goes on, I'm glad she's not with Dice. Dice is not the right girl.
Dice is
guy
a horrible
for Billy
person.
Frank.
Dice is a horrible person. He
called her friend a fat ass, and he called the other one something.
Oh, let me show that scene. This is a. Obviously Dice is on the way out, and just one point to make here is when Dice is on the way out, they also kick out Debrat and Roxy.
Yeah.
They get them out too, and we continue to check in with her 2 friends, but they don't seem to have any career ambitions.
No.
Where are they? What are
No.
they doing? Are they just still dancing?
And when they kick them out, when they're shooting the music video, they're like, oh, we got to get rid of them. Then they cut to the 2 friends, and one of the 2 friends, Debrat's like, fuck this, and she walks out right before they go and fire. Why would you choose a shot of her walking off set?
Yeah, before the big reveal of, we're making you fire your best friend.
Right.
And that music video scene, by the way.
Oh, man.
It's
It's very long.
Everything about this movie is very long.
Yes.
The director is quoted as saying that was the funniest scene in the movie, and that he loved that guy. He loved, he just loved that actor. It's like a scene, it's like Juan Pablo from The Bachelor is directing a music video, and he makes them replace the hot girls with naked men, and he's German.
Yes.
And it's weird.
And it's not any more ridiculous than it was before. It's just slightly different.
Yeah, and those girls were not bad. But yeah, they're like,
No.
it's his vision. It's his vision. It's like, again, this is not how this industry works.
At
a
all.
director would have a storyboard. He wouldn't be like, oh, wait, she brought her own backup dancers? Oh, shit, I got a whole different plan for this
Right.
music video. It doesn't just change instantly. You
Right.
just can't do that on the fly. But it seemed like, oh, no, we changed the whole music video in 5 minutes. We got him out. Anyway, Dice is upset, and
They're like, this guy's a really hot director. You have to do
You
what
got to
he
listen
says.
to this German director.
This is after
Check
Eric
him out.
Benet has come on the scene.
Yes, Eric Benet is on the scene. Dice is jealous, and this is where he lashes out against our two friends.
Do you think that he want to actually write a song with you if you were, properly dressed?
What is that supposed to mean?
What it means is, look at everything here. Everything is hanging out. Where do you get this from, anyway?
I got this from you.
Why don't you just leave her alone, okay?
Hey, mouth, did I ask you?
You just mad because you don't produce her no more. Get over it.
Louise, don't say that.
Hey, Louise, you know what? I produced just something a little more than a body pop, fat ass.
Dice, fat ass. Who you calling fat ass?
You got plenty of ass.
No, you do not talk to her like that.
I told you once, don't mouth off again, roachbag.
Dice, shut up. Okay, you know what? Let's just get out of here. Calm down, you guys. Excuse me, could you pull over?
Look, he doesn't know what he's saying. He's drunk, okay? You're drunk. Apologize.
I mean, what's the matter with you?
Look, you're drunk. He's drunk.
Could you pull over?
Yeah, pull over.
And also, no limo driver in that scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, no limo driver.
They couldn't afford anyone to say, okay.
Did he call her a roach bag? That's like a term you might call a bad apartment, but a human being means that like roaches live on her.
Again, that wasn't an 80s outfit. Like, I think that was
No.
like pure like 1991, 1993,
Well,
cross
that-
colors.
Yeah, absolutely. This-
Yeah.
I don't know
The
if
Brat
anyone
was
could-
wearing the clothes that the Brat wore on tour with Criss Cross.
Everybody brought their own wardrobe.
I have written down here, does she want to be a singer? Is she interested in the music business?
Well, also,
Like, there's
that's
no
a
way
good
of knowing.
question because I feel like we're following. It's like this new young 45-year-old upstart. And I would like to segue just into Mariah herself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Sure.
If we
I think
could.
that's, yes.
Yeah, she.
Thoughts, comments, concerns.
Mariah is an interesting character in this,
Yeah.
obviously, because she doesn't really have a passion.
Wait, in real life or
No,
in this
no, no,
movie?
in
Oh.
the movie. Sorry, I should say Billy Franks. The character Billy Franks, who is Mariah, a.k.a. Mariah. Yeah, she's an odd character, very passive character.
Yeah, you can't tell if she's
Coming or going.
Annoyed, thrilled,
Yeah,
In
she-
love.
Every
angry.
expression looks like she's about to laugh. She's like,
Yeah.
It's like, is the laugh coming or is it sad? Or
Well,
is
that's
it?
it. That's also her cry face, because her
Yeah.
cry face is like, just
Yeah.
like it's
I
never gonna
will-
get there.
I will admit, in the scene where she was asking about her mom, when she suddenly decided to go try to find her mom,
Yeah.
I felt for her.
Wow.
I did. I
Really?
thought she handled that scene pretty well when she put the glasses on. And I know nobody wants to hear it, but I don't know if I'm overly emotional about my period, but I didn't mind that scene, the acting.
I want to hear it.
I thought that was a nice.
Well, it
way
was
to
Mariah
really turn the
Carey.
crowd off.
It's Mariah Carey, starring in this movie. So she had like an acting coach like on set who was just like, by the side, just being like, "You are fucking killing this.
Yeah.
You are doing this." And the Brat's looking at her like, "Yeah, we're fucking doing this, Mariah."
Yeah.
Okay, but let me ask: did anyone see Mariah in Precious?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought
Oh,
she
yeah.
was pretty.
Wait, you
good
saw
in
Glitter?
that
Or
film.
you didn't see Precious?
I got confused for a second. Yes, I did.
And they're so similar.
I saw it. I loved it. It was great.
I'll get off this. I mean, look, she's not great. I'm just trying to give a little something.
I kind of.
Did you see
was
her in The Butler?
Was she in the Butler?
I did not see The Butler. I'm sorry. I didn't.
She was in The Butler?
Wasn't she? No, she was. Yeah, I know. It's
How many
fucking
people
so
saw The
crazy.
Butler?
Not
See,
one
if
person.
everyone,
I want to see The Butler.
if everyone saw The Butler and I said that, hilarious applause break. But everyone's like, I don't think I saw that.
I was trying to pinpoint, I was trying to figure out, does it look like, is it as if she just walked in off the street and they're like, you're shooting a movie, and threw her into a scene and she had to, and that's not it, because she seems
relaxed,
definitely they, she knows what she's
not
supposed to
checked out.
be doing.
Yeah.
She's there. She's somewhat engaged, but it's also, is it over prepared? No.
No.
It's some weird thing where
She
she's
seems drugged. Heavily
Yes.
medicated.
Lots
That's
of Xanax.
medicated is
Lots
a good
of
word.
Completely medicated.
You're right that it seems like she's on the verge of laughing. Maybe the director was like, let's just keep it loose. Look, forget about the words.
But
let's just play. And so she's like, okay, let's play. But she just kind of locked into this weird thing.
It is an odd choice because I feel like even her stage persona, her stage persona as a singer is similar to her stage persona in this as an actor, which is very sultry. Sultry doesn't translate as a thing,
right?
I don't think.
And is her stage persona in the movie different than her stage? Because I was trying to think of like as a performer in like real life, Mariah Carey. She's a good performer, right? Like I would imagine she's a good performer.
Yeah, but she doesn't have like stage
tough crowd.
Jeez.
Yes.
No,
it's
she's
Mariah
not.
Carey. She could stand on a stage and sing, and everyone's like,
but she's not like she's not gonna run around
she
and
could
do like
stand
jokes
on a stage and
stuff.
sing.
Right.
She's Mariah Carey.
I don't know why I'm taking up Mariah's cause.
I will say that
I
will say about Mariah Carey. And this may be I don't know why I noticed this, but when they had their first sex scene, Dice and Mariah behind like a weird like frosted glass window, it looked to me, and I could be wrong, that when he took off her clothes, she was wearing just tighty whities. Is I right about that? Like a very like granny panty,
And he
was
was naked.
Yeah, he was naked, and she had like granny panties on. And I'm thinking, if I'm Mariah Carey and I'm behind frosted glass, I'm gonna make it a little bit more sexy than that.
Right.
Unless it's like, that she really didn't think it was a date. She would have worn better underwear.
And like as a movie, when you're shooting a sex scene, you should at least like maybe flesh colored or something, just so it looks like they're naked.
But that might have been might be a Mariah
White.
Carey. That might be a Mariah Carey thing in real life.
I
Like,
can't
she
get a
might be
handle on
like-
her body.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
It's hard to just get your eyes on it.
It's true.
It's hard to understand it. And I say that with love.
But just to be clear, she did have a full breakdown after this movie came out, right?
Yes. This is when she went on TRL and was like babbling incoherently.
Yeah.
I don't blame her.
And then
if you
I
had to
gotta
watch
say.
the dailies of this, you might go crazy too.
I'm right there with her. Like,
But
I'm sure she was like, she has to go around the world and promote this movie, and she's like, Jesus Christ.
Well,
can't we just let it go?
You know
Because
what
she's
happened?
obviously like smart and has it in her to be good in a movie, just right? So she was probably just like
10 years later.
Sure.
Maybe,
yeah,
It's
yeah,
a
yeah.
tough crowd. They got mad when I said Skrillex wrong.
They really do not. This crowd does not want to give it for Mariah at all. I do want to also talk about like the only like real difference is like her hair straightens as she gets more famous. That's a big thing, and she's just constantly in different gowns, and she's doing a lot of wardrobe changes in this. She dresses like MC Scat Cat in the beginning of the movie, and then becomes like a very graceful.
It's like MC Scat Cat and Lance Armstrong mixed together.
Now Dice makes the very cool choice of at the whatever it is the USA Music Awards.
USA Music Awards.
That's the best part. She's in the limo, and they're like, "Hey, we just got a call. You have to perform at the USA Music Awards."
Now!
What?
We're turning the limo around right now.
Yeah.
And they turn it around. She shows up like, "Oh, wait, get on stage, sing your song."
And that's when she's like, can someone call Dice? She could never call Dice herself. She's always like, can someone call Dice?
There needed to be some explanation, like why right now. You know,
That
like
never happened.
that never happens. MC Hammer was murdered right now.
It's like, get there, go perform. Like that all happened within like 3 hours. But Dice did you think like, they're blowing off Dice. Like Dice can't make it. Dice can't make it. But then he was there at the American Music Awards in his open black T-shirt, where apparently Lionel Richie has swept the awards because everything was like Lionel Richie. Like it's like the whole movie is told through like bad news reporter footage. Like today, Lionel Richie won a bunch of awards here. And then when they leave,
every major plot point is just a newscast.
the newscaster delivers all the important information.
Well, speaking of Mariah's acting, the last newscaster when reporting on Dice's murder, that was really just her going.
Not as great.
And then a bunch of people in big suits going, "We're really sorry."
And also the room they're in backstage at Madison Square Garden is literally, it looks like a room at
a Hyatt.
Like a Hyatt with kind of an Asian flair.
I was gonna say it looked like a low budget James Bond villain.
Yes.
And by the way, all right. So you see that Dice gets shot, And then she's like, where is Billy Franks? Where is she? She's like, it seems like it's like 8:05.
Why was Billy late if she didn't know that he was shot?
You don't know why she's late.
Like, ooh, he was shot.
Like, so she's like, everyone's bad at their job because like she shows up like 5 minutes late to her own concert, not knowing that not knowing that Dice was shot,
right?
And just happens to see the news report and then does the show. Which I really,
And
I
the
was
news-
happy with that.
And the fact that the New York City Toronto News reports on that murder immediately is impressive.
Yeah.
Someone's murdered. Get the camera crew.
But it's also, there's the time she goes to Dice's apartment right before that big show, and he's not there. She just wants to like
tinker on the ivories.
Feel him in the ivories.
Yeah, because she realizes that even though he's abusive and mean, she loves him.
She
Was she at a piano or was she at the Yamaha?
She was at the real piano.
But then I was like, but why not at the Yamaha?
Right.
After all
Then
this
my
She
question
gave it
is,
to him.
Why give him a Yamaha if he had a real piano?
And why was he so fucking psyched about the Yamaha?
Yeah.
I'm sure, like, the props guy, I can't imagine that the crew was, together on this movie. I'm sure they got to that scene. They're like, oh, where's the Yamaha? And he's like, oh, I brought it to this other fucking movie. Just have her play the piano. They're like, all right, action.
Power Rangers are shooting down the block, and they needed it for a scene.
I really did look for the Yamaha in that. I did not see it in that scene. It just was nowhere to be found.
Because he probably destroyed it after they broke up. Like, I hate this Yamaha. Casey, I think you're going to get to the point that you're talking about, maybe the continuity thing, right? Was it?
Yes.
Well, please bring it up, and then I want to show you something.
Well, just many continuity issues throughout. It seemed some lipstick when she kisses the music note. It just seems very off to me, but maybe I'm.
When he finds it later, it looks completely different.
Oh, well the thing I was noticing was that when she first comes there, she sees a picture of them, and it's them, like, it's like him, like, hey!
Yeah.
And she's like, I love you!
Yeah. In front of a brick wall.
In front of a brick wall. And
they were at the Improv.
And then as she writes her note, they fade back down to that picture, and it's a completely different
It's
picture.
them kissing.
It's them kissing.
Yeah.
So a lot of people go, oh, that is a continuity problem. Thankfully, there's a director's commentary track. And
oh, wow.
Did you watch it with the commentary?
I have clips of the commentary
God
track.
damn it.
Yes. So, and the commentary track, this is one of the best commentary. Like, if you have the means, buy the DVD for 98 cents on Amazon and enjoy this commentary because it's full of chunks and little things like this. So here we go.
And it's got this wonderful magical realist moment where she kisses the photo. And it's not the same photo that we saw when she picked it up. After she kisses the piece of music, you look at, we zoom in on the lipstick, her heart, the Billy. And if you look at the picture is they're now kissing. It's one of those very subtle sort of magical realist moments in the picture.
Magical realism.
What?
For those of you who did not know what was happening, magical realism.
Wow. Wow.
But they like
that
made me feel really
something.
sad.
I feel like he was making that up as he went along.
Yeah.
I think this was the
He was
first
singing for
time
the
he
first
saw the
time.
movie.
Yeah, he's like, oh, God, yes.
What the
yes.
fuck did I do?
There was something else that happened right there that I was going to point
Oh,
out,
yes.
and
Oh,
it's right at the end
I think this
of
is
that.
might be the thing. Please, because I
Where
think I have an issue with this
She's
too.
walking out and he's walking in.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be one of those near misses, like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But it's literally they would have seen each other. They would have just been like, oh hey Dice, I was just in your
like
place.
He would've, like, now here's my issue with it, and I'll turn on the volume on it. Like, but the idea is she's walking. The mattress is breaking them up, right?
Yeah. That's
so my thought is when the mattress clears frame, there should be Dice. He shouldn't be coming in from the side of frame. Look if you're a director, you'd be like, oh, she doesn't see him because he's over here.
No.
But no, he's just over there.
He's going the same direction as the mattress.
Yeah, he's in the same mattress direction.
But that's magical realism.
Yeah.
right there.
She definitely would have like seen him, like as she was like turning around, being like, "Oh, Dice!"
He would have been like, "Oh, hey,
piano, where's your Yamaha?" You know.
There's a bunch of
It's missing.
The one thing I just want to talk again, little things that get caught in my mind that I feel like it's worthy of talking about is when she goes on Saturday Night Live, and I want to just applaud the sketch that was happening on Saturday Night Live.
Do you have it?
I do not, unfortunately. The blow dryer briefcase sketch. So she's like getting ready again, very late. Like they're like, okay, Billy, you're on in like 4 minutes, and she's just arriving at SNL. Like there was no rehearsal time. There's nothing. Like she's being ushered in moments before her performance.
Terrible management all around, publicist, everything. No one gets her anywhere in enough time.
That's her whole career.
The publicist is working hard.
Her whole career is like, we got to go now. You're on in 5.
And then she's like, call Dice.
But yeah, the blow dryer briefcase is one of my favorite scenes. But here's actually a little thing about that. The publicist character was supposed to have a thick Swiss/German accent,
like all publicists.
But the studio felt that since this was the 80s, the accent wouldn't work in tandem with the costumes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's the problem. That's the problem with this movie, the publicist accent.
I'm glad the studio was choosing to micromanage things like that. And just let the big picture stay as it was.
Other little things from the commentary track that I just realized I have this page here. Max Beasley's the guy who you worked with in the great film Torque, led the way for Fast and the Furious films.
Yes.
He toured with George Michael and Jamiroquai.
Oh, like as a singer-dancer?
I guess as a marimba player, drums and piano. I mean, he toured with them. I mean, he plays drums and piano.
He's super nice,
Sure.
very cool guy.
Let's say he's touring with Jamiroquai and George Michael. The talented dude.
Has to be cool.
Yeah. And then this is another funny thing from the commentary track. The director originally didn't want to do the movie because he wasn't interested in working with singers. He wanted to work with actors. But after he saw Mariah Carey's audition tape for Shaft, he signed on to direct.
For the Samuel L. Jackson Shaft.
Mariah Carey did not get that part.
Everyone else was like, oh.
And
wow.
And then this is one more little fact. Just another fact. The director of Glitter thought that one of the funniest scenes in the movie was the music video shoot. The director is making her wear a bikini. Apparently, the intent of the scene is that the director English was his second language, and his vision was getting lost in the translation. That was the game of the scene that we might not have gotten.
Whoa.
I actually figured that out.
So just some little tips that you might get in there.
Man.
It's pretty great.
What happened to Eric Benet? I'm like, did I forget how that ended with
He
her
just
and him?
faded away.
Eric Benet, basically everyone was like, Dice is bad for you. You need to team up with Eric Benet. Dice is like...
But I love the world in which Dice is like an abuser and a womanizer and Eric Benet is the saint.
Yeah. Yeah, they recorded a duo, a song that became #1. She played Madison Square Garden. Bye. See you later. He's done. He served his purpose.
See you later.
See you later, Eric Benet. Well, let's go to the audience because we have a couple more clips. But let's go to the audience here and see if there's anything that we might have missed. So let's get these house lights up. All right. Oh, we got a lot of hands. All right, already. All right, let's see. Let's see what people are saying. All right, I'm gonna go to you first. What is your name? What would you have called Billy Franks? What would you given her the name of? And your question.
My name is Cora. I would have given her the name Seductive Sultress.
Ooh, nice. I like that.
And my question is, when you were listening to the commentary, did they say anything about Mariah Carey's cats?
Great question.
That cat lived a long time.
Yeah. The cat went away for a majority of the movie.
An hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then on the stairwell, I'm like, is that the same cat?
Well, they make a big deal out of it because of the child, but then when she breaks up with Dice, you see her like grabbing the cat and leaving.
Like,
But
and
you-
I'm taking this cat with me. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, you're like,
How
oh
did
yeah,
I
that's
miss-
the cat. Like, I fucking forgot about that stupid cat.
When
Yeah,
she
how
went
did
into
I
the-
miss the cat entirely?
When she went into the
That
orphanage.
you because
she-
you wouldn't know it because the cat really is barely in the movie, but is grabbed as an exclamation point when she storms out of Dice's apartment. She's like, "And I'm taking the cat."
Yeah.
And the cat's head is just in her hands. It's a nice two-shot.
To be fair, the cat is in the first 40 seconds of the movie.
Apparently, Mariah didn't like working with the cat. So, yes, your name, what you would have called Mariah Carey's character, and your question.
Yeah, my name's Carrie. I would have called her character beige.
She is a beige woman. She's like khaki. She's a khaki woman.
Well, it wasn't so much about like skin. Well, costuming was definitely part of it, but it was just more her general attitude towards the movie.
Ooh, interesting. I like that.
So the beginning is a flashback scene, and then at the end of the flashback scene, we get the transition that's like the whoosh, and then it's supposed to be in the present, but no, it's still in the past. And then there's another scene, whoosh, still in the past.
Yes.
Still, this goes on for like 5 times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
me
it's just
too.
really well. Transit. We haven't talked about transitions.
Yeah.
Let's hear it for transitions.
It's a lot of that, like, raving type of stuff throughout the entire
Well, let's
movie.
just talk about the fireworks. That's a ballsy move for any filmmaker. Be
Yeah.
like, yeah, let's put some fireworks in this one transition scene.
There were several times. They weren't exactly transitions, but there were just times when the scene would speed up.
Yeah, that.
And it was just because these stupid, shitty, terrible shots they were getting were taking too long, so they had to speed them up, right?
Yes, like
That's
when
what they were
Terrence
doing?
Howard and Dice were walking through the bar, and then it just was like in 3 phases.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like they sped that stuff up, but again, like the first part of the movie
Right,
is
it's so
55
long.
minutes long.
All right, ma'am, your name, what you think name of a song title that Dice produced was, and your question.
My name is Waleska.
Nice to meet you.
Um,
What's a song title that Dice might have made? Like, I would be like, "Rub It Down." That would be the title. What would be just any title of a song that Dice might have been producing?
oh my gosh.
Unzip it.
Someone putting
Let's
you
make
way
it
on the spot.
real.
I'm really making you. What do you think? Anything?
I can't think of anything.
That's a good title. Can't think of. All right, what's your question?
There was a part when after they went to bed together the first time.
Made love.
She was saying.
When they fucked.
She said, I don't generally do this. And then he was really mean and he said, oh, I can tell.
I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah. He said, I can tell, and then she gave him an absolutely blank look. And he said, I'm just kidding. She gave him another blank look, and then the scene ended.
All right, sir. Your name, your song title, a Dice-produced song track, or Billy Frank's alternate name, and your question.
All right, my name is Brian. My dice song is Trouble in Paradise.
Whoa! Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very good.
And there's a scene halfway through the movie where it's shortly after she tries to find her mother, and then she finds a homeless woman on the street.
Thank you. Thank
singing,
you for bringing
who looks
this up.
identical to her mother, looks at her, and then just walks away, and then nothing happens.
That's a good point. We were talking about this backstage. What do you think happened there?
Was it a dream?
Because why wouldn't you at least stop her? Right? Like you would.
Magical realism, I'm hearing.
Magical realism. All right, yes. When in doubt, it's magical realism. I'm going to come over here. All right. Your name, your Dice song track, and your question.
My name is Erica. My dice song track is Going Braless because there was a lot of braless moments. My question is, if you notice, and if you know this about Mariah, she only likes to be photographed from her right side. And there's, I think, one scene in the movie where the director got her left side. Does it say anything in the commentary of how long he had to talk to her to get her to shoot from her bad side?
Ooh, that's a no. In the commentary track, he is effusive about every actor except for Mariah Carey.
Really?
And he's not mean about her, but he's diplomatic.
Really?
Yes. So that speaks volumes. All right, let's see. I'm gonna see what your question is. All right, your name, your dice track, and here we go.
My name's Tony. Of course, the dice track has to be Dice Dice Baby.
Nice. Respect.
I'm very surprised that the studio made a casting choice based on it being an 80s movie because there's so little reason for it to take place in the 80s. I could have sworn it was added in post.
Well, we talked about that. Yeah, it could have been there is not. Like, she's not an 80s singer by any means.
I know. I was just waiting for Dice to do a bunch of coke. That would have been like such the easy thing. Like, it's the 80s, Dice. Just do coke in every scene. All right, okay.
Yeah,
Dice
what
off
is
the
this?
Yamaha.
Yeah.
There are two
Just
things.
put coke everywhere. Like, all
What's
right, now
the
it's
movie
80s.
rated? Like PG-13?
PG-13, yeah.
Oh, that's what.
So they
no
couldn't
coke.
do coke.
Well, I would say this.
But they
though,
could say
That's
you're
why
a fat ass.
the mom was a smoking addict.
Yeah.
There's like two things that upset me about it. Number one, like I go into this movie and I think, well, at least there'll be some great Mariah Carey songs.
Not a one.
Not a one.
No, they're all terrible.
Terrible songs.